Last episode, I built a tiny zinc farm, we constructed our first steam train in this world, and I moved a hill with a piston. Today, I build quite possibly the biggest bridge I've ever made in Minecraft, which will connect the Park Island to the mainland. This should be interesting. That is a really big distance. I can only just make out the land over there. First things first, though, I've been reading your comments, and as such, we have a few things to address. I realise I just made that sound like someone's in trouble, but it wasn't intentional. I blame the fact that it's 8 AM and I'm yet to finish my first cup of tea of the day. But yes, comments. Lots and lots of comments. And the first ones we're going to tackle are the ones that have told me I should actually finish building the train, and I think that's a great idea. Because it turns out I completely forgot to put the glass in these windows here, so yep, let's go get that sorted. So let's quickly get these back in, and it looks like we're going to need to fix these rails as well. I think they've gone a bit weird because our train was facing in sort of this direction when we built it, and now it's facing this direction. So yeah, we are going to need to replace those, but it shouldn't have broken anything else. And then I also had a whole lot of comments that just seem to have strings of numbers in them, which I believe are wheel formations. I think that's what it was in reference to, but I'm not entirely sure how it works. I think I've got something called like a 602, or I don't even know. I really have no clue. But more importantly, I was told a way that we could potentially actually have another bogey down here to add back in our second wheel that we had. We could also just stick some flywheels on here like we did last season, but I don't think I want to do that this time. But apparently, if we're very clever about the way we glue things, which I think we'll be able to do here, then I can actually make it look like there are 3 bogies on the front here. So if we set that to the big wheel again, then I need to get my glue out, and we're going to re-glue this front carriage, and we're going to be very clever about the way we do it. And that bogey is there. So first up, I'm going to glue the front half. Right, I think I've got all of that. And now we're going to glue the top half in as well. Now, this is where things are going to get a bit trickier. So we're going to try and glue on all of these sort of side bits without actually getting that middle bit with the bogey on. Then we're going to glue this back section here as well. I can even glue these bits here together. And I think if we were to assemble now, that would work, but it's probably still going to leave the bogey there behind, or it might actually tell me that I haven't got anything attached to that bogey. Yeah, okay, so at the moment it's saying I do have too many bogies attached. So this one here is still glued somewhere. Let's try this bit at the back here again. Right, okay, I think it's actually this bit here, because if we remove this, I think the front of this bogey here is attached to that. So we need to get a little bit finicky in here. So if I make sure there's nothing in front of that bogey, and same on that side. So because we've got gaps all around that bogey now, it should be okay. If I just glue this as a separate thing, just these 3 blocks across. I know I haven't stuck the rest of it yet, but I should be able to form the train. Yes, okay, perfect. So now what I need to do is just very carefully stick everything else back together and make sure I don't attach anything to this block here. Okay, the train has formed. The question is, did I manage to stick everything to it? See if we've left anything behind. Oh dear. Yep. We've left me behind. All right, perfect. We've got the whole engine now. Much better. But that's not where the comments about the train stopped. There's other things we can do as well that I had no idea about. So once again, let's disassemble this train. And apparently, if I click this with a wrench... Well, that's not what I was promised. One sec. Aha, okay, so it's kind of changing the front of it. I just fell off. Let's quickly get back up there. But it looks like what it's doing is just changing the texture on the front here, which is cool. I think I prefer that one. I don't know what that means, but it looks cool. And lastly, of course, we do need to give this thing a name. And there's been lots of good name suggestions. One I particularly liked was Old Steamer, as a reference to Mario Party, because, well, this apparently has the same colors as the train on one of the boards in Mario Party. And the train is called Steamer, believe it or not. But we're going to be calling it the Green Lancer, which was a name suggested by Commander Null. And in their own words, it has a classic regal feel that suits the vintage charm of a steam train and the green and black color scheme. The Lancer also evokes a sense of strength and speed, perfect for a theme park attraction. And I think that sounds fantastic. I mean, I know this isn't actually a theme park attraction, it's just the thing that brings you to the attractions, but I think it all fits nicely. So thank you very much for the name suggestion. We now have our first train sorted. Right, well, that's enough about trains, but we're still working our way through the comments here, which means we need to head over to the log flume. And over here, I had quite a few comments about moving the driver to the back, which I did actually do originally, but the problem with that is you then have a seat with the driver, and then you have a gap where the controls are, and then you have the seats for the passengers, and I just didn't really like the way it looks. However, I do also agree it's not really great to be sitting in the second seat on a log flume. I mean, you want to be at the front, right? Although if you are in the second seat, it'll be nice not to see the back of this dude's head. But the question is, what are we going to do about it? The way I see it, we've got two choices. We could just stick him at the back, have a gap, and then have the seats at the front for the passengers anyway, which might look a little bit weird having it all broken up like that. The other alternative is to just swap out the driver for something much smaller. I mean, we do have like tiny birds and snails and things like that, maybe even bats, but if we were to put a much smaller mob in the front there, yes, fair enough, we're still not going to be sitting right at the front of the log, but at least you're going to be able to see things. And to be honest, I really don't know what route to take, so this is where I need your help. Leave a reply to my comment on this video and let me know what route you think we should take, and whichever one's most popular, that's what we'll do. We'll either move the driver to the back, or we'll just get some tiny drivers in here instead so we can actually see over the top of their heads. But I think we can all agree it shouldn't really be left how it is. And lastly, the other problem we have over here. The sounds. And thanks to this comment from DragonMaster95, I have figured out what the cause of the problem is. I still don't have a solution. But if I open up the F3 tab here and we look on the left where it says sounds, we can see that currently we're playing about 50 to 60 sounds out of 247, which is fine, but then we have our mood sounds as well. And you can see that number tweaking and changing and so on, but every time we add a music disc, it's playing a mood sound, not a main sound, which means once it gets to 8 sounds, that's it. It won't load anymore. So with that in mind, at the moment, it's only got the 5 loaded, so I could actually go turn the speaker on back down here. So if I turn that off, it goes to 4. If I turn it on, it goes to 5, and so on. So yeah, this tells me that the music is definitely using those sounds. But the issue is, now I've got that turned on, this is in a looping jukebox. It doesn't matter how far away I go, it's always going to take up that mood sound slot. As you can see, the numbers are not going down, despite the fact I don't even have the area loaded anymore. In fact, the numbers are starting to go up a little bit, and that's because we're now starting to load the discs over here. And now we're at max discs, 8 out of 8. That means it's not going to be playing the music over here. Oh no, it is. Okay, well that's actually using 2 of the sounds. Fair enough. And the music over here is playing, but then I suppose that's probably all down to the fact that I loaded into the world in this area. So yeah, that's basically the problem. There's a sound limit on Minecraft, and that limit for custom music is 8. Which is not good. Not for what I'm trying to do. So yeah, I've got to try and figure out a way to work around that. I need to get my sounds to load as game sounds, I guess, instead of mood sounds, and I just have absolutely zero idea on how to make that happen. So if you do know, or if you know of anything that could potentially help me get out of this situation, I'd love to hear from you. I mean, there must be some way we can make this work. But anyway, as always, thank you very much for all your comments and your help. Together, we will make this theme park awesome. And we will be referring to the comments very shortly when we get to making the bridge as well. Lots of great suggestions on that. So you may have also noticed just a moment ago when we flew over that there are some more buildings here as well. I've been away for the weekend and I couldn't record, but I could play a little bit of Minecraft. So that's what I've done. I've basically just, block them off. We don't need to talk about that. There's nothing inside them at the moment, so they are just blocked off facades, I guess. But basically, I've tried to build up this starter area just to make it look a little bit better. We're also going to have signs over here to different areas of the park. That's just a temporary sign for now. I don't know what that area is going to be called. I just chucked some words and a font on just to see how it would look, and I think that's going to work quite nicely. But there are more buildings, but most excitingly, we have this on the left. When I walk past, it fires off the pipes, and it's just a weird little interactive thing that you can kind of mess around with, something to play with at the theme park. But there is also a skulk sensor under the ground here, so when you walk past, it will set off this middle one, but once you're over here playing with it, it shouldn't actually set it off anymore. Clever placement of wool under there. But if we walk over this side, you can see the skulk sensor picks it up and sets it off. It's just a nice little fun interactive thing over here. But I've also stretched the path down here a little bit further, and on the right over here, those who watched the last season may recognize the bearded python, which was one of, if not the first steam train, I think, we ever made and create. I have had to change a couple of bits, of course, because we don't have frame blocks in this series, but overall, it's pretty much identical to what we had as our first train last season. But there'll probably be lots of things like this throughout the park, just nods to different seasons, and the last 5 years of me building things on YouTube, it would be nice to have some of that sort of scattered around the park, and I thought what better thing than a train near the train station and in the steampunk area to kick that off. And eventually this path is going to go off this way, it's going to link up to new areas over there and over there, it's going to loop round the back to the main circle as well, and so on. But This is the kind of thing I'm just going to be sort of doing in between episodes, just when I fancy chilling out and playing a little bit of Minecraft and not recording. Because sometimes it's quite nice just to play the game. And I'm sure you don't want 20 episodes of me just adding one building at a time. That's going to be boring for all involved. So today, bridges. Yes, that's what we're going to do today. Bridge. I say bridges. We're only building one most likely. And it's going to be this absolutely ginormous bridge we have going across here. And I had a little bit of an idea in my head of how I was going to do this, and on looking at the comments, it seems most of you agree. Not that I actually mentioned it in my last video, but I'm thinking a suspension bridge across here is going to be the way to go. I did quite like the suggestions of having undersea tunnels, so like glass tunnels and so on, but to be honest, that's something we're actually saving for a little bit later on in the series. So I do have a ride in mind that's going to involve underwater and all that sort of stuff. So instead, we're going to keep this as something that is outside the park and just build a ginormous suspension bridge. There was mention of trying to build a replica of the Golden Gate Bridge, and I will be using that and other suspension bridges for reference. But with the way I plan to build this, it's going to have to be a sort of steel-coloured bridge, mainly because of the blocks I'm going to be using. And you'll see why very shortly. But the first thing I need to do before I can even make a start on this bridge is get lots and lots of resources. And thankfully this time I don't think I'm going to be needing too much zinc, but I do need lots and lots of industrial iron. We're also going to need a whole bunch of girders, of course. You know how I feel about girders. So how are we doing for iron? We've got loads of the stuff. Excellent. So we want lots of blocks of industrial iron, and we also want lots of industrial plating as well. The difference between these being connected textures, so as you can see, the plating connects like that, and the normal blocks don't. And I think I want to use a mix of both. I think I'm also probably going to want a whole bunch of these metal supports, get a whole bunch of catwalk as well, and I'm going to need a whole lot of girders. I got rid of that big old line of dirt that I had, and I've got a whole bunch of resources and lots in my backpack, which should also help. And we're going to try and come up with some sort of bridge design. But I think these trees are probably going to get in the way, so we should remove these first. That should just about do it. And now, bridge. So, I think what we want to do is I do want to keep the gravel going on across the bridge. It's going to be like a big old iron suspension bridge, but I do still want to have gravel on there. Probably not a normal thing to do, but I think it's just going to look a little bit better. So, if we're going to do that, we're going to need some kind of a base on the bridge. And I think that's where this industrial iron block could come in. Then we can maybe just sit the gravel on top of that. But I think I'm going to want the bridge to be a little bit wider than that. I don't really want gravel on the side either. So how about we extend this out a little bit? So this is the industrial iron floor block, and I was hoping it will give it a nice look on the side. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Let's just continue this gravel out a little bit here. And then how about, I suppose we probably want like a little bit of space down the side for walking as well, mainly for maintenance, not actually for pedestrians to go across the bridge. That'll be crazy. But I think from a maintenance standpoint, it would make sense to have a bit of a gap. And what I was thinking was maybe using these industrial iron catwalks. We can have like a bit that goes down the side. Ooh. That might be a bit wide, actually. Maybe just one bit wide, and then where's the connected stuff? Here it is. Maybe that on the side. And then, of course, we'll have the track running down the middle. Let's just repeat that on this side so we can see how we're looking. And then this is the bit that will basically just stretch off and be the base of the bridge. But I think we want a bit of detail on here as well. And that's why I've brought these along. Some diagonal metal supports. Yep, that actually makes quite a big difference. I like that. So I think for a base, that will probably work. Maybe we should get some lights on the side as well. In fact, don't we have like small square lights? These ones. Zinc lamps. So glowstone dust and zinc nuggets. Is there an easy way to get this stuff? Not really. So I guess we're just going to have to go grab some glowstone from the nether. I know we've got some, but I don't think we've got much. We've got 135. That's actually more than I thought. So that'll be enough to make some of these. Let's not make up too many, just in case we don't actually like them. Don't want to waste the glowstone we do have, after all. And how are these going to look? Maybe on the bits in between the supports? That's not bad. And then we're going to need some form of handrail as well. And then we're going to need to obviously work out all the great big support structure and so on. But for a base, this should work quite well. So Do I just gamble and stretch this all the way across straight off the bat? It's a bit risky, because if it turns out I don't like it, it's going to be a lot more to take down. But to be honest, I think we can make that work. As I say, it is only the base we're going to be working from, and then on top of that, we can obviously put all the stands in, we can have the big suspension bridge bits. So yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and get all of this in, and just work out how long the bridge is going to be, because until we do that, I don't want to start putting the suspension bits in, because I kind of want to make sure that it balances on this side and the other. So yeah, there's going to be some maths involved later, and I'm not looking forward to that. And in fact, I've just seen this behind me. Can I maybe use that to do some of this building for me? Let's have a little play around and see if we can make a machine that'll do it for us. Where's my train bag? Yeah, I'm gradually getting more organized. I do have a station. Excellent. So if we want this to work, we need to be able to place the gravel after we've placed these blocks at the bottom here. So maybe instead of using rollers, I should use deployers. Now, the track's going to get in the way a bit, so let's just stretch our train out the front. That's fine. To be honest, we are going to want to place rail down as well, so I guess it makes sense to actually have one of these up here. If I can get it facing the right way, anyway. Come on now. You can do it, Beardy. Click the right sides. Yep, there we go. That'll do. So we'll set that one to rail, and then if we have one in front of that here, and we'll set that one to gravel, and I guess we're going to need, what, 5 of those ones? All set to gravel. So that will place the rail, that will place the gravel. So I guess I'm going to need another 2 here. One for catwalk, which I'm sure that'll be able to place that fine, won't it? And another one for industrial plating. And of course, we'll just repeat that on this side. Now, because the lights and the supports are kind of different, they're offset from each other, it's not on every space, I don't think I'm going to be able to place those automatically. We'll have to do all of those manually afterwards. I'm sure that's going to be fun. But we can put in this bottom floor here. If we just bring these down by a block to here, we'll set this one to the flooring, these 5 to normal industrial iron blocks, and this last one wants to go to flooring as well. And I'm hoping this is going to work. So am I placing everything? We've got gravel, catwalks, industrial iron plating, we've got the ones at the bottom, we've got these bits, and we've got the rails. So I think that's everything we're going to need to make this train actually do its thing. Oh, apart from some train controls and a seat, of course. Now we'll stick a seat on there and some controls. And let's get this whole thing glued together and hope it works. Although thinking about it, we're going to need some storage as well. So we might as well put that in front here, because then that's going to connect all this together as well. Good thinking, Beardy. That should just about do it. And it looks like it's placed the first lot of blocks. Brilliant. I do, however, need to load it up. And I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot more gravel than that. But this should at least be enough for us to test it. So let's have a little look and hope our little contraption works. Oh, geez. It's really quick. Oh, no, we're not quite there yet. We're missing that one block there on the side. So we do need... Oh, I see what we need. We need super glue. Just missed this one here. But apart from that missing side there, looks like it worked a treat. We're going to get this bridge built in no time. Well, once I've got some gravel as well, because that probably used up, yeah, a reasonable amount of what we've got. And we've got so far to go. So let's grab a whole bunch of resources and build the first part of our bridge. That's the first part of the bridge in. We've got a very, very, very long platform going all the way over to the other side of the island. I don't know how we're going to connect it up over here yet. The heights are a little bit off, but I'm sure we'll figure something out. I suppose we could always just sort of raise the land a bit and have a dock kind of thing here. I don't really know. We'll work that out later. For now, I need to get all the support bits and the lights on both sides, and, well, I'm going to have to do that manually, and I don't have jetpacks, so this could take a while. But I reckon my best bet is just going to be to build a nice big long dirt bridge, and then I'll get all the little bits on and do the same on the other side. I'll see shortly. Well, I haven't even done one side, and I've already run out of these zinc lamps because I've basically run out of glowstone. I've got 7 pieces left. But I guess that means I can get down 7 more lamps. Yeah, I need to go get some glowstone. Not helpful. Right, hopefully this will be enough. Back to placing more lamps then. I've got all of the lights and the little undercarriage support bits in, but now we need to do a little bit of maths. So this bridge is 345 blocks long, but we have got a bit of wiggle room. That's going from here to roughly the same spot on the other side. We can obviously go a little bit longer, but that gives us a number to work from so we can find the center. And it doesn't need to be perfect because of the size of it. And as I say, we're going to be adjusting the land on each side of the bridge as well, but that will give us a nice starting point. So where are we here? We're at 1748, which means we need to go to, quick maths, 1920, maybe, ish. So if we mark that as our center point, we now need to work out how tall we want to make the things, or how long, I guess. But to be honest, I might just have to wing it and hope for the best. Now, how do we want to do this? Let's just start by getting a nice vertical tower, I guess. And I've gone 20 blocks tall. We'll see how that pans out. And I do have a cunning plan on how we're going to make this work, but I need to go get some more stuff, I think. Yeah, I don't see what I need in there. But what I want to do is make a whole bunch of monorail. So we need a bunch of brackets. We'll put them in the first one here. Then we need iron sheets in the second one. And girders in here, and that should make us monorail. Yep, look at that. Wonderful. Oh, we get 6 at a time. Good. Thought that was expensive. Right, we'll leave that making up more monorail, but that should be enough to get us started. Now, the plan here is quite simple. I just need to land on top of this tower successfully. There we go. Right, so if we put a bit of monorail there, and we'll do the same on that side. We're going to go down here. I'm going to hold control so we get a nice smooth curve. And as soon as it starts going flat, which appears to be here, that's where we're going to put the beam. And that should give us a nice slope for the bridge. Yeah, look at that. All right, so there's 36 blocks from there to the tower in the middle. So that's 2 times 36, plus an extra one on top. Means each one of these sections will be 73 blocks long. Now, how many of those can I fit on this bridge? 4.7, which means it's probably a little bit too big. If I reduce the top down by a block, though, that could help. So that will make the whole structure a little bit smaller, which means the curves won't need to go out as far before they get to the bit where they go flat. At least that's my hope. Yep, there we go. So that saved us 4 or 5 blocks there. That'll do. But that should give us enough space to get 5 of these pillars in, which means we might need to extend the bridge just a little bit, but not too much. Certainly nothing to worry about. But before we get carried away, I think it will make sense just to mark out all of the different pillars so we can make sure that we're doing things correctly here. But I think that's going to work quite well. It's a little bit tight on that side, and we've had to extend it a little bit on the other side as well, but this should actually work really nicely. And if I whack the render distance up a little bit, then there we go. We can see the whole thing. Yeah, that's going to look epic. But what I need to do is reflect that on the other side and make it all look nice and get things attached to actually make it look more like a suspension bridge. But I'm very pleased with how that's looking. So I think it's going to make sense to actually just completely flesh out one of these pillars with both sides. So we're going to start with this one here right in the middle, because something else we need to figure out is how we're going to be connecting all of this to the sea floor as well. We need to get some sort of stands in down below. Let's see, maybe with this gap here, we could just do a little pattern with some girders. And maybe we should get these connected up as well. It'd be quite nice to actually try and hide these bits here if we can at the top. And okay, well, we can kind of hide them. We might have to get some boards involved. Well, I'll tell you what, I think I might actually swap this out for the iron plating, just so it looks a little bit more connected. And then we'll cover up these bits with some copycat boards. That'll do the trick nicely. I'll do the same on this side. Then let's maybe get another support in around here somewhere. How's that looking? I mean, it looks fairly stable for the central tower bit, but we definitely need to start getting some bits here to actually attach all of this together, which is usually a series of chains and things like that, or sort of, reinforced steel rope type stuff. You know what I mean. So we're going to try and replicate that using some girders, maybe. They are quite thick, but maybe if we put chains in between the girders, that'll look quite good. Let's have a look. Can I make chains? Probably. I've got loads of iron nuggets. Let's get a few of these in and we'll see how we're looking. Well, I think I'm definitely on the right track. The chains are looking pretty good. They're not attached at the top here, which means I think I'm going to have to remove the rail, build everything up by another block, and then put the rail back in, but that's not a problem. But I'm going to spend a bit of time just working on this one here, trying to get it looking good. And once we've got this sorted, we can then put it in all the other ones. Oh my days, this is going to take forever. Well, it didn't quite take forever, but a couple of hours later, I think I've got something I'm happy with. I think the easiest way for you to see this would be for me to actually land on the bridge here and then go into free cam. So the girders and chains, I think, work really well, especially when we've got more of them, although it does keep deleting the two at the top here when I put the monorail back in, because these bits here are actually sort of before the curve. So we do have some very small gaps there, but I'm not too concerned about that. I've also added some additional girders and some lights onto this, just to make it all a bit brighter at night. Fences on the side make this look more like a walkway, which is much better. And I've just continued this beam down into the ocean, and then I've thickened it up as it goes down, and I think that should give it plenty of support. If we imagine we're going to have that across all 5, that should work nicely. And I know some of you are probably thinking, why have I done the bridge so low? Boats aren't really going to be able to get under that, or big boats anyway, and to be honest, I'm not too concerned about that, because this is an island, there's plenty of room around for boats and passages and things like that. And as much as I did consider making this a drawbridge, the problem is rail is actually an immovable object, so if I did make it a drawbridge, it wouldn't actually be able to work anyway. But overall, I'm very happy with how that looks. I've just got to do that another 4 more times, so I best get building. And a couple of hours later, thanks to the help of the schematic cannon, look at that, we have one gloriously marvellous big old bridge. And it looks awesome with the sunset going down there as well. How does it look with shaders? It looks like it's missing all the monorail. Oh no. Much better. Although it's got dark now, that took me ages to find that setting. And I normally recommend leaving these turned on, but I have just disabled these sort of entity max distance things, which means it's probably going to be terribly laggy if I move around too much, but it looks brilliant with shaders. Thankfully, we don't need to worry about that when the shaders are off, though, because it still renders our monorail for us. And with that, there's only one thing left to do, and that's grab our train and see how it looks on the bridge. Oh, look at that thing. That's actually looking pretty cool. Oh, and it fits the train beautifully. Wonderful stuff. I'm very happy about that. We just need somewhere for the train to go because, yeah, the bridge just suddenly ends here. And to me, that looks suspiciously like Enderman activity. I thought I turned off Enderman griefing. I guess I'll have to look into that. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one, where we'll finally start building up this industrial island. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I built a giant suspension bridge to connect my island theme park to the mainland, where today we're going to be making a start on our industrial district. So far in this world, I have built a few small farms in my construction site, a couple more surrounding our inverted coaster, and a tree farm by our log flume. But as we continue to expand the theme park further, we're going to be needing a whole lot more resources. And I've concluded my life will be a lot easier if I could spend less time resource gathering. And that is where this new area is going to come in. The plan is fairly simple. Build some small farms in a new district outside the park to generate resources that I can then use to build bigger and better versions of these farms in the theme park, themed around all the rides and the attractions we're going to be adding. With that in mind, I should probably make a list of the farms I plan to put over here and actually start planning things out to make sure there's enough space. And it's not an exhaustive list, but that pretty much covers it. So we're going to have to automate all of the shinies, so iron, gold, zinc, copper, all things like that. Also the not shinies, so cobble, gravel, sand, dirt, terracotta, and blocks along those lines. I want to automate the create components because they're a pain to make, and we also want to automate other blocks such as scoria, limestone, diorite, granite, and just the other sort of core building blocks. I also really need to automate food a little bit better. I mean, we've got our egg sandwich maker, but I kind of want a bit more variation if I'm honest. And on top of that, we're also going to need power and storage. So we do, of course, have a whole lot of power and a massive power station over on that island. But, well, that's a different island. It's very, very far away. So I think we're going to build our own power source over here specifically specifically for the industrial area. That just kind of makes sense. And although eventually I may ship these resources over to the theme park to a main storage area, for now, I think we're going to have a self-contained storage just for this district, because I don't plan on actually having this area chunk loaded or anything like that. I learnt my lessons last season with chunk loading. So when I want to top up the resources, I will need to AFK over here, but I've got no issue with doing that. So having a nice big storage facility for everything we produce over here just seems like a really good idea. So there's a whole lot of farms I want to be building over here, which means I should probably have some kind of central control system as well, because it's unlikely I'm going to need all the farms running at the same time. I mean, some resources are going to produce quicker than others, and I'm probably going to be using certain things more than other things, and that means we're going to need a nice control system. So that's a whole lot of stuff, meaning we're going to need a whole lot of buildings, and at the moment, this land doesn't really lend itself to that. I really don't like these big hills we've got over here. I've got no issue with the land being at different levels. I do kind of want to work with that a little bit. But the current levels we have are not ideal. I mean, the bridge comes in too high for a start. So that means I've got a whole lot of terraforming to do to get this area ready to actually build on. So let's get to work. A good few hours and it's a bit rough and ready, but this is definitely going to give us something to start working with. I've flattened out the top area here. We're going to have a lower level down here as well, which, as you can see, I have not touched whatsoever, but I have blocked it in all the way around. I've not left any square edges or anything like that. It is all just stone, dirt and grass at the moment, although that bit over the back there still needs to grow, and this patch here, but it's a much better canvas to be working from than we had before. And over time I will sort out the rest of this coastline, make it all look nice, get in a bit of variation and whatnot, but that wasn't a primary concern for today. I just wanted to get a nice big building area so we can start planning things out. And something I left off my list here, which is vitally important, is of course a train station, because I am going to need a passenger train station around here somewhere. I'm thinking potentially sort of over here somewhere, overhanging this side, so it's on the left side of the track. And I also quite like the idea of having potentially the power station around here as well as the storage, and then we'll just surround all of the area around it with the factories that are going to pump everything back over here. You may notice I've also put in the train track. I just wanted to make sure that we definitely had a loop that went in and went all the way around. This side of the island I might make as like an artificial edge. I don't really know yet. So I have left this side completely straight. But yeah, I'm happy with that as a base to start our work from, although that shape there is really weird. We'll deal with that when we get out that far. For now, what I want to do is work out where I'm going to put this power station and how we're actually going to do it. And we're going to be putting in quite a lot of machines over here, so I think a steam power plant would probably be the best bet. But I do actually have a bit of an image in my head of how I want this first building to look. So I think what I might do is mark out roughly where I'm going to have a road, because I want to have a road running alongside the rail, maybe about that wide or so, and that means I can start putting in the buildings around about here. And a sensible person would probably plan out the power plant before they put down a building, but as I say, I've got an idea in my head of how I want this building to look, so I think I'm going to get the building down first and then try and jam a power station in it afterwards. What could possibly go wrong? I don't want to be building this foundation out of stone though, so let's go get some tuff and a few other bits and bobs, and then we'll crack on with this build. I mean, a sensible person would probably plan out where some of the other builds are going to go, but I'm very keen to get a building down. The foundation is now in, and there should be plenty of space. I think I want to have a car park of some sort out the front here as well, because this is likely going to be the end of the road that comes this way. So I think it makes sense to have like a little car park and a reason for the road to actually be here. But this gives us lots of space to build a power plant, and I've also snuck a rail in as well. We're going to try and build something that goes over the rail, and I don't actually know if we're going to be using this. I mean, my current plan is to bring in lava from the nether and supply the power station that way, but we might change that up. I don't really know yet, but at least with the rail going through, we do have the option to do that, and if not, it's just gonna look cool, hopefully. Next up, I need to do a bit of resource gathering. I want to grab some bricks, I want to grab some mud, I want some bone blocks, and I want some blocks that are gonna look a bit like metal. Maybe some tough or stone pillars. They work quite well as sort of corrugated steel. I don't know. So I guess I better go get stocked up on things. I've gathered together hopefully everything I'm going to need, and I also seem to have caught a cold. So apologies if my voice sounds a bit weird. But the important thing is we can make a start on this building. And I want it to have a few different sections. I think we're going to have one type of building material over here, which is going to be what arches over the track. And then we're going to have a couple of other segments over here, and it's all going to tie together into one big building. We're going to start off this building here with these small packed mud bricks. I think a nice sort of brown building on this side would work nice. And for this next part, I think I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. Let's just put in some blocks along here, because what I'm picturing here is like a smaller sloped building that just kind of goes up and then joins the rest of the main part of the building. And then maybe a sticky outy bit here, which we'll have as the main entrance. And I think what I want to do at the back here is maybe actually make this big brown building like an L-shaped building. If we bring this all along the back here, how's that looking shape-wise? So we're going to have kind of an L-shaped brown building here. Then we're going to have the slopey bit in the middle. We'll have a second story on the brown bit, so that'll really make that pop. And a metallic bit over this side. Think that's going to work? I guess the only way we're going to know is to actually start building this up. And this is going to be inside the building, so I think it makes sense to actually have this part here a bit more open. Let's just start by building up this packed mud area. Maybe to that sort of height. That should be tall enough to get a train through. That's better. We can see the shape of the building now. But I think next up I want to sort this bit here, because this bit here is going to be quite tall, and then this building is kind of going to be in between the two, so I think it makes sense to work here next. Something like that should do the job nicely. Now let's work out this building in the middle. Placing bone blocks has such a satisfying sound, but from a basic colour standpoint, I think this is going to work quite nicely. I want to build up the top bit here next. We are going to have an extra floor, maybe 2 on top here. And for that, we're going to be using red brick, but I also want to use some of this brown terracotta as well. I think that could work well as a sort of divider line between the floors. But I think that's looking pretty good. It's coming along quite well, but I do want to stick another floor on top here, I think. But probably just on this side here because, well, this is going to be a power station, so I might leave this area here flat so we can stick some big old chimneys on it. And let's get to placing a whole lot more brick. Have I actually got much left? Is that too tall now? Feels like it might be a little bit too tall. So I think what I'll do to test that is get the roofs on these 2 bits here, and maybe that'll kind of make up for it. Maybe we should get the chimneys in as well, actually. I do want these 2 buildings to have flat roofs. Let's maybe stick some tuff around the edge here. Have that overhanging at the front as well. And I think on this building at the back here, I'm actually going to make it stick out a little bit as well. So how does that look? Yeah, I think that works. It's nice to have a bit of relief on there. Maybe we should do that on the front of these as well, but we'll sort that out later. I really do need to get the chimney stacks in so I can see if that building on the right is too tall or not. Which means first we need a roof surface. Just an andesite roof I think should do for now. And what we're going to do is grab some of these large andesite boilers. We're going to grab some andesite train holes. And, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Yes, I can make the middle bit of the roof a bit taller. And spacing-wise, yep, I think that's going to work nicely. The question is, how tall do we go with these ones? Maybe about there? And then we'll use the normal andesite train holes. And do I have any iron ones of these? Now, what I'm thinking is having a few of those on top. And I have made some of these streamlined smokestacks. How does that look for a chimney stack? I think that's looking pretty good, actually. Let's get another one in on this side. And I want to try something different on the top of this one just to do a comparison. So I am wondering if the darker ones at the top here might look a bit better. Tell you what, I think I do prefer the darker ones. Yeah, there we go. That looks cool. I like that. And I think these holes are not part of base Create. I think they're actually from Create Steam and Rails, or maybe even Create Deco for the bottom ones. Oh, Create Design and Decor, actually, these large ones. But they do look really cool, and I love using them for chimneys. Next up, I think I need to get a roof on this lower bit here, a roof on the top, and maybe even get some windows in. Although they're looking a bit square at the moment, so I think maybe arching off the top with some copycat stairs and maybe some panels. That could look good. Let's crack on. Although I think I'm going to go have another lem sip soon. This cold's really starting to annoy me. I'll spend the next few hours feeling sorry for myself while I place the windows, added a roof made from deep slate to the tallest building, and added a small, shallow, slabbed roof to the lower part of the build. I added a few more windows, as well as an outside walkway between the 2 taller parts of the building, and as much as I was liking the direction it was going, it definitely needed some highlights and darker patches. So I mixed in some diorite and limestone with the bone block walls, some tough and andesite pillars alongside the stone pillars we've used already, and then I softened the mud brick wall with some brown mushroom blocks and packed mud. For the red brick part of the building, I broke up the walls with some granite alongside some other brick variants, and then I just sort of went around adding some fans and pipes and things like that just to tie the building together a bit nicer. But a few more additions to the outside with a path and a car park finished it off even more. But to really finish off the outside, I want to get some gravel in. I have not thought about this at all. Okay, we're going to need to adapt this train ever so slightly. I forgot it's hollow under there. And that was me thinking that would be really cool if we came back after that montage bit with me riding a train and laying gravel, but yeah, okay. I see how it is. Now, I think I have a fairly simple fix for this. If we just put in a station, disassemble this train, and we just need to add some deployers to the front, and that should do it. We'll set them to dirt, get these boxes loaded up, and hopefully that should solve our problem. Or not, wait a minute. These need to be one lower. That's better. Now let's just glue those on, assemble the train. Well, that's still not working for some reason. What have I done wrong here? Do they need to go even lower? I think they might do, you know. Let's try that again. And hopefully it's going to work this time. Yep, there we go. Third time's the charm. Let's just do a quick lap of this area and then we'll be good to actually start the power station. We don't need to talk about that horse. There we go, that's looking much better, and we've got a lovely building to be working with. We've just got to figure out how we're actually going to get power station into it now, but I think that's come out quite nicely. And when it does come to building a power station in here, we're not going to struggle for space. I do need to get some lights down, clearly. Let's just hang a couple of lanterns up here for now. Deal with the home invaders, get out of it. So, for this power station, what I'm thinking is we'll probably have a few tanks here for storing lava because, well, the ceiling's not very high here. But on this side, we should be able to get in a few steam engines. 3 or 4 maybe? I'd rather have too much power than not enough after all. And then we've also got a room above this area here, and of course we've got plenty of space upstairs in this area too. So yeah, I mean, this might be a little bit too big for a power station, but I'm sure we'll figure out what to do with the other space, if anything. The important thing is it looks good from outside. Now, if we're making a power station, we're going to need a whole lot of fluid tanks, we're going to need some more steam engines, we're going to need a bunch of pipes, which to be honest, is probably the only thing we do have enough of. We're also going to need some copper casings, we're going to need mechanical pumps. Yeah, I think we need to go craft some stuff, don't you? And thinking about it, we're also going to need a bunch more blaze burners. We've got 4 there with blazes in, and we've got 3 empty ones. So yep, we're going to have to go capture some more of them as well. Let's get this done. Well, that should just about do it. I've got loads of bits gathered, and hopefully that's going to be enough to actually sort out this area. Now, the first thing we're going to do is get in some lava storage tanks. Although I still haven't decided how I'm going to get lava over here yet. So that's something we're going to have to work out. Maybe 3 storage tanks for that, and I think we'll just fill them up from in front. And then we'll connect all these pipes underground later once we figure out how we're actually going to get lava over here. And I think something else I want to do is make this look nice as we go along. So maybe we can just sort of extend the bone building out a little bit. Maybe fill up these gaps between each of the storage containers. Yeah, this could look all right. And maybe a little bit of lighting as well. The zinc lamps should work perfectly for that. Right, okay, that's lava storage sorted. So the question is, how many boilers do we want in here? And do I maybe want to sink the blaze burners down so they're not visible? Might look a bit better, mightn't it? And each of these are going to be 3 by 3, so maybe let's just get some in here. And maybe get 4 in. Make sure there's a nice gap below as well, because we're going to need to feed in all the pipes and all that malarkey. We want these to be max size boilers, which means these need to be 8 high, I believe. Yeah, I think that should work nicely. And each of these is likely going to need a couple of water pumps to make sure it's got enough water going in. So we'll do that down the front here. And then once again, we'll get all that connected underground as well. Now, next step, I'm going to want to be able to get up the top here. But first, I think I want to extend this wall out a little bit. So let's bring this out to here. In fact, let's stick a torch down as well, because otherwise bad things will probably happen. And if we put a walkway in at maybe this level, and then we can extend this walkway all along here and hopefully round the front as well. And then we'll work out a way that this will take us up to the top floor. I don't think I'm going to put a floor in here. I think if a train's coming in, that's probably going to look a little bit weird. weird. But if we extend this round, we can meet up with the doors that go to the outside bits. And hopefully, if I punch a hole in this wall about here, yeah, look at that. We can get straight down into this room here as well, which I think is what I might make my control room. I don't know if it's going to be big enough, though. But we'll deal with that later. For now, I think what I need to do is work out how we're going to get stairs coming up here. And it would probably help if I brought some stairs with me. I think we've got some in storage. Let's have a look. Stairs acquired. Let's get some of these in up along this wall. And that could cause a problem. Let's just remove that and pretend it's not there. Guess we're going to have a bend in the stairs and go this way. Nope, almost. There we go. Get some safety rails on, of course. And there we go. We've now got access to the top area, which is good because I need to add some steam engines. We're going to stick 9 of these on top of every tank, then attach a whole load of shafts. And there we go. All our power's going to come out on this side here. I think that works quite nicely, although I do want to fill in these gaps here. How about maybe some girders? And at the top here, we'll attach it there. And I think, can you not put shafts through girders? Is that a thing? I'm sure that's a thing. It is a thing. Perfect. That just gives it a bit more structural support at the top here. So with that in mind, let's just sort out the rest of these. Then I think we could do with some lights at the front here. So how about putting a shaft and a bracket and a chain and one of these yellow tube lamps. All right, that's looking pretty good, and that should do the trick. I just need to route all the power down now. Not that we're creating any yet, but we'll get to that shortly. Now, I'd quite like this power to be, well, powerful. Going full speed. That's what I meant. Do I have a speed controller? I do not, but I think all I need to make one is that and that, right? Yes, excellent. So maybe if I replace this one here with a large cog, put that in there up to full speed, grab a vertical gearbox for in there, and then just attach all these across the front, that should work. Then I can just extend that shaft all the way down. Wonderful, and that'll be our power. Something else I'd like to do, if I do that and stick another vertical gearbox in, and then I don't have what I need on me. Typical, I need a little bit of redstone. Then we're going to make ourselves a couple of compasses, and then we're going to make ourselves 2 speedometers, turn one of them into a stressometer, have a quick nap, and with these attached to the side here, we'll know how fast we're going, which should be full speed, 256, and we'll also know how much stress we've got available. Let's just give those a little bit of support. That'll do. All right, so we're going to generate power up there, send it down here. That's all good. But what we need to do is pump water into this thing to actually get it up and running. And lava, but we'll cover that in a minute. Let's solve the water problem first, and that should be fairly straightforward. Just need to uncover all the pipes here, and we'll just make ourselves a little water tank at the bottom. Then we can just extend these pipes down a little bit and add some pumps. We'll link them all up with a bunch of cogs. Perfect, but there's something else we're going to need to add here as well, and that is a Kickstarter system of some kind, because we need to make sure at least one of these is getting some water so that the power can kick in and then power all the rest. So we're going to have a separate system over here, just powered by a water wheel, and that will make sure that we've always got at least some water going in. And to make that happen, we're just going to stick a water wheel in here, give that some power, and there we go. That's going to start pumping water just into this first plant here. Right, there we go. That's now getting a little bit of water, so... Oh, we are actually producing some passive energy, 2,000 SU, and that's just from the heat from the burners. But we need to fill them with lava, because that's what's going to power these things up properly. Step 1 is going to be to add a whole lot of pipes, just like that. And now I need to link these pipes over to the lava storage tanks, which are just over there. This general direction. Let's see if I can find the holes. There we go. There they are. So we'll bring that pipe to here. We'll just connect all these up into one big pipe. And we're going to need power for these as well. So let's just turn that way. Get a pump in there, going the other way preferably. Like that. The cog. Wonderful. Right, so that's the lava all hooked up. I've also put in a switch here because until we actually get lava pumping in, there's a little bit too much stress on the system. So we need to make sure that this lava pump here and the water pump at the other side can run independently. And then once that's up and running and got enough power, I'll be able to flick a switch upstairs and that will turn on the rest of the power plant. Now, however, we need to work out how we're going to get lava into these tanks here. And my initial thought was to use a train and then have a train that goes into the nether, brings back lava, and so on. But on reflection, I don't think I want to make somewhere that has a portal where the train goes through a portal into the nether and so on, because that's going to take up quite a lot of space. And trying to get that to not look weird could be a little bit difficult. So that leaves us with two other options. We could either make an infinite lava pool under here, but we do already have one, or we could pump the lava all the way from over there over to here. And I don't think I fancy doing that. And there's every chance we're going to need lava over here for some of the production processes we want to do anyway. So I think it makes sense just to add in another infinite lava pool below here, which means I need to dig a really big hole. Well, I made a terrible choice of where to put this. It turns out the hole is flooded. I'm just pulling the drill back up now, but yeah, we're going to need to do something about this. Don't know if I've got any sponges or not, so if not, we might have to go raid an ocean monument, which was not on my list of things to do today. Good news, it turns out we do have sponges. I forgot that we did actually get some to drain out the bottom of the boat right at the start of the series, so hopefully this will do the trick for us. Although because it's quite a big area, we're probably going to have to section it off a bit, but what I want to do is just go from the start here, because I'm not sure it's all actually source blocks. Yeah, there we go. Look, I think I've taken out the source blocks at the top, and now it's kind of flowing away. Maybe we need a little bit more missing from over here. Yeah, look at that. The water level is falling. Okay, awesome. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. Now we just need to get some lava in there. So first thing I'm going to do is steal a bit of power from over this side. Stick down a fluid pump. Then I'm going to temporarily just dismantle this part of the pipework. Bring that up here. Stick a pump in there as well, facing the other way. Then we just need a couple of cogs in here and here, and a hand crank just to lower this pump down a little bit. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do is feed lava into here, and that's going to fill up our pit for us. And the easiest way for us to do that is going to be to grab this pipe and just take it outside where we've got more space. And we're going to build ourselves a little minecart contraption here. So if we do that and that, and then we're just going to build on top here. And we're going to build a giant fluid tank. We're going to make this as big as we can. Just use up all of the rest of the fluid tanks I have. Which looks like it's going to be about that. Which can hold 1,224 buckets. I'm going to need to use this 10 times, but it'll do the trick. Let's just lock rotation, take a torch down, and grab that. Now we just need to steal some lava from over here, and I'm basically going to be going backwards and forwards, filling up this tank, and then emptying it into the new pit. Well, that took absolutely ages, so I ended up using up all the rest of my copper, and I've actually made 3 more of these. So we've got these 2 here, and what I'm going to do is, first off, just put that there so we don't leak lava everywhere. We're going to turn these on, pick them up, and then we're going to replace them with some more empty ones. That way, I won't need to go backwards and forwards quite so much. These can stay here and get filled up. Excellent. And we can go empty the other 2 in the meantime. But either way, this is probably still going to take me a couple of hours to actually get all of the lava in there. So I think I'm going to go do some editing while this happens. So let's just make sure that that is going into our pool. Looks like it. Excellent stuff. And then once these 2 are empty, we'll go swap them for the full ones again, and so on. And then hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll actually be ready to power everything up. Well, it took almost 3 hours, but our pit is now filled up, and I've just rewired the back here so that it'll pump into the tanks, and it'll pump into the power station bits itself, which means I don't really need the tanks anymore. But I think if we fill them with lava, at least it will look better, right? So let's just switch the direction on that. And that's now pumping lava into all of our blaze burners. Excellent. Which means I can remove all of this pipe. We'll clean that up in a moment. But more importantly, we should be able to switch this now and get full power going at the top there. They should speed up massively. Let's hope it works. Oh, it looks like I've broken the water somewhere. Ah, I'm missing a gearbox here. Let's chuck that in there. And still no water. Oh, geez. Oh, I see. I need to set that to receive. Now if I do that, then hopefully these should start getting water. Although apparently not. I think I've done these pipes a little bit wrong. Right, there we go. I've just lowered it. That should help. 3rd time's the charm. Hopefully that worked. Yep, there we go. We've got water now. Which means we've also got 580,000 SU. Oh, that's going to be plenty. But what I want to do now is sort out a central control room. And there is a reasonable amount of space down here. I could possibly expand down here if needed. But I think I want to do this up here. Just because this room's a little bit out of the way, it feels like a nice place to have a central control room. And the plan here will be to eventually control all of the factories in the area, or I'll be able to turn them on and off individually. But obviously those factories don't exist yet, so I think I just need to get the infrastructure in for now. And I have an idea of how I want this to work. work, but of course it is all just going to be placeholder at the moment because we don't have any factories to actually turn on and off. But if we were to just do something like this, just have like a wall of these blocks, I can then put redstone links below, put some lights on top just to show when a factory is either on or off, and then I just need a bunch of switches, and I think these breaker switches are going to work best, but I do need to go get myself some brass. So if we put these breaker switches on here, when we turn these on and off, that's going to allow us to turn on and off the other factories. We'll of course just link up these redstone links as and when we need them, but yeah, we also want this room to look a little bit better than this, don't we? So we're just going to try something out here. If I was to do that, is that just going to give us a nice shape at the top? Yeah, I quite like that. Then for labeling, maybe we can just do something like this. And then we can just write on the signs when we know what each of these is going to turn on or off. And then lastly, I think a display board telling me how much power I actually have left is probably also going to be a good idea to have up here. Let's just hook this up through the ceiling here. Then we'll just add a few brackets for supports. And now we just need to get some numbers on this board. And of course, we're going to do that with some display links. So if we click there and then go all the way down to our little stressometer things down here, we'll stick that on there. First up, we'll show how much is being used. That should now be, yep, there we go, displayed on this board. Excellent. We'll stick another one on to show how much is remaining, and we're going to put that on line 3. And to be honest, I don't really need a speed controller, so I'm actually going to change this one here. Not speed controller, speedometer, but I'm actually going to change that to another stressometer. Stick that in there, and that way we can link up a third one that will show us the total. And I know I could put that anywhere else on the system as well and get the same results, but I kind of like the idea of keeping it all together. And I really don't need to know how fast these things are spinning. So we're going to set this to line 5, have the total capacity, prefix that with total, and then there we go. We've got all the information we could possibly need up here. And with that, the actual power plant part of the power plant is done. We're generating power. We can control the power as and when we need to. The last thing I want to do is just get in a floor at the top here and put in a few finishing touches, really, just to get this. See, look, Enderman griefing is definitely still on. I must fix that. You're annoying and I hate you. Oh, I looked at him. Now he hates me. But anyway, I've got a little bit more building to do, so I'll see you in just a moment. And a short while later, I think I'm done with our power plant. At least for now. We've still got some empty space in there. So I have tidied up out the front here as well, just so we've got the road that comes in. This is the car park and so on. And then this is going to connect up to the main loop road that's going to go around all of the factories. But let's go check the inside, where it's empty. I've done absolutely nothing with this area. I don't really know what to put here. I mean, I kind of want to make sure that it's something useful, something related to the power station and so on. So if you do have any ideas, please do let me know in the comments. I've also added in another floor upstairs here, so we can now traverse all the way around here and give us another whole great big empty floor, which once again doesn't have a purpose as yet, but it's always nice to have a bit of extra space for things. Although what those things are, I have absolutely no idea. I've also put in some rail signals, not that I think we're actually going to have any trains coming through here anytime soon, although I mean, I could potentially use that for storage and then use trains to bring everything in and store things up there. I don't know. I think I probably want a different building for storage, but I don't know. These are all things we'll work out as we move forward in this area. Now we have power over here. We're going to be doing a lot of moving forward. I'm very much looking forward to getting some of these factories up. And good news, I think we have a solution to our sound problem, which we're going to tackle next episode. Thanks to the comments, I've discovered yet another mod, and this one actually seems to do what I want it to do, which is awesome. We'll also work out what we're doing with the drivers as well. I have seen your comments, I've seen all your ideas, and I think I've made a decision on that too. But that's all going to have to wait for the next episode, I'm afraid. I hope you've enjoyed this one, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Custom sounds. A blessing and a curse that I've been battling with for the last few months, but I think I finally have a solution. We've spent the last 3 months or so building a theme park, but to add that extra level of immersion, I've been trying, and failing, to add custom sounds to the different areas, including that scream you just heard, music in the different areas, which I've currently got turned off because, well, it just doesn't really work very well, lots of other ride-triggered sound effects, and of course, some general ambiance. Now, to get this to work, I have tried numerous mods, including Etched and a port of I Am Music Player, but I keep running into the same issue: sound limits. As I mentioned a couple of episodes ago, Minecraft can only play up to 8 mood sounds at a time, and the mods I've been using to add custom sounds, they use mood slots, and this means as soon as 8 sounds are loaded, no more will load, no matter how hard I try. Considering I've got jukeboxes with music on loop in lots of different areas, even when I leave the area, they just don't get unloaded. They continue to take up one of the mood slots. And until I restart the game, they're just there, taking up the slot, and it's not good. It has been a complete pain. Today, however, all that changes. Let's jump over to a creative flat world. So thanks to this comment from Astra002, I've discovered a mod called Water Frames, which does not play custom sounds at all. But what it does do is play custom video. Be that a YouTube link, a Google Drive link, or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But the important thing is, with this mod, I can play as many videos as I like, and they will all have sound, because they don't use the mood sound slots. And when it comes to bringing the video into the world, we have a range of options here. We've got like an old school TV, we've got big TVs, medium TVs, we've even got a projector, which we can kind of set to any size. But the one we're going to be using is this, which is just a 1x1 frame. So if we look on the left at the moment, we can see we're currently playing 0 out of 8 mood sounds, which is how it usually is, unless you're playing a music disc. But if I open up this frame, paste in a link to my good friend Throwlash's latest video, and then have a look at that, if we click the play button...
This is just simply the greatest combination of mods ever.
You can hear it playing the sound, but it's not taking up one of my sound mood slots.
Thing in the world.
And that means I can put Throwlash on every single one of these screens. And as you can hear, that's a whole lot of Throwlash, but that's still using 0 out of 8 mood sounds. Let's quickly get rid of that. That might have been a little bit too much. So the good thing is we have a way we can make it work. We can just hide these little 1x1 panels all over the place. The only thing I need to do differently is I need to render out each sound I want to use as a video instead of just audio. But if that's all I have to do to get this to work, I am more than happy to do so. This has been a long time coming. But not only that, these frames also have a bunch of other cool features, but let's hop back into the main world to explore those. And hopefully fix our sound issue once and for all. I want to see a whole lot of We Love Astra002 comments on this video. What a hero. And the good news is once we've fixed this sound issue, we can crack on and make some factories. And to fix the issue, the first thing I need to do is find out how to make these frames. So, tinted glass, iron ingots, glowstone, and a remote control. Okay, what's this? Buttons, iron. Okay, so this bit's easy. This, however, is a bit more difficult because I don't think I have any tinted glass at the moment, so that means we're going to need to go get ourselves some amethyst. But the good news is, in Create, I believe, yeah, look at that, we can actually crush down the blocks as well. So, yeah, that should be okay. Other than that, we just need glowstone again, but I turned all my glowstone into zinc lamps a couple of episodes ago, so we're going to need to get some of that as well. Let's go see what we can find. So far, I'm not finding anything. I thought if I looked over the ocean, I might be able to spot a geode, but no joy yet. Oh, hello. Is that one there? Perfect. What else was it? A bit of redstone, some iron, some copper, which thankfully we still have some left despite how much I used last episode making those tanks. And I need a whole bunch of stone buttons. And I'm going to need to make some tinted glass, which means I need glass, but I know I don't have any of that. How much sand have I got? 16! And it's not a lot of sand. So I'm going to have to grind up a whole bunch of gravel. We'll chuck that in here, and we'll grind up all of the amethyst as well. Excellent. And now we'll cook up the sand. Let's remember to turn my magnet off this time. Pretty soon, we're never going to have to do all of this routine again because we're going to be automating all of this stuff, and I cannot wait. It's been a long time coming, let's be honest. And now we've got the glass. We can make tinted glass. I think it's made like that. Yeah, look at that. And to be honest, 2 stacks is probably more than enough, so let's just put the rest of this in our bag. We'll chuck that in storage. The last thing I need is some stone buttons. So, speaking of storage, let's head back there. So, let's make a few stacks of buttons. Now, we can make our remote controls. So let's make a stack of those. And we can make our frames, which annoyingly, we can only do one at a time. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Although, if I fill up all these other slots, I guess I can make it a little bit quicker and just sort of do that. Either way, this is still going to take a minute. Well, I've made 32 for now. That's going to be more than enough for our current needs. Now, let's have a quick nap and go see what we can do. Now, first things first, let's remove that jukebox. Won't be needing that anymore. What we're going to do is if I just break that block, I'm going to stick the frame on the side there and have a look at all the things we can do. So the first thing I need to do is put the link into our song. And there we go, that is playing. Wonderful. And then if I bind that remote, what I can do is I can start and stop the music. But I can also adjust the volume. So we can test that from a distance. But what I want to do here is actually up this to 64 blocks. So that's the beauty about these frames. I can set these blocks as large or as small a radius as I need to have the sound effects in the right place. Which is excellent news for the cave on the log flume. And even better than that, they can be controlled by redstone. I'm absolutely in love with these things. So let's just put that back in there. Wonderful. And see how far that travels. Oh, that didn't travel very far at all. Wait a minute. Did I not set this to 60? Ah, I think I might have forgotten to click save. There we go. Now, this should travel quite far. Here, it would seem, which is not as far as I would have liked, but that's absolutely not a problem because the jukeboxes were very similar. I think they might have gone a little bit further. So I've added the frames in down along Main Street, and there is one downside to them, and that is that they're not actually synced up. So I've had to space them apart far enough so that as one song fades out, the next one kind of fades in. And that's definitely better than not having the sounds loading at all. Although what I need to do now is convert all of my audio files into video files so I can do the rest of the sounds. But don't worry, I'm not going to make you sit through all of that. You don't need to see that. But anyway, now I've got a beaming smile on my face. Look, can't you see it from my character in between my beard? See that? Let's just pretend there's a great big smile there because I am happy about that. Very, very happy. Something else that's going to make me happy is working on the next building over here. Maybe not this exact spot, but definitely in this area. And if we get our clipboard out from last episode, we've done power, so that's all good. We can tick that off. But what I want to do today is work on the shinies. So iron, gold, zinc, copper, and, well, anything else that's shiny, I guess. Hence shinies. So we're going to need a new factory building. We're probably going to need to lay out where a few of the roads are going as well, just so we can work out how it's all going to connect together. We're going to need some kind of crossing across the rail over this side as well, so the vehicles and whatnot can get down there. Because, yeah, I'm thinking we might actually make a few cars and things like we did last season, driving all of our goods around, because, well, that just looked cool. So we'll probably do something similar to that over here. So I think it makes sense to maybe start with that. We'll mark out some roads, we'll work out where a few other bits and bobs are going to go, and then once we've done that, we can start planning out our factories. I'm really looking forward to this, can you tell? Well, that took a little bit longer than I hoped, but look at this. We have a great big road in place. And if I just jump into free cam here, it's basically just a big old circle at the moment. We're going to have factories in the middle here. We're going to have a little road that goes over to this side where we're probably going to have another factory, let's be honest. And I don't really know what we're going to do with these spaces yet. We'll figure that out later. But this road here will also go down to the lower section, and we're going to have the train station in here. And there'll be enough space there for at least the carriages, even if the engine can't fit in. But, yep, that'll be fine. That means we're ready to build our first factory, which is going to be all of our shiny things like iron and gold and so on. So we're probably going to end up with a few different buildings here, I would imagine. So more of a factory complex, I guess. To work out how much space we're going to need for each one, though, we're going to need a factory diagram. So let's go get some frames and some other bits and bobs. So I think what we're going to do is start from the back and work our way forward. So we're going to be trying to get iron, gold, copper, and zinc initially. We are going to try and get some other things as well, but let's start with these because we can get all of these from tuff. To get tuff, we need 3 ingredients. We need lava, we need diorite, and we need andesite. Now, to get andesite, we need to mix together diorite and cobble. So now we just need to get ourselves some diorite, and that is fairly straightforward. We just need to mix cobble with quartz. So now we need to get quartz, which we can get from soul sand. We get soul sand from sand, which we get from gravel, which we get from cobble. So that is what's going to lead us all the way up to these 4 things here, which is awesome. What we can then do, of course, is turn this stuff into ingots, and we can mix those together to make brass. Something else we can then do is actually take some andesite from here and some iron nuggets from here and make andesite alloy. So we've actually ticked off most of the shinies so far. Thing is, we're also going to get some byproducts, so I'm just going to spread these out a little bit more. I've completely destroyed the floor there. Let's just put that back. So when we turn gravel into sand, we also get clay, which I don't have any of with me. Got me some around here somewhere. There we go. And another byproduct we're going to get when we crush cobble down into gravel is flint, which I also don't have any of. So let's just quickly smash up some of this. I'm sure we'll get one eventually. There we go, and I think that covers everything. Hello, buddy. Glad you're stuck behind that rail. Stop looking at me like that. Something else I'd like to do is actually just siphon off some quartz as well. So I'm just going to put a trail all the way up to the top here. We'll make sure we're getting that too. And that covers most of our shinies all from cobble. So yeah, we're going to need quite a big cobble generator. But that doesn't quite cover all of the shinies, because something else I'd like to get is diamonds. And just a side note, these recipes will of course work in the Perfect World 2 mod pack, but I think most of them actually come from Create additional recipes. So if you can't actually make these in your Create world, be sure to add the Create additional recipes mod as well, and then you should have access to all of these. But anyway, getting diamonds. This is actually fairly simple. So if we just go down here, to get diamonds, we need to mix lava with coal blocks. We get coal blocks from coal, and I don't have any on me, but we actually get coal from charcoal, and we can, of course, get charcoal from wood. So we just need a tree farm. And then we can go from trees to diamonds. So that is our factory diagram. That's what we're going to be building today. Or more accurately, that's what we're going to be building in this area over here. I don't know if we'll get all of that done today. That's quite a lot to build, especially considering I don't even have a building to put any of this in yet. So I guess I should probably start planning this out. And we're going to start our planning over here. So first thing we want to do is work out, I guess, how we're going to split this factory up. So we're going to need a big cobble generator, and I'm hoping if we build it big enough, we might actually be able to use that cobble for other factories as well. I do have a cobble generator we're making that I've not made before, so we'll see how that goes. But then if we use this first building, maybe that sort of size, we can always make it bigger if we need to. Then this can be for making the courts. Then we'll have a building next to that, which I guess we can use for making everything up to tuff. So that's going to be andesite, diorite, and the tuff itself. I'm thinking this building's probably going to need to be quite long because we're going to be basically using lots and lots of mechanical crafters to get all of this up and running. Unless I happen to come across a better way, but I think that's how we need to make diorite and andesite. And then we're going to need a third building for processing the tuff, which will get us all of the shiny things. And then we need to make all the variants of the shiny things we need. But that shouldn't need quite so much space. I reckon that'll probably do it. And then maybe we should have a small building here as well. I don't think it needs to be anything too big. And we'll use this for making the brass and the andesite alloy. And then that leaves plenty of space over here for making the diamond factory. And as a factory complex, I think that should work. We've got some space here to bring in vehicles, pick stuff up, turn them around, and so on as well. And these are likely to change size and shape as we actually get the factories in place, but this is definitely a good starting point. Now we're going to start here with the quartz factory, so I'm just going to get a floor in quickly. And I think this light grey concrete works a treat. That should work nicely. Now, we need to build a cobble generator, and for that, I think I'm probably going to need to go grab loads of resources, as is usually the case. So, okay, we've got enough pumps and probably got enough tanks, thanks to all of the ones we made last episode. Got some gantry shaft. I'm going to need some more bolts and a few other bits and bobs. So let's quickly go do a bit of crafting. So when it comes to the cobble generator, I think I want to actually put this up above the first part of the farm. So it's going to make sense to build that bit up first. And let's just start by placing a few little bits down here. In fact, let's go up another level and I'll explain what this is for in just a moment. If we just do this and then stick a big vault in the end here, then that vault there is what will store our soul sand. But of course, when we crush down gravel and sand, we do end up with flint and clay. And I want to be filtering those out and storing them just in another couple of vaults, I think makes the most sense. We will, of course, then process all this stuff out and use it for other things, but for now, we just need somewhere for it to go, and I think just sticking a couple of belts under here is going to be the easiest way to do that. That should do the trick. I've just got to make sure I remember to put the filters on there before we turn everything on. And we just need a couple of inputs there. And then we want some here as well, which I do need to make sure they're facing the other way. And they're going to only accept soul sand. So still working backwards, what we're going to have is sand dropping down. So if we put in some fans there with some soul campfires in front, then just above here, if we put in some chutes, and then we're going to put all the grinding wheels and so on above this. That should be fairly straightforward. If we just stick a couple of gearboxes in here, connect those with the shafts, and then get a whole bunch of grinding wheels on. But that is only part of it, because I need another set of crushing wheels right here. And that means all the cobble that we're going to generate above here will get turned into gravel. That will then drop through, get turned into sand, which is also going to give us clay and flint. We'll filter those out. And then we're going to cook the sand into soul sand. So that's the first part of the factory kind of done. I just need to install the cobble generator. And this is a generator I've not built before, but looks highly effective. It's a generator built by Trobian. I will link to that in the description, so do go check that out if you want to see how it's built. But I'll bring you back in once it's installed, and then I'll show you how it works. And I'm going to need to get some power over here as well in the meantime, so I should probably sort that out. The cobble generator is in. It's not quite finished, but it's almost there. And I've also got all the power sorted. I've got things blowing in the right direction and spinning the right way. I've also got in some switches as well, because we want to be able to control this from the power station. But the last thing I need to do for this cobble generator is to apply lots and lots of water. In fact, I need to waterlog every single one of these pumps. It looks like I can do it like this. Excellent. So they are all waterlogged. Excellent stuff. Then I just need some fluid tanks on top here. Now I just need to get some lava into these tanks. That should be fairly simple. We're just going to steal some power from here. Make an item drain on the back and a few temporary pipes. And then we'll just chuck some lava on here. And I just need to do that for the other 2 tanks as well. We only need a little bit of lava in there. 6 buckets should do it. And there we go. We've now got 6 buckets in every one of these tanks, and we should be ready to turn this thing on. In fact, let's do just that. So let's turn that on here. Well, I've had to adjust this top bit here, but it sounds like it's working. If I jump into free cam and show you what's going on, essentially, I have absolutely no idea. It's something to do with the water and the lava here, which is generating cobble. And then as the trapdoors go backwards and forwards, it's breaking the cobble, and we are getting lots and lots per minute. In fact, this machine actually generates 320-something thousand per hour, which should be plenty of cobble to supply everything we're doing in this area, to be perfectly honest. That cobble's then getting ground down into gravel and then sand. The sand lands in here and basically sits at the end here until it turns into soul sand, at which point it goes into this vault. We've already got 1,500. Wow. Yeah, this thing is quick. And then we've also got clay going into here and flint going into here because they just get picked up by the chutes. So that's step 1 of the factory complete, and I should really go to sleep. There's mobs everywhere. But now, though, I am going to turn off the cobble generator, and I'm also going to give the soul sand its own power as well. There we go, and now we can control soul sand separately from the cobble. This is good. So we've done up to this point here. What we now need to do is wash the soul sand to get quartz. I think that should be fairly simple. I think we also get a byproduct of gold nuggets, actually, which I didn't put on the diagram over there, so we're going to need to sort those out as well. So with that in mind, let's maybe take the quartz out of there. Gonna need to grab some power, so let's grab that from back here. Then we just need a couple of fans, and they are going the wrong way. Easily solved, though. We just need an extra gearbox in there. Now, the fans are going in the right direction. Let's just put in a few of these. With another vault here to collect all the quartz. I don't think it needs to be too big, though. That should do it just nicely. And we just need a couple of collection things there, filtered for quartz. And I'm going to need some more smart chutes, but I think I've run out. Yep, no more to be seen. Let's make some more then. And we'll put those smart chutes there. Stick a belt in under here. Have that come up to this bit. And get collected into there. So we're almost done. We just need a couple more belts here and here. A couple more chutes to make sure it goes onto the right spots. Some leaves that we're going to waterlog if I've still got water. I've got a couple. Here we go. And they should now start washing. Excellent. Let's just get the filters on these. And now we just need some power, so I'm going to bring that over from here. So that's that all set up and powered. Everything seems to be going the right way, which is good. But I do also want to be able to control this from the power station. So we're going to stick another clutch in down here. The redstone link, labeled for quartz. Let's make sure that's set to receive as well. Oh, although, thinking about it, I actually need to do this slightly differently because they're inverted. Which means I need a redstone torch there to turn it off. And now when this gets a signal, it will deactivate the redstone torch and turn that part of the farm on, which is exactly what we want. So let's just get a couple of funnels in there. And I think we're good to go. Let's go turn the whole thing on. So we'll activate the cobble, the soul sand, and the quartz. Oh, no, wait a minute. I need to move this signal. I'm powering the clutch there. That's not what we want to do. Let's try that again. And there we go. Now we've got the soul sand coming down. That should start getting washed, although I'm going to reduce how quickly that's coming down, just because we don't want to completely overload everything. And within just a few minutes, we've got 3,500 nether quartz. This thing is producing a lot more than I expected. Then I suppose it was playing catch up with all the soul sand we had in here, which is now empty. So now this should start running at just a normal rate now all the backup's done. And there is also a threshold switch on the cobble generator, so if that vault there gets 75% full, it will turn off the machine until it gets down to 25% again. But there's no way anything on this farm can spill out, which is good. At least there won't be once I've got the other threshold switches in. So let's just do that now. We'll put a secondary switch here, which we'll set to receive. And we'll stick a threshold switch on there. So once this gets 75% full, it will stop and turn off the machine, and then once it gets low again, and so on. So even if it's turned on at the power station, it'll still turn it off over here. And we'll just do the same over here for the soul sand. And there we go. So now if any of these vaults fill up, it will just turn off sequentially. And that means that we can still keep generating cobble even if we've got everything else down here, because it's all on different linked systems, which we can control from the power plant, as well as the individual threshold switches doing their thing as well. This is good. This is also taking a lot longer than I expected. So first things first, let's deal with this flint. And I think I know exactly what we're going to do with this. And it involves a bucket of lava and a chute. Yep, that'll deal with the flint. The clay, however, I would quite like to keep. We are going to do something with that a bit later on. And same with the gold, of course. There's no point letting that go to waste. But for now, we've got our quartz, so I guess that's about the size of our quartz factory. We didn't need quite so much space after all. And now it looks a little bit nicer too. I've just added some supports to make everything make a little bit more sense. And hopefully it'll make even more sense once I wrap a building around this, somehow. I've also got the export tracks here, which is going to be taking the quartz from this box here and the iron from... No, not the iron, sorry, the gold from in here, which you may notice at the top there is now gold ingots. And the clay balls are now getting turned into clay blocks as well round the side here. However, the gold one has now stopped because we are full of quartz. This is completely full already. That means the threshold switch has kicked in and turned off this side of the machine, which is good. And now the soul sand's backing up, and once this is backed up, this will turn off all of this, and then it's just going to fill up the cobble vault up the top here. But before we go any further into the processing side of things, I think we should probably wrap this in a building. And for this building, I think I'm going to use a combination of sandstone and Dean bricks primarily, and we'll see what we can do here. And a little bit of block placing later. I think I've got a rough shape worked out. I just need to get the walls filled in so I can see it properly now, and then we'll worry about how we're going to detail it. Well, the walls are in, the basic shape is there, but just having a great big brick box there is not really what I wanted in a factory, to be perfectly honest. So we've got lots of work to do. I'm going to start with a roof and then go from there and see where we end up. And I guess we're going to end up somewhere like this. It's all right, I guess. Didn't turn out quite how I envisioned, but it does look pretty good. And if we have a look from further afield, we can see this is where the cobble's going to be coming out. This is where the gold and quartz comes out. We've got some details on the side here, such as the garage door. We've got some extractor fans and whatnot. Around the front here, we've got another entrance down the bottom and just some small windows and smaller details. And around this side, it's pretty much just windows. But I've decided to give this place a name. We have Murphy Processing, and this is where we're going to be processing all of the shiny things. So I think that makes sense. And we've still got plenty of space out the front here for actually doing the deliveries and pickups and things like that, which when we build one, we'll actually transfer everything over to a storage warehouse in this area. I've also sorted out the inside. We've got counters now so we can see how much stuff we've got. I haven't bothered counting the soul sand because that's not important. I've made the factory walkable as well. We've got these sort of gantries that go around the top so you can actually have a little look around and fix things and see what's running and what's not and so on. But I think this is going to work nicely for us. We're definitely going to be producing enough quartz. There is so much already. I mean, 34,000. It's going to take us a while to get through that. And the next step is going to be putting that to use. We're going to be converting the cobble from the top and, of course, the quartz from here. And we're going to make andesite, diorite, and tuff. But sadly, that's going to have to wait till next episode. I definitely overestimated how much I'd be able to get done. But hopefully in the next one, we can get some more factories down and start processing even more stuff. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time I solved my custom sound issues by the use of TVs, planned out my metal processing factory, but I only got as far as producing quartz. And today I want to see how much more of this factory I can get built. Starting over here, where we're going to be taking the quartz we produced last time, as well as some cobble, and converting that into andesite and diorite, and eventually tuff, which will get us all the way up to here on our factory diagram, meaning we'll only have a little bit of processing left to do. But for that, I'm going to need a whole bunch of mechanical crafters, funnels, belts, mechanical arms, and basically a whole lot of stuff I don't have at the moment. Well, I guess we're opening with a crafting montage today. Now to make diorite, we need to use mechanical crafters to mix 2 bits of cobble and 2 nether quartz together. So if we just start off creating a line of these, so if we just have those craft like this and then go into this vault, that should work nicely. And they are, of course, going to need to be powered. So let's work that out as well. Then I guess we're going to need 2 mechanical arms for each one of these. That's going to be a lot of mechanical arms. I wonder, maybe we can do it in pairs? So we'd have 1 mechanical arm that's just putting cobble into 2 machines, and another one that's just putting quartz into 2 machines. That should work okay. We'll link them up properly later once we've got all the belts in, but in theory, that should work. Then we just need input funnels on the backs of all of these. That one's also going to need power. All right, that should work. So next up, we're going to need a couple of belts that are going to bring everything in. So if we put one here, we'll just stretch those over to there for now. In fact, I'm going to move this another block further over. So then what I can do is put in a clutch, and that's how we'll control the diorite factory. Next up, I need to bring the quartz across. Let's bring that over this way, and we'll just use chutes to bring that down. So that'll bring the quartz in. Now we just need to bring over some cobble. Alrighty, that should be the cobble coming down. But I think I want more than just 2 of these making diorite. So we're going to extend this out and add maybe another 2 units like this. And a few minutes later, everything is sorted. I've also set up all of these arms to sort of collect from the belts and to put them into the different parts of the machines. That should all work. All I need to do now is turn on the cobble tap, which should be as simple as doing this. And then I need to do the same for the quartz. Now that should start making what we want. Yep, here we go. It's all starting to fill up. And that's going to make us a whole bunch of diorite. So next up, we need to sort out what's happening with that diorite. So we're going to send it off this way and then all the way around to the back here because we're going to need cobble and diorite in order to make andesite. So let's get these belts in and funnels on those vaults. Excellent. We do also need to store some of this diorite, however. So we'll stick one of them there and we'll just have that go into a small vault. And there we go. That should do the trick. And now we just need to make andesite. So this should be fairly simple. So if we were to have, say, 5 mixing bowls, then we'll stick a vertical gearbox in here, connect that to there, stick in a cog because we're going to need some mechanical arms here. 2 should be enough though. So we want the first one to take diorite from there and put it into these bowls here. And there we go. He's doing that. Excellent. And the next one, we want them to take cobble and do the same thing. Chuck it in these bowls. Excellent stuff. Now we just need to raise this up another bit and get a whole bunch of mixers, which I don't think I made. Nope, we have no mixers whatsoever. Let's go flatten some iron. Now we can make a bunch of whisks and some mechanical mixers. And that should now be making andesite. Yep, look at that. Although, I think I want to push all this back another one. I need to be able to put a clutch in it. There we go. That should just about do it. And then we've got our andesite going through here. So that should be going into the item vault and also this way. Nope. Nope, doesn't seem to want to go this way. How about that? There we go. And then that's going to give us diorite and andesite over here, which we need to make tough. And considering we're only 4.5 minutes into the video, I'd say we're making some pretty good progress. Now, to make tough, we just need to mix together our andesite and diorite with some lava, and we have the andesite and diorite right here. So what we're going to do is put in maybe 3 bowls, and we'll put those directly on top there. Actually, let's raise these up by a block. Means we can probably get away with just a single pipe underneath. Then I want 2 depots here, brass funnels. That'll eject all of our andesite and diorites. And what we'll do is steal a little bit of power from around the back here. Get that linked up. Stick in a vertical gearbox with a cog on top. And we're going to use mechanical arms to take the andesite from there and put it into these 3. And the cobble from there and put it into these 3. Although now I need a few more mixers, and I didn't make enough the first time, so let's go flatten some more iron. Woo! I've just seen my arm and realised I'm wearing my Christmas outfit. And that's because I just spent the weekend recording an event with the community, which will be in a video that comes out tomorrow. So we're taking part in the Yogscast Jingle Jam event this year. We're representing Calm. So we have a video coming out tomorrow where the community built an awesome Christmas village on a plot world. And we're doing a fundraising live stream on Friday where we're going to be decorating a giant Christmas tree. Oh, it's going to be a wonderful week. So make sure you keep an eye on the channel and tune into all the fun things. But I should probably go get changed. It's technically still November. There we go. Back in my normal clothes again. Now, what were we making? It was mixers, wasn't it? And we're going to put those directly on here. There we go. That's got all those spinning. I just need to actually pump the lava over here now. And I think the best method for that is probably just going to be to go underground. So if we just jump down here, we'll send a pipe all the way over to the lava pit. Just gonna link that up to there. And look at that, we're now making tough. This is good. Now what I want to do is just get that into a nice big vault. So if we just do this, get a belt in there, then there we go. That's all of our tough being collected. So that's the factory working all the way up to making tough, but currently it's a dumb factory and we need to make it a smart factory. So we want to be able to turn things on and off as and when we need them. And we're going to need to be a little bit cleverer about it this time because we've also got sort of these storage containers here. And I don't want, for example, this one to fill up and turn off the farm because then it means we're not going to be making andesite for the tough machine. And same with the diorite. I need to make sure that we've got diorite going into both these places all of the time. The question is, how am I going to do that? I think I've got a plan, but let's just quickly work out the logic for this over here. So, for example, if we have diorite that's going into two different places, imagine these are threshold switches on top of containers. They're going to check how much stuff is in each one. When it gets full, it's going to send out a redstone signal. And this one is going to do the same thing. And then on the receiving side, we've got a clutch. Yes, I'm fully aware that's actually an encased chain drive, but I don't have any clutches on me right now. You're just going to have to use your imagination. But we're going to raise that up by a block just to make our life a little bit easier. Now, I'm sure there's a technical name for the kind of circuit we're about to make. I think it's called an AND gate or something like that, maybe. Because what we want to do is we only want to turn off this clutch if both of these, so this one and this one, are sending out a signal. But it would help if I had some redstone, which I don't. So I'm hoping something like this should work, because if we then put these two redstone things here, just going to give them all a signal of double redstone for now to keep my life nice and simple. Grab a couple of levers for testing, and set these to receive. So if this was a clutch, this torch here should only come on if both of these have got a signal, which will disable both the redstone torches. So if we flick this switch... Ah, dang it. So let's just rectify that problem by actually giving these different signals. Clever beardy. So now when just one of them fills up, nothing will happen. The machine will keep running, but as soon as I flick this switch, this will then disable the clutch. So this is how we need to implement things, basically, which means I do need to put in a small storage thing here, so we've actually got something to read for the diorite. So if we just put that in there and grab some funnels, we'll have an input there and an output there. Then that means we can put threshold switches on this one and this one to read for the diorite, and then this one and this one to read for the andesite. And then I also need to put in a clutch for this system here, which we'll probably just squeeze in under there, so that when the tough is full, that turns off this machine. And then I need to link it all up to the power station as well. But until I make myself some more threshold switches, I'm not going to be doing much of anything. So I'm just going to potter around and get all of these boring powery bits in, and once it's all up and running, I'll bring you back and we'll start making lots of shiny stuff. A short while later, and I've got it all sorted out, although I did actually change it in the end. I didn't need an AND gate. What I've done is I've just added a buffer box on each of the single lines. So on this single line of diorite here, this is the box that's being read. Right, okay, that box was full and the scaffolding wasn't actually stopping the blocks, so they were kind of like bouncing around. That's good to know, and tells me I probably need to make a couple of other changes around here. Now that's going to start backfilling this box, and when this box gets full, it's going to turn off the diorite thing, which is good. Although I think this might have only backed up because we had everything turned off, but now this is back on, it should all filter out, I guess. I don't think we're going to end up with too much backed up here. It says as it backs up quite a lot. But the good news is we're making tough, and we're making it pretty quickly. Next up, we need to process the tough, and that's going to be in this building over here. But before we do that, there's a couple of things I want to do. One of which is fix this floor where I put the pipe in and made all the gravel fall out. Let's just quickly do that. And next up, I think I want to get this factory wrapped in a building. It doesn't need to be anything too big. I think just a single-story warehouse type building would do this. That should work quite nicely. It's not perfect by any means, but it's certainly a good start. It's still lacking most of the detail, it needs some texture on the roof, and I still need to finish off the interior. Although I have added a few safety bars up here and there, and also got all of the things we need transporting through. So we've actually got this belt that runs all the way around the outside, This is the one that actually connects up and we'll be bringing in the gold ingots. And they're just going to go right around the outside of this factory building and into the next one for storage. We're also bringing up the andesite here so we can make some andesite alloy in the next building. And we're bringing up the tuff because, well, that's what we're going to be crushing to get most of our resources. And we're going to be doing that in this building over here. We just need to bring them across. I have had to alternate the tunnels here because otherwise things get split between all the belts and we don't need that. But the brass ones and the andesite ones actually work independently of each other, so we don't get any crossover. It's just a good way to keep things separated. First things first though, this is the belt we want to be thinking about because this is the one that carries the tuff. Let's bring that over to here. We'll just rotate that round and give it a belt. We're actually going to make that belt just a little bit longer. Stick an additional belt in next to it. A couple of tunnels on top. But I would think 2 grinding wheels will be able to keep up once it gets through the initial backlog. Or crushing wheels, I should say. Do I have any left? I don't think I do. Nope, no crushing wheels whatsoever. Let's go make some of those. Alright, crushing wheels acquired. So what we're going to do is have a couple of chutes there. If we put crushing wheels there and there, stick another chute on the bottom of each of those. Got some coming out the bottom here. Let's just get all this looking nice as well. And we're going to take everything we get out of here and stick it into a vault. It doesn't need to be a big one. It's only a holding area, so that should do nicely. And then what we want to do is have a bunch of belts and filters. In fact, we've used quite a lot of belts. Let's reduce the use of those a little bit. Still going to need one here. But let's use some item drains instead for a change. And then they're going to need to feed into basins, just like that. They can throw out their goods into probably storage drawers. Finally, at this point. Let's just put 4 of those in. Because ideally, I don't want this machine to stop until the iron is full, which means everything else, we're still going to collect it all, obviously, but we will just void the excess. Because iron is the thing we're going to be using the most of, and there's not really any other way to control when to turn this thing on and off, other than, well, measuring how full these boxes are. But if we're not using much copper, but we are producing loads, I don't want it to stop all the iron production and so on. So yeah, we're just kind of guessing that we're going to use iron more than anything else. Especially considering we're also going to be using iron to sort out the andesite alloy. Oh, in fact, thinking about it, we want to make brass as well. This setup might not work. Let's just remove all this and we'll rethink it. Let's tackle these things one at a time. First off, let's sort out the iron ingots, or nuggets I should say, so we'll have them come out this way, and then we need to split that into 2 different belts. A couple of those should do that just fine. We want one of those belts just to make us some iron ingots, and the rest of it we need to put into a mixing bowl to make andesite alloy, so we also need to get andesite in this one somehow. That's coming in on that gold line there. That probably won't be too difficult. I'm sure we can work something out. First up though, let's get the mechanical presses in for the iron. Now let's get this andesite. So maybe we can just do that, and I think I'm gonna need to make myself some more belts. Do I have any kelp anywhere? I was sure I had some on me, but apparently not. Let's go get some more belts. Just have to fly all the way back again. There we go, there's some in the smoker, that'll do. Although that only gave me 7 belts. Let's get a bit more while we're here. 41, that's more like it. Right, now, where can we bring that belt down to? Here, that should be perfect. Have that as the input. That's the output. And we'll make sure stuff doesn't fly off the end and also make it look nicer. Got to encase all the things. So we just need to add a couple of filters. So that one there will be for iron nuggets. Don't need filters on any of these. Probably doesn't need it, but we'll tell this one that it's making ingots. And this one that it's making andesite alloy. And thankfully, powering this should be fairly easy. Even easier if I can put these in the right way. So first up, let's just get the belts running. There we go, that's all that sorted. But for things like the grinding wheels, I want to have these on a sort of separate system, really. One that I can actually turn on and off. So we're going to start by nabbing some power from up the top here. Link that up to those belts. In fact, if I put a couple of gearboxes in there, then this is where we can put our clutch, and this is where we'll control all the actual machinery in here, because I do want to keep the belts on a separate system. So now we can just get a couple of these in. Get those powered, and they are going the incorrect way, I think. Let's just stick another gearbox in here. There we go, that's better. And we'll figure out where these belts are going to go in a little while. We've got some other stuff to process first. But we don't actually need the nuggets for anything, so this time we can put these 3 directly into bowls and turn them into ingots first. We will use item drains here. And I'm going to need to go grab some bits that we can use for filters, but at least we know where they're going for now. We want entrance funnels on this side. So if we make gold in the first one, that doesn't actually need any further processing, so that's good just to go to there. But the copper and the zinc, we need to split those up because we then need to make brass. If I make this belt here a little bit longer, in fact, let's think about this. I'm probably better off pulling this one out the side. Like that, because then what I can do is I can put brass funnels on those, or tunnels I should say, and then have those feed into a basin that makes us brass. So let's run a little test here. If I chuck on iron, will that go on the item drains? Oh, no, went straight into my backpack. Let's try that again. Will it split onto the drains? It will. Okay, cool. That means we can use less belts. So on this spot here, we're going to need lava and a blaze burner. Go find lava first. It should be off in this direction. There it is. If I find the right backpack, I should have loads of pipes somewhere. Yep, there we go. We'll connect up that bit last because we're not silly. We've made that mistake before. Let's stick a blaze burner on there. And now we can safely connect up the pipe. That would help if I did it in the right place. There we go. Then I need one more basin, a couple more inputs, and a mixer. So that should sort out the brass ingots. So that means we've got iron, andesite, alloy, copper in this one. What's in this one? Gold. Gold will be in this one. Spin that round the right way so our brass comes this way, and then this will be copper or zinc, whatever I didn't say already. Let's just go grab some bits to make the filters, and then it'll make a whole lot more sense to you and me. Oh, although I do need to quickly add the smashers on here as well. There we go. And we'll sort out power for those things in just a moment. We're probably going to take it from there, I'd imagine. But let's not get too distracted. Let's get the filters in before I set it all up, turn it on, and it all explodes. I mean, it won't be that dramatic, but it will still be awkward. Okay, so let's make sure we're getting these filters correct. I want to have copper on that one, then zinc, then gold. That one's going to make gold. That one's going to make zinc, and whoop, that one's going to make copper. Oh, we need to power that belt. A couple of gearboxes should do that. Oh, no, just one. There we go. So they're going to come through here, get split, go into here, and this one's going to be making brass. Now, let's quickly sort this power out. We want to make sure it's on the same system as these grindstones. So let's grab it from the back here, and we can just stick in a couple of vertical gearboxes. That should solve that. Oh, in fact, I always forget it's much cheaper to use chain drives for things like that. There we go. But I also want to stretch this power over to here. There we go, so they're powered. With that, I think we're almost good to go. There's just one more thing we need to sort, and that is the excess gold we have. So let's get some chutes down first off. I want to get a couple of shafts in here. We need to get the gold from over there. Oh, in fact, there it is there. It's already coming out. And we need to bring it up and eventually get it to there. So if we connect all of this up, certainly not the tidiest belt work I've ever done, but it'll do the job. There we go. That'll bring the gold across to, well, currently over here, floating in nothingness. It's almost, but not quite where we want it. Now all I need to do for this is sort out some storage, and I think the most sensible thing to do is just dump it all onto one belt and send it into a drawer system. So we're going to need to make ourselves a drawer controller slave, and I think we've already got some drawers, so at least we don't need to make those, I guess. Back to the park. So we'll stick a drawer controller here with a drawer controller slave on top, and then we'll have a nice wall of drawers. Now if I just give this belt here some power, that's going to start bringing our gold in for us. Oh, and in fact, I've just noticed we haven't powered this. So that should be fairly simple. Let's just use that power there, turn that vertical, and add a cog. There we go. Perfect. Now, here's the big test. We need to add andesite and tough, and hopefully this thing should start producing everything. Oh, it looks like we've got some ingots coming through. It's not the fastest, but at least we're getting stuff. Let's just leave this running for 10 minutes and see how much we get. Well, after staring at that thing for a few minutes, I did make the realization that I put completely the wrong thing in here. It needs to be a mixer, not a press, because we weren't getting any andesite alloy whatsoever. Sure, I had more mixers somewhere. Yep, there we go. So that is going to make the power situation a little bit more awkward. Should be able to solve this, though, with a few chain drives. If we do that, put a cog there. There we go. Now we're getting andesite alloy. That's all powered nicely as well. Good. Now we should get loads of andesite alloy. Well, it's been running for 10 minutes or so. I'd say we're getting a reasonable amount of stuff in. I'm certainly happy with that. Also added in a threshold switch here just so we can turn off the machine once the iron box is full. As I say, these boxes hold so much stuff that when this is full, we're definitely going to have enough of everything else. So with that done, if we go have a look at our factory diagram, or not, it's crawling with mobs. There we go, they've all mysteriously disappeared. But if we have a look at this, we are now producing all of these things, although we could probably do with bringing some quartz over, so we've actually got quartz on that wall as well. But we're producing all of these ingots. The only thing left is diamonds. And that's pretty much just a standalone factory made from birch trees, or at least we get the diamonds from birch trees. And we'll do that in this building over here, which means, I guess, we've got a spare building. I'm sure we'll find something to do in this corner. For now, though, we're fast running out of time for this episode, so what I want to do is get this building all sorted out, because, well, it's just a platform at the moment. And it'll be nice to have this one looking good as well, and then next episode, we'll hopefully get the rest of this area finished. And I guess this build's going to be a bit of a first-person montage, because the other PC is currently rendering out a 59-hour replay mod of what we did over the weekend with Jingle Jam. And it was a lot of fun hanging out with Duncan and Harry from Yogscast, and of course Michael from Calm. That video's out tomorrow, so make sure you check that out. Anyway, on with the building. Guess who went to make a cup of tea and didn't hit record when he came back? Yeah, it was me. It was totally me. And it's times like this I really miss having a replay mod for Forge, because that would have solved my problem. But either way, we have a building in now. We have our third factory building in this area, and this one's a bit more of a modern building compared to the others. It was actually built a little bit later in the story of, I can totally remember the name of this place. Yep, Murphy Processing, that was it. Yep, this in the story of Murphy Processing, they had to expand, you see. They started small, they got slightly bigger, they expanded further, and they just kept making their compound bigger and bigger. But I think this area is coming along quite well. I just need to get the final building in here for the diamond factory, and then decide what I'm going to do in that corner over there, which I do have a bit of an idea for, but I want to see what you guys come up with. So let me know in the comments what you think we should put here. It's quite a small building, so whatever we make in this building is going to need to be, well, quite compact, I guess. So let me know your thoughts. But anyway, yes, this building, I think it's looking pretty good. We've got a bit of detail on the inside as well. I've just put in some catwalks so you can actually get around and see how the machines are doing, see what's going on. And I've left the upstairs open at the moment because I think I do want to bring over the quartz as well. And of course, we're also going to bring over the diamonds, and we're just going to store everything on this wall out the front here, at least for now. Once we have a big old storage unit in this area, I'll actually transport them all to a central position, but for now, they're just going to live here. On the outside, we've got some pipes and tanks on this towery type building. A little bit of detail down this side here, because we do have a road entrance on this side, which we might fence off. I might not actually use it as an access point. Once again, I don't really know until we start getting vehicles in that are going to be taking all the goods around where they need to go. But it's nice to have a few entrances here for options, because I don't know how tightly I'm going to be able to get the rail up here. But overall, I'm very pleased with how that's come out, and I'm looking forward to getting this area finished in the next episode. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. And don't forget about the Jingle Jam stream Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Come hang out. Last episode, I turned the quartz and cobble from this factory into diorite, andesite, and tuff in this factory, then built this building over here to process everything into iron, gold, copper, zinc, brass, and andesite alloy. And today we'll be finishing this complex by adding a diamond factory and another small factory on this corner we have over here. It's a very small area, but I should be able to fit in what I want to, but we'll get to that one later. First up, diamonds. Now, usually diamonds are non-farmable, even in Create, but in the Perfect World mod packs, we also have Create additional recipes, which means we can automate diamonds from compacting coal blocks with lava. And that means we need to automate coal, and I've got a plan on how to do just that. And that plan starts with trees. Now, last season I did make the mistake of using birch and then decorating the area around where the trees were growing with flowers, which resulted in the bee-pocalypse.
Oh my god, there's literally like 100 bees. Mr. B, no.
This time I'm going to be much more sensible, and I'll be using spruce instead. Easily controlled sizes, no chance of bees. Sounds like an advert for spruce. So first up, as always, I need to gather a few things together to make a start on this, and to make the farm more efficient, the first thing I want to do is get me some of that farmer's soil or something. What's it called? This stuff, the rich soil, which means we need a bunch of thyme, but we also need some organic compost, which we can make from bone meal, dirt, straw, and tree bark, or in fact, this one might be a bit easier. That way we don't have to worry about stripping wood, and we can use up some of our rotten flesh. I do, however, still need to go get myself some straw. So let's go make some soil. So we need rotten flesh, we need bone meal, we need dirt, and then we need straw, which we've got some of up there. In fact, we've got loads of tree bark as well. But either way, we've got what we need to make a whole bunch of organic compost. Now we just need this to convert, and I believe if we put it next to water, we'll add in a little bit of extra water here as well, just to make sure. But that should speed up the conversion. And there we go. Now we've got a bunch of soil. Let's just get rid of all this water. And while that was doing its thing, I have got a floor in on this factory now, so we're good to start figuring out where things are actually going to go. And I think I'm going to start just by getting this rich soil in the ground. Now, we've got to think, spruce trees, they can basically have a leaf spread of up to 3 blocks, so we want to make sure we're at least 3 blocks away from this wall and this wall, but I'd also like a little bit of space to be able to walk around. So maybe if we go somewhere like here and just put in a few rows, that should do the trick. So that's where we're going to grow our trees, and then all of the processing, we can do that over here. And to be honest, that should be fairly straightforward. But we do need to build the contraption that's actually going to harvest all this stuff first. And for that contraption, we're just going to use a minecart with some saws on it. I think that tends to work quite well. But I also want this to look nice, so I think I'm just going to cover the whole tree farm area with this dark oak. There we go, and once we get a fence up around that, that should create a nice safety zone for us. I do have a habit of walking into the saws if I don't make it safe. Alright, so for this collection mechanism, what we're going to do is put a rail down here, and then a normal rail. This is a controller rail that will basically send things in that direction. Then we'll just get those in there as well, and get that powered, which we'll just stick a lever on the side, I think. Just like that. And we'll also have a lever here, which we'll use temporarily just for turning the whole thing on and off. So we need a cart assembler. The key thing to always do on these is to lock the rotation. We definitely want that locked. Otherwise, we're going to have a right mess. Now, the contraption itself is fairly straightforward. We just need some drills, or saws, I should say. We'll have a few connecting blocks, and a barrel there, and a portable storage interface on here. And we'll just put the receiving one of these over here. So that's the lower part done, but we also need to be replanting all of these trees. That we need deployers. That should do the trick. Now we just need to glue all of that together. And when I flick that, oh, nothing happens. I need to put in a minecart. Every time, I swear. And there we go. Okay, perfect. And the saws come back far enough to be able to chop these trees down, so we should be good. I just need to go get some saplings to load it up with. We'll use the saplings to set the filters on here, so that's all they ever pick up. And the reason I've used this soil here is because every now and then what it'll do is give it the bone meal effect. So it just means things are going to grow a lot quicker on this soil than it will on regular dirt or grass. And ultimately that just means we get more wood, which we can turn into charcoal, which will then turn into coal, and so on. So let's just get this loaded up, give it something to start with, and turn that on. And there we go. It's planted in all the spots. Yep, and that will start collecting wood for us. What we then need to do is actually have a little bit of a filter system, because this is also going to produce sticks, it's going to produce saplings, and a lot of the saplings are obviously going to get recycled and replanted, but any that don't will get chucked out over here. But you generally always get enough saplings back from a spruce tree anyway. Oh, look at that, look, you can see the bone meal effect working. But we want to be getting rid of the sticks and the saplings, and then only the wood. That's what we then want to cook. So disposing of the bits we don't want should be easy enough. Just do this. Add a lava bucket, a couple of filters, and then we'll filter out the sticks and the saplings. And the good thing about these funnels is they will grab stuff directly from a belt like this, and that should leave just wood coming through to here. And that means by the time we get to here, we just need to stick a funnel on the end there. So this will end up just full up with wood. So the next step is to smelt that wood and turn it into charcoal. So let's get a couple of belts in down here. I want to have another belt that comes off this way, which is going to collect all the charcoal. And one belt will be enough just because of the time delay it'll have over this section while it gets all cooked up. So in order to make this work, I think I'm going to need some glass. Maybe some more glass trapdoors. In fact, do I have any in my backpack? 23. That might not be enough, but it should at least get us started. So if we put these here... Oh no, wait a minute. Let me think about this. I need the lava to go through these spots. So what I actually need is a bunch of trapdoors here. Stick some on the end. Then I just need something that's going to hold all the lava back. So the wood coming out. These funnels will hold back the first bit. And I'm wondering, maybe what we can do is add a few chains in here. That will just hold up the rest of the lava. And then once that's turned into charcoal, we need that to go into 3 basins. So these funnels here will hold up the lava on that side. But in theory, I should just be able to put some lava up here. And yep, that's covered the whole thing. And nothing's leaking through. Excellent. Now I'm going to need a whole bunch of fans, probably more than that. I think I need a couple more. And I need some mechanical presses. So these will go up here, and the fans are going to line up across the top here. And I'll get a couple more to finish that off in just a moment. In fact, thinking about it, I probably don't need it to be anywhere near this big, do I? It's not like it's going to be producing stacks of wood that quickly, is it? Yeah, let's rethink this. We could probably just do it with 1 row, to be honest. Yeah, that should work nicely. So if this is going to compact all the charcoal down into coal blocks, then I just need one more here. So this should work absolutely fine. What we're going to be doing is bringing the wood out of here, cooking it into charcoal, and then once it goes into here, it will turn into coal. I think it's every 4 bits of charcoal will give us 1 coal. And if we stick another press on there, what we then need to do is turn this coal into coal blocks and send it off this way. And then we need one last basin, but this one needs to get lava as well. But that should be fairly easy to hook up. The lava pipe is just down here. There's the pipe. So if we just connect that up to this bit, and there we go, lava is flowing. So we now have lava in there, ready to make the diamonds. We just need to add another press. And that should be our entire diamond factory. Nice and small. I mean, I could have made it more compact and made it even smaller, but it's fine as it is. The important thing is we're going to have diamonds coming off this belt at the end here, and we should probably pump those over to the storage bit over there, I guess. But we'll sort that out in a little while. First off, I want to get power up in here. And in the 10 minutes we've been building that, this has collected a reasonable amount of wood, so we should end up with a reasonable amount of diamonds. Just a side note, it is a shame that despite all the additional recipes we have, we still can't automate emeralds. If we want those, we're going to have to do that the old-fashioned way. But anyway, right, power. Similar to the lava, that should be just over here. Oh, in fact, look at that. Even better. Oh, yeah, destroying the road again. But at least this is going to be nice and easy. And there we go. That's power. Although it's quite slow power, so we should probably speed that up first off. And there we go, full power. Excellent. So let's just get all the belts hooked up first. Should all be fairly straightforward. In fact, I'm just going to shuffle this around a little bit so we can save on some materials. There we go, that's all those belts going. And now that one. I'm actually going to swap out this rail here just for a normal powered rail. There we go, it connects better now. And we're only getting logs in here, which is good, because that means everything else is getting destroyed in the lava. So now all I need to do is get power to all of these top bits here. That should be fairly straightforward, because I think I can just do that. Excellent. And then I guess this is also where we can put the clutch to turn off the power to all of these top bits, which will ultimately stop the factory from running. There's something I've forgotten to do is put a filter on this. So I want to make sure that only charcoal can go in there. In fact, I might quickly make a bit of charcoal just so I can actually put the filter on now. So let's put that on there. And we'll use 4 charcoal to make a bit of coal so we can put that filter on. That should be good. What is going on over there? It's doing that thing again. It doesn't like me having scaffolding under the back there. But why is this backed up? Oh, I'm not getting rid of the flint for a start. Let's quickly solve that. Put a flint filter on there. Bucket of lava in the floor. Turn my magnet off so I don't pick it all up. And then turn that round. Right, that'll help. Right, I see. When I built my walkway across the top here, it kind of blocked off the exits for these, and that's why everything's all got backed up. Which I guess means I just can't have a walkway across here. Oh well, not to worry. At least it's fixed now. Right, distractions aside, what was I doing? Oh yes, filters over here. So, I think I've got all of these filters correct. I just need to get power to these fans. And there we go. That should do the trick nicely. Then once this first batch gets cooked up, we should get coal. Yep, here we go. Then we should get coal blocks, which we are. And are they going in there? Yep. Oh, we've got wood in there. That's not good. Right, mistakes were made. And look at that. Our first diamond just came flying off. And another. Excellent. So it does all appear to be working, which is good, but we're not storing them anywhere yet, so let's just keep them on the belt and let it back up. Actually, no, I think what I'm going to do is connect up the drawers over to there, just so the diamonds get stored in the same place as everything else. Now, storage drawers, by default, you can have drawers up to 25 blocks away from the storage drawer controller, which is this block here. However, if you go into the config, you have to go to the create config and then access config of other mods, and if we go all the way down to storage drawers, go to common config and then general, and then here we can set the controller range up to 75, and that's exactly what we've done. And that just means we can transfer items a much greater distance. So if we just create a channel under this road here. Oh, in fact, we're going to have to go a little bit lower. And what we'll also need to do is put in a connection probably just under here. And that's our tunnel. Perfect. What I need to make is a whole bunch of dark oak trims. And we're going to use these to connect the system together. So we'll just bring this all the way over to our diamond spot, which is right here. And we'll put a draw controller slave there. Then I just need a chute there. Perfect. And now they should all be going into this drawer over here. Look at that. We've got 23 already. Excellent. Let's just fix the road and the factory floor. All right, excellent. So next thing, I guess, we don't actually need to put anything else in this factory, so it's quite empty. With that in mind, I think what I'm going to do is make the factory footprint a lot smaller. We can get away with taking out all of this bit here and maybe around to here or so. And that means we've got a bit of space out the front. We can put in a car park, although we are still going to need to put in the sort of delivery pickup areas for these items here. So maybe that's what we can use this space for. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. There we go. That's better. Loads of space out the front here. Now I need to make this building look nice. And a short while later, that's another building mostly complete over here at Murphy's Processing. Like the rest of the buildings around here though, it does still need a little bit of finer detail on the inside as well as the outside, just to set it into the landscape a little bit better out here, and also just to make sure in here makes a bit more sense and is walkable, although it's not too bad I suppose. But I do seem to be missing a block up there. So this small building at the side here is just for the bit that actually makes the diamonds, and I've had to leave this bit a lot taller because of course this is where the trees are going to grow, this is where we're going to get our wood, and so on. So with diamonds being produced, that means we are producing all of the shinies that we wanted to over here, but we still have one empty box, and we still have an empty platform over here for our final build. And I did ask last episode what you think I should put here, and we've had lots of very cool suggestions, everything from a small cafeteria, a site office, all the way to other farms that are making things like casing and redstone. And that last one, redstone, I think that's what we're going to try and do here. The process for making redstone, however, is not particularly straightforward. So I think it's time for another factory diagram. This one is done with. We've made everything we needed to from this, so let's just clear this up. Alrighty, so for this factory, we want the end result to be redstone. To get redstone, what we need to do is get some cinder flour, and we need to squirt a strength potion on top. I don't have any of those, so we'll just have to pretend that's what that is. We can get cinder flour from netherrack, and we get netherrack from mixing andesite with netherwarts. In fact, let's put that like that. Okay, so that's how we're going to get our netherrack, and that's how we're going to get cinder flour. The more complicated process is making strength potions. So strength potions come from mixing an awkward potion with blaze powder. Awkward potions come from water, and once again we need some netherwarts. So we're definitely going to need a netherwart farm. And blaze powder we of course get from blaze rods. So in that small building we need to get a blaze farm, we need to get a netherwart farm, we're going to need to import some andesite from over there, but that's absolutely fine, we've got loads going spare. And besides that, we're just going to need a bit of water. So this shouldn't be too bad, I guess. It's just a fact of trying to fit all these things in that small building. The main issue probably being a blaze farm. Thankfully we do have a blaze spawner. We snatched that up right at the start of the series, so we'll use that to make the farm. And in fact what we should probably do is actually put the farm above and then have all of the factory bits down below. I think that should work quite nicely. And in fact this spot over here could be perfect for a netherwart farm. It's a good size, we can put a nice little contraption in. Yeah, I think we can get this to work. We can probably just about cram everything in here. And although I've got lots of stuff on me, none of it's really the stuff that I need to make this farm. So I'll be back in a minute, and hopefully my backpack will have the things I do need, as opposed to the things I don't. I've got a bunch of stuff that should help. Let's build up a little farm. And we're going to start with the netherwart farm because it's probably the simplest thing for us to do. And I think I'm going to make this the same length as this bit here. So we need a whole bunch of soul sand. And eventually we'll get this filled up with netherwart, but that's all I had on me for now. But we're actually going to need quite a lot for this because although we don't need that much to make the awkward potions, we do need a lot to be making all of the netherrack. So with that in mind, we're going to make this farm maybe 3 or 4 blocks tall. Or layers, I should say. Let's go for 3 layers here. Hopefully that'll be enough. Yep, I reckon 3 layers should do just fine. Just need to make myself a bunch of harvesters now, because I've only got 5, and I'm definitely going to need more. which means we need some casings. And then alongside some andesite alloy and iron sheets, that should hopefully give us what we need. Or maybe not, we're actually going to need 18 of these. What I'm going to do is just build up a small framework for these to go on, because the harvesters can't just be placed on the ground, they need to actually be attached to something. And apparently that something cannot be a girder. Fine. There's me wrench. So let's just temporarily put some oak logs in here, get the harvesters on, and then we'll just put some supports back in. Something like that. So all the harvesters are in. Now let's just attach a cart assembler. So let's make sure that's facing the right way. Then we'll stick a portable storage interface in there, and we're gonna need a barrel as well. So let's just stick that on top. And then we'll get all of this glued together. Now we just need a little bit of power, so we'll stick that down here. That's those powered. And we'll control this one here with a lever. And let's actually remember to put in a minecart before we turn it on this time. Unusual, I know. Let's put that in there. We'll set this to lock rotation. Like that. There we go. That is now running. We put another storage interface there. That should also offload when it comes back. Yep. All right, so that's our nether wart done. We do, of course, need to expand it and get it planted on all 3 levels, but that's a good start. So next up, I think we'll start over here. So we need to import some andesite and make netherrack. Now, if we take a look in the next building, we can see we do already have andesite coming in, and there's absolutely loads coming through, so we can definitely take some of this. The only real question is how, because we've just put in a farm there, so we can't really take it straight across. But I've got an idea. If we do this, and then bring the andesite over to pretty much the end here, I guess. So if we bring it to there and then send it out this way. Yeah, look at that. We should have space to be able to bring it across. Excellent. Just need some belts and some tunnels. Do I have any tunnels? Apparently not. Looks like I might need to make some. So we need kelp, electron tubes, and probably something else. Ah, brass, of course. That makes perfect sense. Let's just grab a couple of those, make a couple of those. And now let's hope this is going to work, because I'm not sure if you can actually put tunnels on the slopes. No, you can't. Okay. Well, in that case, we're going to have to do things slightly differently. So if we put some shafts in here like this, rotate that one round, get rid of those 2, put a belt in there, then we'll stick another belt in here, then go across. And hopefully we can just put a brass tunnel on there. And there we go. Okay, we're splitting that off. Excellent. We're going to bring that outside to here. Get some blocks in. I'm just going to put a temporary block on the end there. Once I get the building in, obviously that is going to get blocked off by the building anyway. Then what we want to do is bring this down diagonally, I think. So let me just work out where they need to be. Something like that. And then if we put these in, wonderful. And we'll just stick another belt down here, and that is going to bring in our andesite. And it will look a bit tinier once we get the building in, because this is just going to be a pipe that's kind of attached to the side of the building. But yeah, for now, it is going to look a little bit messy. Oh, in fact, we can't really bring it down exactly here, because I do need to be grabbing the nether wart here. Although I'll tell you what, we could just bring the nether wart out the side, I guess. And to make the netherrack, we need a heated basin. In fact, let's reduce that by a bit. Stick a blaze burner in there with a basin on top. We'll bring the netherrack out this way. That will be our exit. Means I need an input there, which is going to bring in the andesite. I need an input there that's going to bring in the nether warts. Although I do also need the nether wart for awkward potions, so maybe I should make a little bit more space around here. So how about instead, if I do something like that, we'll store all the andesite in a vault here. Then I can put a brass tunnel here, so we can send off some of the nether wart that way and some this way. And if I was to do something like this, we can have belt there, belt there. In fact, just to mix it up a bit, let's use some item drains there. Need a brass funnel there. And then this is where we're going to put our basin. All right, so that will make us our netherrack, although currently it won't actually. We need a mixer. So let's chuck that on there. So we need a brass funnel on there, a couple of andesite funnels so that we can actually get the andesite and the nether warts into those. Right, so I guess the next job here is probably power. Yeah, we definitely need some power up in here. How about putting a vertical gearbox in here like that, then sticking that in. Aha! Perfect. All right, so now what I need to do is get some lava over here to this thing. Right, there we go. We now have lava in there. And in fact, we have netherrack flying all the way over here. Once again, for now, let's just put in a collection box. All right, so we're making netherwort and we're making netherrack. And as straightforward as that should have been, that did melt my brain a little bit. So I think it's time for me to go have a cup of tea and think about how I'm going to do this next bit. Tea has been acquired. Let's work out the next step. Ooh, there's a creeper. Right, so we've got as far as here, which is getting our netherrack, so we just need to turn that into cinder flour. And then we've got to do all the potion stuff. But let's do cinder flour first, nice and simple. So let's get rid of this and extend our belt out by just a couple of blocks. That should be enough. And if we stick that in there, as well as a vertical gearbox on each side. So, nope, not there, there. And there we go. Yep, we've still got some crushing wheels, so we're going to put those in there and there. And then that's going to make our cinder flour. Nice and simple. Over here, however, this is where we're going to need to make the potions. So we're just going to pretend that this is a basin, because for now I do actually want to be collecting the netherwort so we can replant it and expand our fields. But use your imagination, and yep, that's a basin, honest. The basin is going to need water, so this should be nice and simple. Let's do that and add a pump. Do I have any pumps? Do I have any in here? Yes, 27. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of pumps. So we'll just do that. We can steal some power off of here. We do that and then get a shaft and a cog. So that'll pump water into that basin there once we actually put the water in, but I'm not going to do that just yet because, well, that's not a basin yet. In fact, I'll tell you what, temporarily, let's just adjust this ever so slightly. But now let's just connect all our netherwort in there, and then we can actually make our proper setup over here. So I need a basin, and I need a mixer. And we're going to need to power this pump here. So if we stick another cog in, like that, that will pump into this basin here, with another mixer on top. So this should make awkward potions, but we're going to need a filter for those. So maybe I should be clever and quickly go make myself a few awkward potions just so we can actually filter everything through. Because what we don't want is the basin having water pumped into it and then immediately pumping it into the basin next to it before it's even made the potions. That would be bad. All right, so we'll filter that one for awkward potions and that one for strength potions, and hopefully that means that's all we're going to get out of those. But what we then need to do is pump out this strength potion. We're going to send it over this way, pump it all into a spout. We'll extend this belt out to here, get those belts powered up, get that pump powered. Good, good. Okay, that should be doing what we need. So let's get some water in down here. That's filled that up with water almost instantly. Excellent. So now I should be able to pick up those two, put that in there. Need to put a funnel on there. And our fields are now full, so if I just chuck this extra stuff down there, we should get netherrack. Yep, that's going into there. The netherrack is being turned into cinder flour and thrown all the way over here. That is, yeah, I suppose that's going to happen for now, isn't it? Let's just stick a blocker in there. And if we're clever about this, if I put that there with a brass funnel there, stick a filter on there for redstone, and I think I'm going to adjust this ever so slightly, actually, over this side. Cinder flour flying everywhere at the moment. But if I put a casing there and extend that belt by one, and we not only don't need this stuff anymore, but if I put that on there with a redstone filter, rotate it that way, then it's only going to pick this stuff up once it's been converted. Right, we're very nearly there. The last ingredient we need is blaze powder, which we need to put into this basin here, which means we need to make a mob farm. And that also means we're going to need a second floor on this building, but I don't know how the ground floor is going to look yet, so maybe I should build up a bit of the building and then just make sure we've got space for the mob farm in the top when we're done. I feel like that's going to be the safest approach. And I think I've got an idea of how I want this to look, so if we just do a quick 360, then you'll see we have a shiny new building, and I love how this has come out. I've tried to tie it in nicely with the building next door because they are so close to each other, so we've once again got the limestone at the top here, we've got some of the metal down the bottom, a bit like what we have over there, but then the larger section at the back I've done with Dean brick, which I do still need to texture and get some detail on. This is literally just a brick box at the moment, and this is, of course, what contains the netherrack. Or netherwort even, that's what I mean. And it's looking very bland on this side just in general. But I'm running out of time to record this episode, and I want to get this farm up and running, so we are producing redstone. So that's going to have to wait. I mean, we've still got loads of detail to do in this area anyway, so I'll probably just do all that in one big sweep. But for now, we need to make ourselves a mob farm. So on the inside here, I have put in a floor, we've got some stairs going up, and I've marked out where the blaze farm is going to go. What I do need to do, though, is get myself some tinted glass. But we'll sort that in a minute. First off, let's figure out the collection mechanism, I guess, for collecting all these blazes and getting them into some kind of a kill chamber. I think the way we're going to do that is by using some belts. So if I just get in a bunch of belts like this, stick these across the bottom and one across the front here, then we'll extend this one out to around about here. And this is where we're going to deal with them. So this is where I'm going to need one of our Pokeboys. We're going to need to get power to him as well. So if we put in a vertical gearbox there, let's see what's down below. I reckon we can probably steal some power from down there. In fact, I'm going to change this a bit. What I want to do, I think, is actually trap them down in a chamber. Because otherwise, when they get hit, they're going to keep getting pushed back. And that's just going to be annoying. But if we do this, then we can have them drop down onto a space there, which means we can use this guy over here to finish them off. Just got to work out the power situation. Couple of gearboxes, and let's grab some from down here. Just need to transfer some of that power over to here. Oh, they're going the wrong way. Sticking another gearbox. Wonderful. That's getting everything over to here. And now, no matter where they spawn, when they drop to the bottom, they'll go up here and over to this side. Perfect. I just need to go get myself all the glass so I can box everything in. In fact, while I think of it, we're also going to need a dropper on there. We need to set this to attack mode. We'll give him a sword in a moment. But before we go too much further, I really do need that tinted glass. Let's go see what we've got in storage. We have 96, which is probably not enough, but we can make some more. So let's get all of this boxed in, and I guess I probably want to swap out these bottom blocks here. They don't really match anymore, and a sight casing will probably look a bit better. Then if we stick a filter on there so that it doesn't throw away the sword, we should be able to give this guy a sword. All right, I think we're good. I think all we need to do now is actually get the spawner in. And then that should start producing blaze rods for us. And I'm pretty sure they updated it so that if this is a mending sword, which I have actually just put my sword in there for now, I will need to swap that out. But if we put in a mending sword, it should stay healed up. At least that's the hope, because I don't want to have to keep replacing the sword. But the good news is, by doing it like this, we should also get XP. So everything that comes out of here, we're going to need to sort it out downstairs. So we have the XP going into one storage, and then we send off the blaze rods to get crushed and turned into blaze powder, and then we can finally make our strength potions, which will enable us to make redstone. A long path, but we'll get there. First things first, let's go get this blaze spawner, and I think we're going to do this as safely as possible, which means we're going to make a little Minecraft? Nope, this is all Minecraft. We're going to make a minecart contraption. And, oh, no, I'm not, no, I'm busy. No. Stop it. Now, obviously, this is only going to work, and it's only going to produce blaze rods when I'm actually in the area. It is still a mob spawner after all, so it needs to be within range of things. Or in range of the player, I should say. But yep, they are definitely going down. The question is my sword holding up? Let's have a little look. Can I grab that? I mean, the durability's barely gone down. Let's leave it running for a few minutes, and we'll come back and check on it. Now, let's figure out how we're going to process this stuff. All right, it's not the tidiest, but I think I've got it worked out. So everything from upstairs goes into this vault down here, and then the blaze rods and the ash get pulled out of this funnel here, go through the grinder, which makes the ash completely disappear, which is good, because we really don't want that clogging up our system. But the blaze rods do go through the crushing wheels, get turned into blaze powder. They then get stored in this vault out here, which we can only just see. I can't really get into that bit to show you better. And then we've just got hoppers that are feeding all the blaze powder into this bit down the bottom here, and that is making our potion of strength. That then gets pumped along, put onto the cinder flower, and into here. However, I did make another mistake. I had to change these potion setups, because basically they're supposed to be heated. So this now has lava going underneath, and the water on this one just goes in the side. So I did have to make a couple of changes, but at least it all works now. Oh, also my filters on the bowls didn't work, so I had to add filter pipes instead. But once again, not really a big issue. We just had to spread things out ever so slightly. We are also collecting XP down here as well, but as you can see, it's not really coming in very fast, especially compared to everything else we're getting. And that tells me that my sword up here is probably repairing itself, which is exactly what we want. Yep, the sword in fact now has more durability than when I put it in there. So that means we are now automating redstone, which is the last thing we wanted to automate over here. I just need to transfer it from here over to here. Although this farm is mostly automated, it's also slightly not automated, because unless I'm standing nearby, we're not going to be getting the blaze rods. And I think a few hours AFK here should fill up the farm more than enough and keep it going for pretty much as long as we're going to need. So I guess that's what I'm doing with my afternoon. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it. and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I became a wizard and turned trees into diamonds. I trapped some floaty flame boys in a dark room to harvest their goodies, and I even automated redstone production. When put together with all the other shiny factories in this area, we have now almost completed the compound for Murphy processing. I say almost because there's still one thing that we forgot to do, which is to hook up the 2 new buildings we built last episode, the 2 over the back there, into the power plant over there so we can control them remotely. I also need to add some threshold switches and things like that. But the other thing we really need to do is detailing. The yard is empty, some of the interiors need work, a lot of the exteriors are also unfinished, and we need to hook up the transport system. But we don't actually have anywhere to transport the goods to yet, so that's what we're going to focus on today. But let's quickly sort out these power switches first. And that is now done. We can now control all of our factories in Murphy's processing area independently, which is lovely. And we're only using 120,000 of our 580,000 power, so we've got plenty to play with for the other bits we need over here. And not only that, the farms will also turn off automatically when they reach certain thresholds. This is good. But now it's time to start the next project in this area. And the plan is fairly simple. We're now producing lots and lots of resources. We don't have a central storage area for them, which will also act as a bit of a transport hub, I think. And I want to put that over here alongside the train station, which doesn't exist yet. In fact, it might be kind of cool to tie the 2 together if we can and create more of a sort of transport hub type thing as well as storage. But first things first, we need to sort out this road here that I'm standing next to. So if we can get this slope in and the road down to the lower area, that's gonna kind of indicate how much space we've got going on. We can mark out where the station's gonna go and so on. So let's just quickly figure out where it's gonna go from here. Whoa, easy fella. Oh, jeez, he hits hard. He's nearly killed me. Something like that should do for the road. We've got a nice gentle slope that comes all the way down. This then goes on. We'll sort of, figure out where that's going to go later on. It's probably going to link up to some other buildings and things over on this side. But we've then got a nice curve that then goes out this way. And yet, once again, don't really know where that's going to go yet either. We'll work that out later. But now the important thing is we've got a huge space here where we can build a big storage warehouse and a train station, which I think I might do next, or at least just mark out where it's going to go. Because once I know where the platform's going to be, that's going to help me a lot with working out where the building is going to be. Now, let's just grab some stone and get this marked out. So if we make this platform maybe 10 blocks wide or so, that should give us plenty of space. Then we're going to need some stairs that will go up to the platform as well. So let's just put in something here for now. So we should be able to fit some stairs in there. And now we just need to stretch the platform all the way down the length of this train. Going to be a long platform. Yep, I think something about that sort of size should work nicely. But to make this ground a bit easier to work on, I think I need to flatten it a bit. And maybe go to bed. Mobs are spawning. There we go. That's better. I've double layered it all as well because I'm probably going to end up putting some gravel out here in the yard. And, well, with this double layered, it means all the gravel's not just going to fall through and so on. Basically trying to stop the problems I had up on the top section. So I guess now it's time to start planning the actual building itself. And I think I want to make this a brick building. Maybe this sort of brick, that sort of color. And I want it to be just a ginormous storage warehouse type building. But we also need to make it look a little bit interesting. And I also want to reflect the kind of buildings we've got over here. So I might do something similar in regards to having some lighter bits on the building, but maybe not sandstone this time. Maybe we could use like bone blocks or white terracotta or something. I mean, bone blocks do have quite a nice texture. That could look pretty good. The problem we're going to have with building such a ginormous brick building, however, is bricks. We need lots and lots of bricks. And I guess if we're going to be using bone blocks, we're going to need a whole lot of bones as well. Now, I'm hoping the brick side of things shouldn't be too difficult. Yep, look at that. We've got 9,000 clay blocks in there. Let's just quickly grab those out. And when it comes to getting bones, we do have a mob farm, although I have used most of the bones that were in there. So I guess we're going to have to do a little bit of AFK over there as well. Play first, though. In fact, it's probably a quick way of doing this. If I just casually remove a whole bunch of this vault, then put it all back in. Look at that. We've now got 9,000 clay. Excellent. If I want to be making bricks, however, I'm going to need to grind all this up, and I can enjoy a bit of music while I do so. Wonderful stuff. Well, that should be more than enough bricks. We've got almost 7,000 there. I just need to go get myself a whole bunch of bone blocks. But it looks like we've only got 11 bones here over at the mob farm. So I guess I'm going AFK for a little bit. May as well go grab some lunch and a cup of tea. Well, it's been about an hour. Hopefully we've got enough down here now. 3,300. Wow, that's a lot more than I was expecting. Excellent. That's plenty of bone blocks. Now to get some granite. Thankfully, we've got plenty in storage. I'm going to take these with me as well. And maybe this. So my backpack is bursting with goodies. Let's make a start. And I think the first thing I want to do is actually put a retaining wall around this area. And for that, I want some granite. So we'll just turn that into those granite blocks for now. Although, maybe the smaller granite bricks might look better. Try these tiny ones. Yeah, I quite like those. Question is, what's the design of the wall going to be like? Let's just start by dividing it up a little bit. And then how about maybe these industrial iron blocks? And do we have any copycat slabs? Yep, there we go. Maybe we could cap those off like that and then get some kind of fence in between. In fact, can I make fence out of these? Or maybe out of the ingot version? How about these? Industrial iron bars. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. I think that could look quite nice. The question is, how are we going to tie that in with the train station platform stair thingies? Let's just quickly figure out the stairs first. That should do. It pokes out a little bit at the bottom here, but I think that works. Now, this bit here should probably be granite as well so that it matches the wall. But maybe we put a different edge on here with the polished granite. Let's just see how this looks if it wrapped all the way around. Well, I'll tell you what, I think that works quite well. Although we do need some kind of barrier at the top here, and I do want it to be dark, but I don't want it to be these industrial fences. This is supposed to be a nicey station, not some kind of industrial area. So I wonder if we've got some fancy walls, maybe. Aren't there some pillared ones somewhere? Yeah, these ones here. We could probably make some of those. Got deep slate on us after all. Now, let's chuck some of these up here and see how we're looking. Yep, I like that. I'm sold. Let's get the rest of this wall in. However, probably going to need some kind of an entrance onto the road as well. So maybe we can put one in around here somewhere. In fact, maybe what we can do is give it a bit of a double entrance. And that should do it for now for a fence. I don't know how big the building is going to be in that direction, so I haven't carried it on out that way just yet. We'll do that later on when I actually have some sense of scale down here. But I think before I go any further, what I want to do is mark out where the building's going to be. And I think this time, I'm going to skip laying a foundation. This building's just going to sit directly on the floor, because why not? So let's just start marking out where some of this building can go. Maybe something that sort of size. I'm thinking having a big building here, like a big tall area, and then maybe having like some loading bays or something around here. And then we'll have a sticky outy bit on this side that's going to be a little bit lower. Yeah, I think this could work. And I don't know if we're going to use this space out the back here, but we could potentially put in some kind of a tunnel and then some kind of back road. I don't really know. But that's not a problem for now. For now, what I want to do is focus on this building. And I want to try and come up with some kind of a paneled design that we can then repeat across what is, I guess, the front. I mean, if this is going to be the loading bay, then this is going to end up being the front of the building. So let's maybe mark out where some windows can be. And then we're probably going to be using the bone blocks here like this. We'll have them as pillars going up. Though I think I do want to have a sticky out bit for the porch. Maybe let's do something like that. And that should be just about even. And we'll worry about the rest of it later. Let's just see if we can decorate sort of one panel. And then once we've got a good design down, we can figure out how to apply that to everything else. The first question is, how tall do we want the windows? I think I actually want to start them quite high up on the wall and then maybe 6 tall. Oh, that's pretty big. I think that could work though. Let's just get this bone bit in. And I want to add a bit of bulk down the front here. We could maybe thicken out the walls. Maybe they need a different block. Could be really bold and try the plated iron. It's a bit sharp. But how about maybe doing a panel as well? Okay, that's not bad. Let's get the window frame in. So if we do half slabs of brick and then half slabs of these, then maybe add a little windowsill and maybe a curve. Oh yeah, that's a nice shape. I like that. So if we're doing a curve, that means the walls are going to need to be double thick. So that's going to use up twice as much brick. Oh my days. Now I need to decide what to do with the windows themselves. Although the first part is not even a decision. I need glass. Let's go see what we've got in storage. Well, we've got a reasonable amount of this blue stuff. I don't think I want to use white or grey. I think it might actually be nice to get some colour in. Although this is cyan, not blue. I mean, we can make a bit more cyan, so we can get a bit more cyan glass, I guess. So let's try the old classic straight ones at the bottom, then smaller ones at the top. How does that look? Yeah, I think I like that. Pillars look a bit bland though. What can we do about those? Do the bone blocks have any cool textures? Ooh, double roped bone block looks quite cool. Let's try some of them. And maybe some of the single rope ones as well. And I've got an idea. Maybe we should grab some of these too. Right, let's compare single rope. It does look quite nice. What about the double rope? No, this one looks a lot more, well, like a rope. Whereas this one looks quite nice. It could almost be metal wrapped around it. Let's go with that. Then what I want to do at the top here is put on some kind of a lip. So if we do, not that, there we go. Let's get these on first. And I'm wondering what these reinforced ones are going to look like if we do this. Yeah, I don't really like that. Can I rotate them? That doesn't look any different. Ooh. Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's get those all the way across. Pick some of these on top. And I think the top bit should have a little bit more of a recess. So maybe these copycat slices. Nothing major, just like a little lip. We maybe stick another tiny lip in under here as well. Yeah, I think I like that. Imagine that across the front of the building. Obviously, the doorway is going to be different, but similar sort of style. Let's get this front wall in and see how we're looking. Progress is happening. I think that looks pretty good for the windows. I do need to figure out the entrance though next. Let's see what we can come up with. You could do with a little bit of detail, but I think shape-wise that kind of works. Have, however, used the wrong bone blocks at the top here, so let's quickly get those replaced. And I just need to get this lip in as well. There we go. Not looking too bad. Probably going to change the color of the roof, but I do like the shape. For now, though, let's try and work out some more of this build. And I think I want to start around this side here. And over here, I want to have maybe like a garage entrance there. And then over here, I want to have some kind of loading platform type things. Oh, that's an arrow. It's dark. Let's sleep. And what I'm thinking is we can divide this bay up into like little archways. Let's just get this filled in. And if we use this brick, then we can do something that kind of shape. Let's just round off the inside of these arches. Love the copycat panels for this. Yeah, those shapes look really cool. I like that. I guess that means we're going to need space back here, so we don't really want to wall this low down. Or maybe keep this side one here, though. In fact, what we could do is sort of carry on the arches on the inside as well. Filled it out a little bit more, and that's definitely looking better, although I think I want to have a bit more of a lip at the front here. And for that, I think I want to try out some smooth stone, but I, don't have any on me. So let's quickly make a furnace, grab some lava, that'll do. And we'll just cook some up. That's very festive of you, Manuel, selling some gingerbread men. It's a shame you don't sell your leads. Luckily, there's other ways to get them. Excellent. So with this smooth stone, maybe we could put like a lip on the front there. Maybe with an overhang as well. Potentially. Maybe. Although if we're going to do that, I feel like these pillar bits should be maybe a little bit chunkier. Though that could make the roof quite awkward. We'll solve that later. But while that smooth stone cooks up, just because we need that for the rest of the fronts, let's have a look at this wall here. And I think I pretty much just want to have a big old garage door on this wall. And if that's going to be a garage door there, then this wall here probably wants to just be a solid one, I think. Question is, are we also going to do the bone block things on these corners? I think it would make sense to. The ridges are in. I think it's time to sort out the garage door here. So what are we going to do for this? So we could stick in a line of those. And it'd be quite nice to make it look like it's kind of rolled up on the back, I guess, like a roller shutter type thing. So maybe we could do something like that and jam some of them in. Well, I guess that kind of works. Anyway, roof. We need a roof on this thing. And I'm thinking color-wise, it might be nice to keep it dark. And I do want to swap out that roof there as well. So maybe we should do both of these at the same time. And I think I know what I want to use, and that is this Scorcher, which is kind of a greeny black type color, but I think that'll sit nicely over there. Just got to remember how to make it. So we need to dye scoria, and scoria we can get from soul sand. Right, okay. So for now, if we just steal some soul sand out of here, that'll be more than enough. Then we'll smelt it over here, and we've already got some black dye in here, which is handy, which means we can make loads of scorcher. That was nice and easy. So let's start with some polished cut scoria. We mostly want slabs, I'd imagine. We'll get a few stairs as well. Now to figure out how we're going to do this weird bit of the roof here. And I'm wondering if we can maybe do something funky with some stairs. So do it like that and then raise it up a little bit. And then dip it back down again. And that way we don't need to worry about continuing the slabs across like this on these bits here, which means we're not going to have a weird lip. Instead, we'll have a weird lip at the side. But hopefully it'll look okay once we're done. And the rest of this should be fairly straightforward. We can just put slabs in. So how does that look? Not bad, but I think it does want to stick out on this side. But I only want it to stick out a little bit, so we're going to use these half slabs. And for this bottom bit, we'll use some bite blocks. All right, looking good. Let's just quickly swap out this front porch, because these blocks do not look good. Yeah, there we go, much better. But I'd say this is coming along quite nicely so far. Now comes the boring bit, though. I need to fill in this back wall here, which is just going to be solid, really, because it's backing onto the station. And then I need to do this wall as well, which I think the bottom section, at least, I am going to make solid for now. We'll figure out what to do with it later. Kind of depends how I tie in this side here, because I might have some more stairs that come down from the station as well. I don't know. But for now, let's get the rest of this ground floor done and maybe actually get a floor on the inside as well. Tell you what, considering this building is still just 90% brick, I'm really actually very pleased with how it's coming along. So I've now wrapped the entire building, we've continued the road and the path down this way, we've also got a small entrance, and I decided out the front here just to add a little bit of grass, a little bit of greenery, because, well, we don't want the whole area looking grey, and that means we can put in some lovely bushes and things like that. The path then continues down this side, where we're probably going to put an entrance either on this wall here, or probably not on this one, actually, that's kind of outside the compound, but I do want to make sure that there is an entrance that you can get to from this side of the station. But this wall here and this one here are looking very, very bland at the moment, which means I need to get the bone block bits added, I need to get the ledges added, and so on, and tie the rest of this bit together. And yes, I've also solidified the platform out the front here. I still need to put a front block on of some kind, something that kind of separates it from the main actual track. But overall, I'm pleased with how this is coming together. It just needs a whole lot of detailing. We've got lots of gravel, and it's literally just plain gravel at the moment, so we need to make that look good. We've got lots of blank walls, which don't look particularly good. I have actually mixed in a few of the smaller terracotta bricks on this wall here, just to see how it looks. And to be honest, just in a couple of places like that, I quite like how it breaks it up. And although I haven't completely decided what to do with it yet, I've decided I am going to have some kind of a tunnel round the back here. I mean, it's here. Why would I not use it? Even if all it does is connect the road here and it goes all the way down this way, we could have it potentially dip under the road over here and connect up on that side. Or we could even just pop it out this wall here and then it kind of goes into this bit, which isn't a main road, so it could be a little bit weird. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that, I guess, once I've decided what buildings are going on the other side, because that's going to kind of dictate where that road goes. But anyway, enough waffle. I need to make some more of these roped bone blocks, and I need to get the rest of these pillars in. The walls are in and looking good all the way round. I think all we need to do now is make the building a bit bigger. I mean, we've got loads of space down here. In fact, a lot more than I was expecting. It looks pretty big, but as soon as we start putting things in, you'll be surprised how quickly this space will disappear. Like with any build, really. Now, for this next level, the first thing I need to do is thicken up these walls, because we're going to have windows on the next level, and I think we're going to stick with the same window style as we move up the building. It'll probably just look weird if we started changing it now. Although in saying that, this bit here is probably a bit too thin for a window, so we'll put the first window in there. And it looks like we're going to be able to get 3 across here. We can also get some windows in on this side, but they are going to be a little bit wider than the other ones. So maybe we'll put a window on one side, we'll leave a blank wall here, because, well, we still want to get some sort of air conditioning units and other detail on the side of this thing. And then on this wall here, I think we're going to make a change. So, because it's a bit unbalanced on this wall, if we move these bones, and instead of having wider sections, if we were to put a bone thing there and another one there, and what we can do is have a window there, we can have a solid bit there, and then another window before the corner. So with that in mind, if we're having more windows, that means we need more double wall. But with this one, I think I'm only going to do it from where the floor level is going to be. Something like that. And then this bit at the back here, I want to keep solid because, well, we're going to have the train station attached to this. I'm probably going to put some kind of awning or cover over it. So if we were to add windows, that's just going to look really weird. And on this side, we can once again have some windows. And on these wider bits, I think we're going to make these solid, because that way we can add a bit of detail on the side of the walls, and then we'll have more windows. Lots of windows on this building. And then at the front of the building, we'll just mirror what we've got on the floor below. Right, I think that should work. We've got a bunch of windows, we've got a bunch of solid bits, and thankfully I've still got a whole bunch of bricks, so let's get these walls built up next. Is the second floor in place, and this building's actually starting to look pretty cool. I like it. It's definitely coming together. Ow. But before I go any further, I think what I want to do is actually get the floor in for the second floor, or first floor, I suppose, and potentially the next floor as well, because then I need to figure out what to do with the roof. And I think this bit here, I do actually want to keep at this level, but then I'm going to raise up the other sort of larger square, maybe another 3 or 4 blocks, put in some small windows or something like that, just so we have a bit of height variation on this thing. But if we're going to get some floors in there, I need to decide what to make them out of, and I think I want to use maybe some oak. I think a nice light floor to contrast the dark of the interior, but that means we need to go get ourselves lots of wood. And it is nice to see the theme park again, even though it is a bit more framey over here. And you may notice, look, we've got a very tight turning circle in here as well. So once we've actually got the station set up at the other side, we'll be able to set up the schedule for the train, and it'll be able to start going backwards and forwards. And I know this is very, very tight. It's not very realistic, but to be honest, I don't really care. I didn't want this turning circle taking up loads of space, and it's not really going to be visible from the park anyway. In fact, when you're down here, you'd never know it was even there. But anyway, we need wood, which means we need to go all the way over to the wood farm. Oh, and while we're here, you may notice I've also expanded this path over here a little bit, which does head off towards the wooded area, but yep, still got a lot to do. And we will be back here soon, I promise. We just need lots more resources. Then we can massively expand this park. But now, though, we just need some oak. I don't want to be using normal oak logs for this, though, so let's make a whole load of planks. And maybe we'll use the brick bonded planks as the base of it, and then we can mix in some texture a bit later. But now, though, let's quickly get in this floor, and probably the one above as well. Floor's in, but before I do the second floor up here, what I want to do is figure out what we're going to do about the roof on this side, because as I said, I do want this roof here to be lower than this side, which means it's going to need some kind of an edge. Could maybe literally just use some more of this industrial iron plating. This looks pretty good in general. And then what do we do on the corners? We kind of round it off a little bit. Yeah, I think just something like that would work quite nicely. And for the actual roof itself, I think I want to use some andesite slabs, which we don't have. And then the floor on this side is just going to be oak again. So I guess let's cut back to the bird's eye view. Floor is in. I've decided to go with jungle for now, just so we're not in a big oak box down here. And I've added in some stairs as well, so we can get up to the top level. And speaking of which, we should probably actually build this top level. And I think for this level, I don't want it to be too tall, only maybe 4 blocks. In fact, I think the andesite needs to come across another block here as well. But if we bring this up by 4 blocks, that's going to give us room to actually stand up inside. We can put another beam at the top there, and potentially we could put some windows in these small bits, maybe? Let's see, what would a small window look like in here? Help if I was using the right blocks. There we go. Let's maybe get some little archways in. And do I have any more panels? Yep, get one of them up there. How does that look? I mean, once we get the rest of the framing in, I think that could actually look quite nice. Not sure if I want them on this side, though. I might just save them for the front and potentially the other sides. I'm thinking over here, we're probably going to want to put up some kind of a sign, which means I might not want these windows either. For now, let's just get this top floor on, and then we can start thinking about all the details. That's looking pretty good. I like that. Although, I think it's looking a little bit flat on top. So I wonder, maybe I should add a couple more bits on top here. So let's maybe put in a small building. So we could do maybe something around that sort of size. Maybe we should stick another one next to it. Maybe something about that sort of size. Let's get these built up and see how we're looking. And for this one here, I am going to have some windows in it like we've got downstairs, but potentially just on these two sides here. And then we'll have it solid around the back. Yeah, there we go. That's looking much better already. And this smaller building on the back, I think I'm going to make it quite short in comparison to that one. I think with this one, we're going to keep the roof a little bit simpler as well. So we're just going to do not quite that. And then we'll put a little beam underneath as well, just to give it a little bit more. There we go, just a small brick box like that. And we'll stick some stuff to the side of it, make it look cool. And I've got a bit of an idea of what we can do to get these two buildings attached. But first, I really need a cup of tea. This build has taken about 8 hours so far, and we've still got a little bit to do on the outside before we can even start the detailing. But I love how it's coming out. Right, I have a cup of tea in hand, and we just have one last sort of big area to do, and that is to get a roof over this platform down here. And then after that, we're just going to go around, get all the detailing bits in, get a bit of texture in as well, which is going to take me hours. This building is massive. I mean, I don't want to add too much, just a few blocks here and there, but it's still going to take a while. But anyway, the roof down here, I want to make it out of copper. But not just that bright copper, or I want to make it out of oxidized copper. And the problem with that is oxidization takes forever, or at least it used to. Because following last time we oxidized copper, I've taken some advice from the comments and I've added create oxidized to the pack. And this basically gives us a copper recipe. So what we can do is essentially work our way through the different coppers. And if we squirt a normal block of copper, then we'll get exposed copper. And then if we squirt that one, we'll get weathered copper. And if we squirt that one, we'll get oxidized copper. So we're going to need to build a little machine for this. But the good news is we've got lots of copper to use. I'm sure 5.5 stacks is going to be plenty. Now, I don't need a lot of space for this machine. Can I squeeze it in over here somewhere? Probably not, to be honest. It's most likely something we'll actually add into the main building over there that we're doing now. So with that in mind, let's just go build a temporary one for now. I reckon we can squeeze one in over here. I mean, it's not going to be pretty, but it should get the job done. Let's just get an infinite water source down here. And we'll stick a pump there. Get rid of that pipe. And we'll just stick that pipe across the front here. We need 3 spouts. Just line them up on here. And the pipe's connected to all of those. Brilliant. Now we just need to pump up the water. So, in fact, if we change this a little bit, put the pump there, then we can just do this. Stick a cog on there, and look at that. Loads of water in those. Now, hopefully, if we do that, look at that, oxidized copper. Excellent. Now, though, we just need to wait for all of this to oxidize. Certainly quicker than the other method. Right, we've got plenty of copper. We should be good to go build this platform cover. We just need to grab a little bit more industrial iron. Right, let's get a roof up here. There we go. I think that does the trick just nicely. And with that, we have our basic building in place. Now we just need to do lots of detail. We need to get some air conditioning units, a little bit of texture, lots of texture on this gravel because that looks extremely bland right now. I want to stick some stuff to the roof. And of course, I need to decorate the platform. I'm going to crack on and I'll bring you back in once it's looking all shiny and nice. I can't wait. I've finally done it. It's taken me all day, but it is actually looking pretty good. I mean, just look at this place. It looks epic. And I'll give you a quick little tour. So if we go up here onto the platform, we've got some hanging plants which look lovely, we've got clocks, we've even got washing machines, but we're going to pretend that they're actually tickets, or ticket machines I should say. But I decided I didn't want to have an actual sort of ticket building here, so yeah, we've just gone with some machines, and these washing machines do actually work really well for that. And we've even got a sign. We've then got a whole bunch of seating, we've got some adverts for the theme park, which I do need to make some different ones. They're the only 2 I have currently. But then currently they are also the only 2 rides we actually have in the theme park, so yeah, definitely need to do that. That's being built some more rides. I've also got the train board here, which obviously isn't powered. We don't have power over here just yet, but once it is, that's going to show all the details for the trains, and then this loops down and round to the building. And I think the best way to see this part of the building is probably in free cam. So I've got some details on this side, just using some pipes and fans and things like that in between all the windows. We have, of course, textured everything as well. I've tried to keep it quite light on the texture. I've only changed a few blocks here and there, but it does help break it up a little bit. We've got some lovely greenery down the front here, looking like lovely gardens. And then we've got the yard, which I have changed ever so slightly. I decided to actually push these back a little bit. I just think it looks a bit better, and it's going to give us a little bit more space to get the vehicles in and turn them around later on. We've also added a few shipping containers here from Create Deco, and we've also got from Create Design and Decor this cardboard box, which I think looks amazing. I can't believe I've only just found it. So we've just got some small piles of goods here. I didn't want to do too much on the outside yet because, as I say, we are going to be having vehicles going in and out of here. So I wanted to make sure there's plenty of space for them to be able to turn around, preferably without me having to undo all my work later. We've made some good use of these little lanterns. We've got more detaily bits, and we've got a giant blank sign. And that's where you guys come in, because I don't really know what to call this storage building. It's basically going to be a bit of a transport hub, but mostly it's going to be for storing the things that we make in this area. And to be honest, it may well become my main storage room altogether because, well, I'm struggling with the one that we built on the actual theme park main street. It's just not big enough. So yeah, this is going to be our storage building. I do need a name for it. Once we've got a name, we'll design a logo. We'll have it all looking nice and lovely. But this build has taken me absolutely forever. So sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one, where we'll actually put something in the building. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I spent way too long building a giant warehouse with integrated train station, and today we're making plans for the huge storage room we're putting inside. But mostly, we're going to be focusing on transport. So we need to move all of our shinies from over here in Murphy's Processing over to our new storage building. And to do that, we're going to need to work out and consider a lot of different things. And of course, create our first road vehicle, which I'm very much looking forward to. Now let's get cracking, shall we? And I guess the first thing to consider, and probably the most important, is working out how we're going to transport the right number of items over here. Now here's the problem. Let's see if I can explain what's going on. So, when we have a vehicle, this can be our vehicle, it pulls up to the storage and then it loads all of its items, and then it will take all of these items over to the new destination, and then it will drop them off. And that's absolutely fine. But the problem is we have lots of items to transport, and ideally I want to do that in just one vehicle. And here lies the issue. If we just let this go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and so on, eventually, say for example, iron is going to fill up over here, and that means it won't be able to unload from the vehicle. When the vehicle comes over here, it's already got loads of iron inside it. It loads up more stuff, including extra iron, goes over here, offloads everything apart from the iron, and now it's got even less space. And this continues backwards and forwards until eventually this thing's full of iron and it can't transport the items I do need over here. Does that make sense? So what that means we need to do is control the flow of items into the vehicle in the first place. And last season we did that by having individual pickup points for all of the different items, but, well, it takes up a lot of space and we don't really want that. Ideally, I just want the vehicle that goes from here to go to one spot, pick up everything that's needed, and then take items out. And that means we need to control the flow of items into the vehicle in the first place. Question is, how do we do that? Now, my first thought was toolboxes, because with these, if I quickly make one, in fact, do I have one laying around? Yes, I do. So with the toolbox, they can hold up to 8 different items. They can hold, I think, 4 or 5 stacks of each item. In fact, it is that as much as it can hold? Maybe? I don't know. But once you've had an item in a slot, it will always save that slot even when it's empty. And this means you can kind of create a filter system. So if I was to have 2 slots for iron, 2 slots for diamond, and so on, then once this slot was full, it wouldn't be able to pick up anymore, and so on. But that's not going to stop the system from backing up. And also, these are a little bit unreliable. I tried to use them last season for this sort of thing, and yeah, it didn't really work. They just kept filling up with random stuff even though they were filtered. It was really weird and I didn't like it. But that means we need to control the flow of items into a single vault. So then the vehicle can just come along, pick up items it needs, and drive off. The question is, how are we going to control the flow of items into a vault? I think what I need to do is go over there and start working it out directly, because we need to control the flow of all of these items into that vault. So that's 9 items. Though thinking about it, I'm fairly sure vaults are 9 wide. So I could potentially make this work. Just got to figure out where I'm going to put it. And I think here probably makes the most sense because we've got quite a lot of space here. I think I've got a plan on how we can do this. But first, I need to make a new bench. By which I mean, since the storage drawers update, we've now got framing tables. And this means I can hide drawers and disguise them as different blocks. And I think that's something that's going to come in very handy. Look at that, very easy to make as well. I just need to go get some wood, get some trim, and we can get started. Alrighty, I've got some dark oak trim. Let's make a framing table and see how these things work. I mean, it looks pretty bland if I'm honest. Ooh, it looks fancy in here though. So it looks like you can put different textures on the drawer, the inside trim thing. And I assume this one's just the outside. But then what's this one? Does this just do everything? If I put that in there, then put... Oh, okay. No, that's where you put the actual thing you're trying to convert. Right, okay. So if we do that, now we've got lots of trim that looks like this. Excellent. So let's think about this. We've got 9 items that are going to be coming out, which means I'm going to need 9 of these, the draw controller slaves. And I'm missing everything. Absolutely everything. Right. Grab some redstone to make some drawers, although we're going to need more chests than that. There we go, that's more like it. We need stone, but we're going to have to fly all the way home for that. En route, we may as well make some redstone torches. What else do we need? Just gold and stone, really, and we can make these once we get some stone and, quartz. I'll tell you what, now I'm back over here, I'm really looking forward to moving this storage somewhere a bit easier to manage. That's the stone and the quartz. I don't know why I picked up so much. Let's make a bunch of these. Grab some gold. Make a bunch of them, and we can head back over there. Well, I do love the dramatic music in this area. So, let's attach all of these up here to the trims. Now we need some brass funnels. Do I have any? 37. Wow. Okay, I've got loads. Excellent. Get a bunch of item drains. Then we just need a giant vault. Not because we need to store loads of items in here, but because we need it to be big enough to actually accept all of these different funnels. Speaking of which, we should probably put these in. Okay, so this is how we're going to get the 9 different items from there into the vault. We'll just connect up this system underneath once we're ready to actually turn it on. The problem comes in that we need to actually measure how much stuff is in the vault, and I believe we can probably do that with these smart observers, which means now I need a whole bunch of cobble. Let's just steal some of that directly from the belts. We need some of these, and we need some brass casings. Right, we're gonna need an extra one of those. Luckily, past Beardy automated brass over here as well, so that's easy enough. Or at least it would be if I hadn't used up all my wood. I can't wait to have one centralized storage area. And I think we may turn the upper floor into a bit of a workshop as well, just for some of the machines that we keep needing, but only like randomly every now and then that I don't want to fully automate. For example, the oxidization machine we made last episode, that'll be a great thing to have in the workshop, but not something I want to build a whole building for. Anyway, what did we come over here for? I've forgotten already. Oh, wood, that was it. Got some already stripped as well, excellent. Right, so let's build a bunch of observers, and then we'll give them some brains, make them smart, and let's go see if my plan's gonna work. So with these smart observers, if I do that, I'll tell you what, we are gonna need something to test all of this with, so let's turn all of these round that way. Test with some iron. Then we're gonna use the smart observer to check for iron, although Smart Observer doesn't tell us how much of something is in a vault, does it? It just tells us whether there's actually any in there or not. Maybe this won't work. Let me ponder. How smart are these observers? Well, it was lovely, but it's not going to do what I want. So that means we're going to have to try and use threshold switches for this, which is going to be a little bit more difficult, I believe. So I need to get this as low as possible. So once this gets 1% full of a specific item, I think I can still filter. Yep, okay, cool, this might work. Then what it should do is emit a redstone signal. And then that should turn off this funnel here. So I'm probably going to need to put a block there, so the redstone signal goes into that block, and then that activates the funnel. That should work, maybe, potentially, I don't know. Either way, there's only one way to test. Let's actually connect this to the storage over there, and I believe there's a connection just underground here somewhere. That was a wrench, not a shovel. Yep, there it is. Should just be as simple as that. Give it a moment, and there we go. There goes some iron, and how much is it going to pick up? Oh, geez. Okay, that picked up quite a lot. That's 1,000. Okay, yeah, that is quite a lot. And that's with this on its lowest setting. Jeez. Let's go back to the smart observer again. Test for iron. Got a block there. Built up for iron on that one. I'm just going to run a little test here, so let's reverse that. Don't want iron coming out of this one now. We just want it coming out of this one here. Let's empty everything. Okay, now this time it should activate as soon as there's iron in there. And maybe only 2 or 3 stacks are going to come out. At least that's what I'm hoping before it activates. I need to rotate that. Yeah, look at that. Did that just give us 2 stacks? Wow, okay. It only gave us 1 stack. That activated a lot quicker than I expected. Is that because it's locked to this one here as well? Probably is, isn't it? Let's rotate that back round again. Let's try 3rd setup. So this time we'll put the observer there, give it a filter, put a bit of redstone dust on there. It'll only activate this funnel here. We've emptied the vault again. So now this time, hopefully, it'll only let in 2 or 3 stacks and then turn off. Let's hope. Nope, it doesn't seem to be activating it at all. Turn that off. I'm gonna run out of iron for testing at this rate. I'm gonna have to go put it all back. Okay, so I think the problem here is I've accidentally used framed trim. Let's actually use a block of iron. That should transmit redstone. Billy Beardy. Right, let's try that again. Yep, there was only one iron left. Let's chuck all this back. Right, now let's resume our testing. There's no iron in there. Let's turn this on. And that was exactly 2 stacks. Perfect. That's what we want. So that solves the first part of the problem, which is how we make sure we get a specific amount of resources in here at a time. But now we have the next part of the problem. And that is how to make sure everything over here shuts off when we've actually got a vehicle here loading up. Because otherwise, as it's loading up the iron, it's then going to empty the iron, which means more's going to go in, which means more's going to go in the vehicle, and so on. And we're back to where we started. I hope that made sense. But either way, we need to be able to turn off everything on this side to stop it loading up the vault even further when we have our vehicle in the station. And there is an easy solution for that, and it involves me replacing all of these. And that is to make the loading system underneath here powered by using belts, because then we can basically just shut off the power whenever there's a truck in the station. Problem is, it means I've got loads of belts running, but oh well. There's not really another effective way of doing it, because there's not enough space to put additional redstone links on all of these. We need the space on the back here to have a redstone link that links to the main storage so that things don't load up when it's full over there. At least that's my plan, but we'll get to that later. But that does mean that we don't have anywhere else for a redstone signal to go. Although, now I've said all that, there is a way. Okay, scrap that. We are going to go back to item drains. They're slightly less laggy than belts. And to be honest, it looks quite nice to see everything going along these. But I do have another plan. We'll get to that in just a moment. So I think before I go any further, what I'm actually going to do is set up all of these filters and all of the systems to make sure things are loading up correctly. Ah, that's going to be a problem. Or is it? No, it's not. Excellent. I thought the observer was powering the one next to it for a moment there, and that would have been bad. So let's get all of these filters on next. And we need to get the filters on down the bottom here, and then make sure we've got matching ones up top in our blocks. In fact, instead of doing this, because we need to put redstone links on these anyway, we'll just do this. Link up all the signals. In fact, we'll make these signals a little bit more unique. We'll turn them into volts. Matching signals on the bottom. And there we go. That should work. And that means we can use these same signals when we sort out our storage at that side. So when it's full, it also locks this and stops the vault here from loading up, which will stop the truck from filling up too. Oh, this is long-winded, but it should work. Now, in theory, all I need to do is open these up. And they're all just loading up with 2 or 3 stacks. Yep, 3 stacks. That's absolutely fine. Let's get the rest of these open. And perfect. That part of the system is working wonderfully. The next thing we need to do is to build the station and the loading point for the vehicle, but we don't have a vehicle yet. And not only that, I need to get lots of track in as well. The last season, what we did was we put the rail underground, and then we had everything sort of running around on poles, which was fine. It worked a treat, but the reason we did that was because Phantom Rails had a bit of an issue where when you put a train station on it or something like that, it showed where the station was. So even if the rail was invisible, you'd still have a big plate visible in the center. And it kind of ruined the immersion. But that doesn't happen anymore, which means instead of digging lots of space underground, we can just use phantom rails directly on the surface and have our trucks running around on that, which is good because it makes things a lot simpler and I don't have to dig loads of massive holes, but it's bad because it means I need to go get lots of phantom rail, and for that I need phantom membrane. Because if I look at my train stuffs bag, although I've got 700 there, which is actually more than I thought, it's definitely not going to be enough because I need to get the rails in over this entire area. So I guess I'm gonna go do some AFKing in a phantom farm, which I may have in my pocket. Ah, I do not. Let's go find it. And speaking of the Phantom Farm, I do still have plans to turn it into a ride. I have an idea. We're going to do the Wizard Tower. We're probably going to put some kind of drop tower contraption inside to make it into a full ride with the Phantom Farm at the top. But that's going to have to wait for another day because I don't have time for that. There we go. That is the Pocket Phantom Farm. And I've got some water on me as well, so we should be good. Let's go somewhere nice and quiet. Maybe on top of the bridge. That'll be good. Nice and out of the way. Let's put our rail down, put a contraption down, put our pocket farm down. And we need to break all of these oak logs. Put water on the corners. And although I haven't slept in a couple of days, I think night 3 might be the next night. And I need to go get myself some lunch, so I guess I'm going to be standing in here for a while. Oh no, I don't have my sword. My sword is still in the blaze burnery thing. I actually need to make a new one for that. So yeah, let's just go steal it for now. And don't let me forget I need to put a new sword in here. Nope, not in here. In building number 4. Yep, sorry, fella. You're going to be disarmed briefly. You can still punch him. It's fine. Right, anyway, where were we? Just chilling in our phantom farm. Hopefully next time you see me, I'll have lots of phantom membrane, meaning we can make lots of phantom rail. That is really close to my face. Few nights AFK, and I now have so much phantom rail. Look at this stuff. I completely forgot that you actually get 32 pieces for each phantom membrane, so we should have more than enough to get started over here. And the reason I wanted so much is because I actually want to put in kind of the rail for everything in this area, at least everything we've got so far. And I'm hoping I've got enough space here to do these roads 2 lanes. Yep, look at that. So yeah, I've got a whole lot of rail to place. And a short while later, we've got the core part of our rails in. In fact, it's probably easier to see from above. So let's have a look if I press the right button. There we go. And if we zoom right out, you can see what we've got so far. So we've got the big loop that goes all around the outside. We've got a cut through in the middle. And I know it looks a little bit weird right down here, but there is a reason for that, which we'll get to shortly. It then continues down this way, goes into the yard, which once again looks a little bit weird, but I think I've worked it out so that every truck can come in through this entrance, pull forward, and then reverse into the bay it needs, and then it can leave. So this should work nicely. And then of course these rails just go off that way and that way. I need to make this corner here a bit wider. As you can see, there's not quite enough space there for it. But anyway, now we've got our rail, we need to build our truck. And what with this being a factory that deals in highly refined metals, I think it makes sense for this to be some form of a security truck. Like one of those small sort of armored vans that banks use for transporting their money around to the shops and all that sort of thing. Although we do need somewhere to build it, and I'd rather just build it somewhere with some space, so let's do it over here. We're going to need a tiny bit of track, then we need to put a station on the front there. Create new train. And for the bogie, we're going to want an invisible bogie. So let's make sure we've got that selected. And there it is. And that is higher up than I expected. But it's fine. We can work with this. Although not currently. I don't really have the blocks I need to be able to make this van, because I think we want to use primarily cyan terracotta. I think that's going to be the right sort of color, like a blue-gray. But we're going to need a bunch of other blocks as well to make this happen. Let's go grab a few bits. Right, I've got a bunch of stuff. Hopefully this is going to help us to make a vehicle here. Although straight off the bat, I do realise I've completely forgotten to bring any blocks of coal. Right, let's try that again. And before you ask, I have no idea why it says loading Mr. Beardstone custom music at the bottom. I don't have any on here anymore. And no matter how many times I restart the game, it doesn't go away. So, yeah, I'm going to have to look into that after the recording, I think. We'll just ignore it for now. Pretend it's not there. It's fine. Right, so let's build a security van. Let's start with some wheels. And we'll give ourselves a nice base to work from. Just going to have some holes in it because, of course, we do have the rail here. And because of how intrusive these bogies are, we're just going to be building these vehicles on one bogie, which means they're not going to look quite as realistic going around, but it's going to give us a lot more freedom of what we can actually do with these vehicles. And I learned a lot last season when we had lots of moving vehicles going around, and the main thing I learned is we need to come up with some kind of consistent place where all of the, what are they called, storage interfaces are going to be on the vehicles, so that each vehicle can use each station. Essentially a universal system so that everything is compatible. So let's make ourselves a few of these. And it's safe to say we always want a storage interface here so that when it's pulling into a sort of loading place or reversing into one, it can always connect with another one of the storage interfaces. But then we also need some sideways ones. So if we stick them there and there, in fact, I'm going to switch these ones round. We're going to have one facing that way and one that way. So this is what we're going to have on each and every vehicle. And then we're going to build up around that. Although thinking about it, that might cause me a few problems with this particular build because, I mean, this is the bit that definitely needs to be universal. I just wonder whether the one on the side, we can sort of choose what direction it's going to go in. I don't know if we'll be able to fit in both directions. Because I need to be able to put in train controls, a seat, more train controls. Yeah. I mean, most of the other vehicles are actually going to be a bit longer, so it won't be an issue. But this particular vehicle, I think we're just going to have to limit it to the 2 storage interfaces. It'll be fine. And then for actual storage, we'll just stick that on top. Now, let's build a van. So we'll start just getting in a basic shape. And what with this being a security van, I think I'm going to make it a couple of metal doors. We'll stick one at the back and maybe one on the side. Here. That could work. I don't think I want to have doors on both sides, though, so maybe make that side solid. Then we'll get a windshield in, something like that. Well, actually, let's make this completely solid. And I kind of need to get the train controls in so we can work out how we're going to do the front here. Question is, how do I make them? Precision mechanisms. Okay, we do have some. Excellent. So we just need some levers. We'll get a couple of these. So one of them needs to go there and one needs to go here. Got an idea. How about we'll get copycat trapdoor, put that on top there, and maybe stick a grate to the front. Then that covers it up quite nicely, actually. Then we need to get a roof on this thing, and I'm going to try this textured terracotta block, because if we get this down, not only does it make the roof look cool, but it adds a very nice detail on the sides. In fact, I wonder, can we get that on down the bottom as well? Let me rethink how we build this. Just going to remove all of this terracotta again. And I'm thinking if we use bite blocks down the bottom here, yeah, look, we can get the line in. Then we'll just fill in the blanks with these bite blocks. Then I suppose on the sides here, we can just keep it to the one, right? Tell you what, I really like that. I think that works. Let's just quickly get some buttons on the wheels. It's looking a little bit flat at the moment on the sides though, so what I'm going to do is stick some of these to that and then just use some of these copycat slices along the edge here. Does that work? It makes it look a little bit more interesting at least. And let's do it the same at the bottom, but we'll use some industrial iron instead. And wing mirrors, lights. Now, wing mirrors are easy enough. We just need a couple of levers and some iron bars. We'll do that and that. Simple, but effective. And then we'll put some lights in there. Not that we have any on us. We're going to have to go grab some. And we'll put some rear lights on as well. So I guess we can't really have those. But then I suppose at the back here, it would make sense to have a little bit more of a step anyway, because we've got the door. So yeah, I think that works quite nicely. We could do with a few windows on the van though. So I've got these blocks here, and I wonder, can we just knock out a couple of these bits maybe? Like them two? Maybe a little window so they can peek, see who's knocking on the back door, and a couple here as well. Looking pretty good. And in fact, I think besides getting some lights on it and a number plate, we might be done. Although we do need a seat as well, actually. I'm just thinking, would that look better with a ladder on it? Oh, well, no, I can't put a ladder on it. That solves that one. Right, let's go get some lights. So, redstone on the back. And although I would like to use sea lanterns, I don't have any, but these hive shroom lights, I think they work quite well. And while I was over there, you know what I should have done? I should have got myself something to use for a number plate, but I didn't. I can't wait to have everything just in one building. It's gonna make my life so much easier. Well, I don't have what I need for a canvas sign, so yep, we need to chop some grass. Let's get ourselves a knife and try and get some straw. There we go. Get a white one of those. Fly all the way back. We'll stick that on there. Give that the number plate shinies. And, oh, are you kidding me? I've forgotten my blooming seat. Then we'll just put that on a slab, get ourselves a seat, light grey, that'll do. And there we go, there's the seat, which I know is inside the glass, but it's fine when someone's actually driving, you don't really notice. And because it's glass, they won't suffocate, which is nice. Although it does make it hard to get the controls. So for now, while I'm testing, I'm just going to remove that. And I'm also going to remove the door. And I'll tell you what, I think what we're going to need to do is just put in a trapdoor in the ceiling for now. Because I am going to need to jump in and out of this. But when we're ready to actually put a mob inside it, we can fix it up, it's fine. It's just going to make it a lot easier for me if I can actually get in and out of this vehicle. And drive it, because it'll be kind of hard to line up the stations if I don't do that. Right, close. Okay, so let's get this glued together and turn it into an actual train. Where's my super glue? Ah, there it is. I think I've got everything. Let's see what it says. So we'll call that shinies. Let's get that moved onto the actual track we've got over here. Left-hand side of the road. Now let's take it for a spin. So we should be able to go in here. Yep, looking good. Go all through here. Around the corners. I'll tell you what, the turning doesn't look too bad with the bogey being in the middle. It could be worse. This bit of road upsets me though. I don't really know what to do about that. We can't seem to hide those bits of track. But that aside, if we go down here and then pull into here, then we'll be able to pull up to here and then reverse into these bays. Oh, at least we would if I turn the right way. There we go, look at that. Then when we back in here, we'll drop off the diamonds and all the other shinies, of course. And then when we're done, we can go back out. We can go back up here. Looks pretty good, actually, apart from the fact the wheels aren't spinning, but we'll ignore that. Yeah, this is going to look awesome. Right, we've got some lining up of stuff and things to do. So, we've got this little bit of road that comes in here, so it can pull up, and then it can reverse, and this is where it's going to pull into a station and need to load up. So, let me think. If we want this van to load up from... Oh, we have to be from the back. We're going to want a station around there somewhere. Let's jump out and put one down. The only way out is to fly. Excellent design, Beardy. Ooh, I almost died. Jeez. Right, so we'll put that in our offhand so we can see the track. If we were to put a station here, we'll just dump it there for now so we can test it. For some reason, I can't pull into that station. That's weird. Let me try just putting in another one over here. We'll see if we can pull into that one. So this one works. But why doesn't this one? Let's just try it in a different spot. Maybe it was having a moment. Nope, I honestly don't know what its problem is. This is going to make things very difficult if I can't put a station down. What is going on? Maybe I should relay this bit of track? Oh, that seemed to work. Weird. And in fact, that's actually in a better place as well. Well, it must have just bugged out somehow. Oh well, now we know it works. On with the show. So, the station is on that space there. It means we don't need this rail here. And we can put a loading system at the back. Starting with one of these, which should connect. Yep, look at that. This is going to be nice and simple. We'll just stick a belt in there. Encase this. Brass funnel there. Andesite funnel there. And then we'll just need to give that power to make it work. But we do still have the problem where as soon as that starts emptying, these are going to trigger and it's going to start loading up again, and it's just going to create an infinite loop. So what I need to do is something fancy with this station here. And the only space we're really going to have to do that is going to be underground. Let's just dig out a little bit of space here. So I just need a bunch of redstone links. Put redstone on the top of all of these. Make sure they've all got a signal that matches what we've got going on upstairs, like so. And then lastly, we need a comparator, put there, and then we need to reset this station. So let's grab that, stick it there. Now hopefully, if we just pull this van out and then back into the station again. Now the van is in the station, it's lit up all of these signals, which don't match these ones. Let me go fix that. So that needs to be a volt at the bottom of each one. But now that means when the truck's in the station, these are going to remain locked, so it can just load up with purely what's in here, which should be a well-balanced, well, 3 stacks of everything. I know there's only 2 stacks of iron at the moment, but that was our test. So in theory, if I give this power now, it should just load up the truck and then not do anything until the truck pulls away. But as always, only one way to find out. Go find some power. All right, this should be fairly straightforward if we just get rid of that. Destroy our road as usual. Stick that in there. The gearbox. And then a vertical gearbox. That is... well, it's throwing in the wrong direction. So let's try that again. But there we go. That will now load up the van. These are remaining locked. And if all has gone to plan, when I drive away, it should fill up the vault again, which is currently empty. Please let this work. Let's pull away. And... no, they're still not going off. For some reason, these are all still powered. Is everything a bit close together, maybe? Looks like I've got some troubleshooting to do. Right, I may have fixed it just by moving the redstone links for these on top. I think they were kind of powering that way, which, yeah, we don't want. But hopefully, we've fixed it. Let's find out. So, let's approach the station. Let's load up. And all the lights on top have now gone off. So if we pull away, the lights come on again, stuff reloads. Then we can go back, and that should happen again. Yep, there we go. The lights are going off. Although my van's now full. But either way, that system seems to work. This is good. But now what we need to do, like any good engineer, is go and have a cup of tea. I need to let my brain rest after that one. Right, tea has been acquired. Let's go take a drive and go sort out the other side. And for this one, we're going to reverse into the boxes, apparently. So, yep, we're going to have to fix that. But we're going to set up this one over here. So I guess the first thing I should do is trim down these boxes a little bit so we don't have any accidents. And then work out where the station needs to go. So probably... this one here. Nope, we need to go one more block further back. There we go, much better. Then that should connect up. Beautiful. Then to get this stuff out, we just need a couple of belts. And for now, I don't actually know where we're going to be sending this. I don't know how we're going to sort out the storage in here. So I guess maybe just the vault will do. So just something like that. That'll help with the offloading for now. Obviously not until it's got power, but once it's got power, it'll do the thing. And then after that, we need to figure out how we're actually going to sort out and store all of this stuff. But for now, we've got bigger problems, and that is setting up the automation for this thing. And for that, we're going to need train signals and train stations. And I think we'll start with the stations. So this is the station that's going to be for things that need to turn around. I think we'll just hide these underground. So we'll call that storage entrance turn so we know exactly what it is. And get that covered up again. We'll call this one storage bay. Let me do that. Storage bay 1. Okay, then when this vehicle leaves, it's going to go this way, which all makes sense. I do want to make sure we've got some signals here so that things only enter and exit in the right direction. So we'll do one there and one there. So that'll force the truck to drive down this way. And what we want to do is have it go this way, which I guess is all going to be automated. We'll sort out all the signals on the junctions later to avoid collisions, but currently, there's only going to be one vehicle on the road, so yeah, we'll save that for now, because that's going to mess with my mind. Okay, so we want it to come in here, and then pull it up to probably around about there. We'll call this Murphy's Rev for Murphy's Reverse. So the van will come into Murphy's Reverse, then it's going to go over here, where we haven't actually named the station, although we have got a station in. We'll call this Murphy's Pickup, because this is, of course, Murphy's Processing. And then in theory, from there, we can just tell him to go all the way back to storage bay 1, or the storage entrance return, I should say, and then into bay 1, and then to Murphy's Reverse, and then here. Yeah, okay, that should work. But there's only one way to test, and that is to get ourselves a driver. So how do we make these conductor's caps again? A bit of wool, precision mechanism, and string. And weirdly, the only one of those three things we have on us is a precision mechanism. Good job. Let's quickly go make ourselves a cap, get ourselves a conductor, and I could probably do with grabbing a lead as well, unless I've still got those ones from last episode on me, which I don't. Right, so first thing I should do is disassemble the train, which, yep, gonna destroy the rail, but we need to do this so that I can actually put this bit of glass back in. Reassemble, get the rail back in, make ourselves a little driver. Look at you, Mr. Security Guard. And I guess to get him in there, we'll put you in through the bonnet. Perfect. So let's make this dude a quick schedule. From here, we go to Murphy's Reverse. Don't bother waiting there. And then Murphy's Pickup. Let's leave you there for 30 seconds. Plenty of time. Then travel to Storage Entrance Turn. Don't wait there at all. And then Storage Bay 1. Once again, let's go for 30 seconds. And if we give this to this little guy in here, we should start going. Excellent. Although he's already stopped. What's your problem? Can't be anything to do with the signals, surely. You're the only one on the road. Maybe if I put another signal in there. What's your problem? I'll just remove that signal for now. We'll figure out what your issue is soon. Whoa, he is speeding. He's going super fast. Oh my days. Right, we need to slow him down. That's what we need to do. Right, let's put that speed right down. If I can grab that schedule from him, what we'll also do is add in a new section where we'll limit the max speed to 40%. That's probably going to be plenty. Right, hopefully that'll work a bit better for us. There we go, he's off. Still maybe a little bit quick. Right, let's watch him from up here this time and see how he goes. So I feel like we definitely need to maybe add some stations at the junctions just to make the vehicle speed up and slow down. Ow, I fell off. But apart from that, this seems to be working a treat. And with that, sadly, we are out of time for today. We didn't get a chance to plan any of the storage, but we can sort that out next episode. Uh-oh. Because if we're going to turn that into a giant storage warehouse and workshop, well, we've definitely got our work cut out for us. And I know last episode I asked you for names for this particular building, but that episode went out literally about 2 hours ago. So yeah, we won't be naming that in this episode, but hopefully we'll be able to give it a name and a lovely logo in the next one. And just a little heads up, because of the holidays and the fact that I'm incredibly busy in January, videos on the channel may be a little bit slower over the next 6 weeks or so. We should still have plenty of FTB because they're nice and quick to record and put together, but the main series videos are definitely going to be a little bit slower over the next 6 weeks. But I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season. It's been an absolutely epic year on the channel, and I can't wait to see what we get up to next year, and I better move or I'm going to get run over. But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Over the last few episodes, we've been building up this industrial area, automating lots of shiny things, adding a power station, and more recently, this giant storage warehouse. And of course, a shiny new vehicle. This building, however, is scarily empty. And today, hopefully, we're going to change that. So for this building, I do have some plans. The question is whether I can pull it off or not. So I plan to lean into the whole warehouse thing we've got going on with the outside and bring that to the inside too. That means storage racks, pallets, piles of goods and so on all over the ground floor here. Then as we move up to the first floor, we'll have more storage racks in this smaller side section, but the majority of that floor is going to be our new workshop. The old one's getting a little bit cramped these days. That then leaves the top floor, which I can use for overflow storage, things I just don't really need that much. And of course, that also leaves the two buildings on the roof, which for now shall remain empty. You never know when we're going to need more space. So that's the plan. It's a very, very loose plan, and I haven't actually designed any of this or thought beyond what I just told you, but I'm sure it'll be fine. But first up, we need to do a bit of planning and prepare this ground floor here, because I think this is where we're going to start on the kind of storage input areas, I guess, and try and work out how we're going to make this look all warehousey. And I don't think there's anything scarier in Minecraft than staring at a big empty space and knowing you need to fill it and not having a clue where to begin. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of concerned about the structural integrity of this place as well. There is nothing holding up this floor. So maybe we can combine those two problems into one and come up with a solution. So to get this done, I'm going to need a whole lot more brick. And to be honest, I pretty much used everything we made last time. I will check to see what we've got, but we're probably going to need a little bit more. And then we'll work out how we're going to kind of divide up this room a little bit and give us smaller sections to work with. And that should make it much easier for me to wrap my brain around. So this has got another 14,000 clay in it, so let's just steal all of this. And I guess this is another resource we really should be moving out of here, because that's going to cause problems if it backs up completely. Right, let's go make some more brick. Woo! Although, let's see what we've got left over first. Okay, more than I thought. Maybe we don't need to make brick just yet. We've also got these. Excellent. I can just dump all the clay in here and just craft up a whole bunch more bricks. Now, let's think about this. How are we going to divide this up? I think it makes sense first off to maybe have pillars sort of like this, either side of the windows. Then we'll stretch these beams all the way across the ceiling over to the opposite wall. Although annoyingly, they're just out of reach, so I've got to build myself a little platform and then put these up, and then I've got to remove my little platform. Ugh. What a pain. So this could take a moment. I'll see you once I've got all of these beams in. But it's amazing what a difference a few beams can make. I can start to see how it's dividing up already, which is wonderful, but the beams look terrible. So I wonder if we were to put some small sort of arches on these things. Let's just do this one pillar here. Then we'll do a block, and then we'll do a half slab, and then a panel. Yeah, I think that could work, but it's kind of hard to tell with just one pillar. Let's do the opposite one here as well. Tell you what, I do quite like that. It's going to take me forever to do all of these, though. But I reckon it's going to be worth it, so let's crack on. Yeah, there we go. Having those arches in makes it look much better. But now on to the next problem. I set my brightness down to proper levels. It's pitch black in here. And that means I need to sort out some lighting. And that comes with good news and bad news. The good news is, I think I know how I want to make the lights and make them look all industrial and nice. Pretty dark in here. I shouldn't be recording clips in here. There we go. That's a bit better. So yes, I do know how I want the lights to look. And for the lights, I need zinc, which is easy enough. We've got that automated. But I also need some end rods. And that we don't have. At least we don't have currently. In the past, though, we have gone to go get loads and loads of chorus fruits. And I'm just hoping that we've got some left over, maybe, potentially, hopefully. I mean, we've got plenty of blaze rods. We seem to have 900 in our bag for some reason, which I assume is from sorting out the blaze rod farm over there. But without the chorus fruits, we can't get our end rods. Although, it looks like we've actually got some end rods left over already, so there's 104 there, which, to be honest, is probably going to be more than enough. Especially when I have no idea where I might have put that chorus fruit. Is it over here? Oh, yes. Look at that. Yeah, we've got loads of it. Which means we can get some lights in straight away. Excellent. Right, so what I want to do is make myself a whole load of zinc catwalk. That's going to be the secret ingredient here. So let's start off putting some lights on this section. And then we'll work our way forward. And they're quite simply going to be just like that. 2 end rods and 4 catwalks per light. And I think once we get them throughout the building, that should look pretty good. So let's get that done. There we go. We can see a lot better in here now. We've got lots of lighting. And now we can actually start on the build. And I think it makes sense for the first thing I do is going to be to sort out all of these bays and figure out where this stuff is going to go. And ideally, I think I just want to feed them all into draw controller slaves. So I could literally just put one right here and save a whole lot of space, but I think I want to try and make something that looks a little bit cooler. And this bit here is 3 wide, so maybe what we can actually do is pull everything over here somewhere. somewhere. Then we can do the same for these ones as well. So if we were to put in a belt here, we'll do the same thing over on this side, as in the same thing we've got over there. So we'll stick one of them there. We'll do the same on this one, though that's going to have to come out one further. And then we can just get all of these in, and that should create a nice little belt system for our drop-offs here. So we just need to stick some funnels on these, get some encased chain drives in, and then we just need to sort the power. And I think just doing that should now mean that all the belts are going to get powered. Everything should be connected. What I do need to do, however, is actually get some power over here. And I wonder, first off, let's just get it to the building. And I'm wondering if... yeah, we do have this tunnel at the back here. We could utilize this a bit, I guess. Maybe we should do it at the top, though, just in case we do something with this tunnel at some point. But if we send a shaft over this way, vertical gearbox, a few more shafts, and I think if we put one here, that should be about the right level. Now we just need to connect up to some power, and I don't really want to connect to the power here because this is obviously all attached to the lava lake, and it's kind of on an independent system. So, with that in mind, is there somewhere else we can grab it from? There should be some. Yeah, there we go. Just over here. This is what we shall still. We'll send it all the way over this way, stick in a gearbox and send it off in this direction, although I need more shafts. And then I think at this point here, we're going to jam in a speed controller and just make sure that that is going max speed. Yep, there we go. I think it was only going half speed before. But that has brought power into this building for us, which is awesome. So we can then route that power upstairs, so when we build our workshop, we've got power up there, but I can also route this down underground. And then we can get that connected up over there. So, more digging, I guess. And then loads more shafts. And I've run out again. Let's make some more. And then we just need to send this up. And is this going to go in the right direction? Nope. So let's just stick in another gearbox to rotate the signal again. And there we go. Look, we're actually offloading the van. Brilliant. Don't want to be doing that right now, though, because it doesn't really have anywhere to go. It's all just going to get launched and then fill up my inventory, which we don't want. But this is all working. This is good. So, first thing I want to do is hide all of this, and we're going to use industrial iron blocks to encase this, which I don't think you can do in normal create, but we do have the create encased mod on here, and that, I believe, is what's allowing us to do this. But I think we can also, no, not that one, do this. Yeah, look at that. We can just make everything not stand out quite as much. Gearboxes as well. Yeah, look at that. All right, looking good. Offloading system working. Now, the next thing I'm going to need is draw controller slaves. Some of these. So we need to make some comparators, get some drawers and gold, and I think we've got everything we need on us. Because this copycat bag now also has some drawer-related things in it. So we've got our framing table. We're definitely going to want that. We've got some drawers and trims and some other framed trims as well. Which, to be honest, we do need to use one of them down here. And let's just quickly do that. Right, so we need to make comparators, which I think is the only thing I don't have on me, which means we need to go get some quartz. And I really chose a bad route there, running over the belts. So let's just grab some of that straight from there so we can make a bunch of them and make a bunch of them. Excellent. Oh, and it has just occurred to me, I've got a couple of belts here that aren't running, but we can solve that with a couple of shafts. There we go. Wonderful. Though let's give these some brackets. Just sits a bit better like that. Right, anyway, drawers. Can we do this with them? Oh, we can. Look at that. I mean, I'm not going to be able to tell what anything is in my hotbar, but excellent. I like that we can do that. So then we just need a few funnels there. To make them look a bit better, let's do the thing where we make them big. We never do this. Yeah, that makes that look like more of a unit. I like that. I don't like the fact that it sticks out. Maybe I should pull it forward by a couple of blocks. And there we go, that already feels better. Excellent. So that's the offloading system done, but we have nowhere for it to load into yet. And I'm just going to quickly hide the power again for now. So, actual storage. What are we going to do about this? So if I want this to look like a warehouse, I think it's going to make sense to have like some piles or pallets of things, as well as some shelving units and so on. And I think I've got a bit of a layout in mind of how this first bit could work. It's just a question of whether I can actually pull it off or not. So I think it makes sense for us to actually start by storing the things we are already producing over here. But for this to work, it means I'm going to need to gather lots of this stuff. Got a lot of gold compared to copper. Jeez. And then what I'm going to do is make a whole bunch of blocks of these things. I'm pretty sure we can get, yeah, look at that, blocks of experience. They look weird, but at least they're blocks. And there we go. I now have blocks of all 9 things. I'm actually kind of glad that all of that stuff can be turned into blocks. And let's see if we can start off just by making some piles of loot. And I think I've got an idea of how the actual storage on these will work once we've got that done. So if we were to do iron, gold, copper, zinc, brass, alloy, then I guess round the back redstone, diamonds, experience, and we can probably come up with some other stuff to put in here. I mean, we could do lapis and emeralds. Not that we're actually automating them, but we're still going to need storage for them. And I'll tell you what, I know exactly what we can put on this last one. Industrial iron. We use a lot of that. So let's see if I can turn this into sort of piles of stuff, I guess. As part of making these piles, I also need to make a pile of emeralds, but I didn't have any in storage, so I came over here to sell to my villagers, and they're zombies. So I guess we're going to do a bit of villager curing. Not something that was on my list today. Oh, it's lovely to fly over the log flume again, though. We'll be back soon, theme park. In fact, maybe we'll even come back next episode and add a new ride. I do have an idea for something we want to do. You've been screaming about it in the comments as well. It's probably about time I built that wizard tower. But we'll save that for next episode. For now, I had the thing I needed to do. What was it? What did I come back here for? Oh yes, I need to make a potion. Now, I think I've got a couple of potions laying around somewhere. Ooh, I could do with that. My wings are a bit damaged. Yes, anyway, potions. I'm sure I had a couple around somewhere. Where did I put them? Apparently nowhere, but look at that. 9 emeralds. They'll come in handy. Well, apparently I have no potions whatsoever. So I guess we're going to do some brewing. How do we even make potions of weakness? Fermented spider eye into a water bottle. So we need some spider eyes. We need brown mushrooms. Do I have any? They might all be over in my other storage. And we're going to need a little bit of sugar as well. So let's grab some of this. Oh, and while I think of it, we're also going to need golden apples. So, do I have any apples in here? Nope, not down there. How about in the kitchen? We do! And an enchanted one as well. Forgot about that. So, let's make the golden apples. We only need 2. And we need brown mushrooms. So, spider eye with sugar and 1 brown mushroom will give us a fermented spider eye. Now, we just need to add that to water. And I think the best thing for us to do for that is probably just going to be to come down here and see what this guy's up to. Right, he's got potion of strength in there. But as this one has blaze powder in, we may as well use it. Right. And I'm going to need a bit of gunpowder as well, because I need to make these splash potions, I believe. It's been so long since I've done anything with villagers and potions, I was kind of forgetting a little bit there. So that's our potions of weakness. Adding the gunpowder should turn them into splash potions. And then we should be good to go cure these villagers and actually sell some stuff, get some emeralds, and make a big pile of stuff. Let's lure these guys outside. Can I even get out here? Probably not. Right, let's just... Oh, that was terrible. I threw that at myself. Right, I think that one got them. And then, ow! Stop it. Then if we do that, so that was going to take 270 seconds to convert. This one is only going to take 170. So, that means he's going to attack this one. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on the timer and grab him as soon as he's done. I mean, we do have the carry-on mod, so I think I'm going to be making very quick use of that very shortly. It's the only way I can save you, Franklin. Why is this one taking like twice as long though? I don't understand. That's so weird. Oh, are you kidding me? I already had a golden apple and potion in. For the love of... What's this guy? Oh yeah, the bard. I forgot about you. Oh, he's literally called Guy. Excellent. Right, 1 more minute, Franklin, and I'll save you. Don't panic. Stop panicking, I said. Right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, okay, we got him. We got him. Dulcie over here didn't even notice. Excellent. So we're just going to wait for Dulcie to convert back, and then we'll put Franklin back in the pen, and then we can do some trading. Finally. Looks so funny when you hold these. Finally. Right, Franklin, you can go home now. What we're going to do is get a whole load of sticks and a whole bunch of string and get ourselves some emeralds. And I guess we can do the old librarian trick here, where we can buy a load of those. You reset your trades already, Franklin? Nope, I think I just didn't sell him enough sticks in the first place. Anyway, what we can do is if we smash up these bookshelves, which we paid 1 emerald for, we're going to get 3 books for each one. And now we can sell these books back to Dulcie and make a nice, tasty profit. So that's our 12 emeralds back, and we've still got another 24 we can sell once he refreshes his trades. But so far, I've got 6 blocks of emeralds. I'm probably going to need at least twice as many as that, so I guess I'm going to be waiting around for these guys for a little while. Well, I've got 16 blocks. That'll have to do. I'm not standing around here for another day. Let's go make some more piles of stuff. Right, the piles are in, but they're looking a little bit too organized right now. So what I'm going to do is break them up a little bit using some of these bite blocks because they look like smaller blocks of the same resource. I reckon if we have a few of these piles round and about, it could look pretty good. Gotta be careful not to overdo it. And I also need to make sure I'm leaving at least 1 face blank on each one of these piles rails as well because I want to make sure that we can actually get the drawers in. There we go. That's looking better. Looking pretty good from this side as well. Now what I need to do is work out where the drawers are going to go. Because it's no good having storage if we can't actually store anything. So I want to make some compacting drawers, which means I need pistons. That should be easy enough. I just need some planks. There we go, loads of pistons. Right, so we want a bunch of these, and we want a bunch of these ones as well. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is just put down these where they're going to go. We'll make them look better later. We're going to disguise them back as the blocks they're currently replacing. So these ones all need 3-tier compacting drawers. Emeralds only need 2. Industrial iron, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Oh no, look, it does do 3. Look at that. Lapis only needs 2. Experience needs 2. Diamonds needs 2. And redstone needs 2. So we've got a whole bunch of drawers in. Now we need to figure out how we're going to connect them. So let's grab some dark oak trim for this. So we'll start over here, and if we put in down the back here, get some trim underneath, that connects these two together. We can hide those. They're connected already. So the next ones we need to get to are all the way over there. So if we remove that one there and get some trim in those holes, and we need to go one more. There we go. Oh, and thinking about it, these copper blocks, they're going to age. So if I remove those, I don't have any wax, but there is something else we can do. If we go to copycat stuffs and just get some normal copycat blocks and then put them back, they are no longer normal copper blocks, so they won't age and go all tarnished and so on. Oxidized, that's the one. They're not going to turn green anymore, which is good. So I guess we might as well just carry this line across. We're going to need to disguise that one. But that's connected this entire line. So it's got those 2, it's got those 3, and them 3 are attached. So to be honest, we can just continue that all the way to the last block. And then we just need to go underground and attach to where the rest of the storage system is going to be, which is down there somewhere. So let's get those in. Let's stick our brass back and our alloy back. And I've already fallen down the hole, so I guess we might as well do this bit next. Let's connect the storage up across here. And where does it need to go to? Around about here, I believe. Framed trim, yep, perfect. So we'll bring these down, get those connected, cover up the floor again. All right, so the system is all connected. If I chuck a copper block in there, it should appear somewhere over here. Ah, or not. We haven't actually put in a drawer controller yet, which means it's not a functional drawer system until we do. So let's make one of these. And for now, I'm just going to stick it there. It doesn't really matter. And the copper is gone. And look at that. Okay, obviously it's in the wrong box, but we know the system's connected. That's what matters. Now on to the next step. We need to make all this stuff look good, because currently it does not. So we need a brass one, and I think I've accidentally just made 8 of those. I'll now convert them to something else. No, I cannot. What if I do that? Aha, I can. Excellent. So let's start over at this side and keep things simple. First up, we need an iron one. Then we need a gold one, a copper one. We need zinc and andesite. That's gold, copper, zinc, and andesite. So that's all the ones on this side, but I do still have a couple of trims here that are standing out, so let's get those changed up. We need a gold one and a zinc one. Excellent. And then when we load up these drawers, it loses all those weird lines and looks very cool. I like that. And let's just get all of these ones configured. Ah, andesite alloy. We only need a 2-tier one for that. Let's get that replaced. Wait a minute. I did another 3-tier. Jeez. There we go. That's better. Now I've just got to do the same on the other side, and this bit's good to go. And there we go. They are all done now and looking good. And I'd say that's not a bad start to the storage area, but there are obviously other things that we're going to need to store that are related to these things. So, for example, all the different ores, all the raw versions, the crushed versions, the plates as well. I kind of want to store those in this area too. So what I'm going to do is put a big shelving unit over here and see if we can come up with something cool. Although something has just occurred to me. So I've given these guys some upgrades, lots of upgrades in fact. I've used up most of the diamonds I had. So they can store loads, but what we were initially going to do was to actually measure how much we're storing and then stop it bringing over more stuff when they're full. But with this design, it's not actually possible for me to do that. There's nowhere for me to hide threshold switches and other redstone links and things like that in these little storage areas. Bit of an oversight on my part there. So that means I'm going to need a different solution to stop the van from backing up. And it also means that everything I did last episode is now a lot less needed than it was. I mean, it's still helpful because we're still going to be bringing over even amounts of stuff. But half the reason for that system was so we could prevent things backing up over here. But instead, I think I'm just going to chuck some void upgrades on those. Just like this. But I need more. We'll sort that out in a little while. For now, let's see if we can build a shelving unit. There we go. Big old shelving unit. But now I need to pack a load of drawers onto it. And I think I've got an idea of how I can do this. Though it might be a bit random. So first up, I'm going to need loads of chests. And I'm going to make loads of drawers in a bunch of different colours. So we'll do some jungle, some birch, some spruce, and some oak. To be honest, I might want some slightly brighter drawers as well. What are these ones? Bamboo. Do we have much bamboo laying around? That is the question. I'm sure we've stripped loads for straw and not really used it for anything, so it's got to be around somewhere, right? I'm hoping that somewhere is on my boat over here. There's 33 in there. Looks like that's about it, though. I don't think that's going to get me very far. We can always check our bamboo over here. If this has grown, at least we can get a little bit more. Yeah, look at that. Loads of bamboo. Although the blaze bone has got my sword again, so let's just quickly make this one, because I think this is the quickest way to chop it down. Although it instantly switched me out for an axe. But the sword is quicker. Silly tool swapper. I don't think there's anything quite as satisfying as chopping down bamboo. That sound is amazing. Now, let's see if we can get this to work. What I want to do is kind of have a mismatch of boxes on the shelves. Maybe we'll remove this top shelf, otherwise we're not going to get very many boxes on here at all, are we? Is it going to look weird without a top shelf, though? Guess we'll find out in just a moment. So let's just start getting some boxes down. Yeah, definitely glad I brought the bamboo ones. That adds a lot. But it's looking a little bit formal, so what I want to do is maybe set some back a little bit, but then also in some places maybe have it sort of still stack forwards like this. Let's just dump a load more boxes on and see how we end up. I've stacked up some trim behind there as well, just so the shelf looks solid from the other side. Yeah, I think that works. Just gotta make sure all these drawers are locked for now before we hook them up to the system. Speaking of which, how are we gonna do that? I reckon we just dig down a little bit under here. Yeah, look, it's literally right there. Perfect. So if we put a spruce trim in there, and don't I have some of the other trims, these ones, the framed ones. So if we just get rid of that and stick a framed one in there, then that will connect all of this to the system as well, and to be honest, barely even noticeable. And that makes that row look a whole lot better. But the floor is a problem. Wonder what we can do about that. And we need to organize all these drawers as well, to be honest. But I'm not too concerned about that right now. You don't need to see me do organization. That's just boring. Let's fix the floor. So what have we got? We've got some tuff. We've got some gravel. Got some stone that we can probably make some variants of. Maybe a tough variant would be good as well. Although I don't have a mason's table on me. Or the stuff to make one. Alrighty then, back home we go. Now, I don't want to go too overboard with the floor, so let's just make it a couple of variants. Get some sanded tuff, some sanded stone, and maybe we should get a bit of sanded cobble as well, just so we've got something a bit lighter in there. And hopefully that'll be enough just to make the floor look a little bit more interesting. Nap time. Now, let's not go too overboard, but let's just get a little bit of texture in here and there, and see how we're looking. There we go, just something subtle like that. I think that'll work. But apart from actually organising all the stuff on this side, I think that's the very first tiny section of our storage sorted. We've got so much to do. This is going to take forever. But I think this is a pretty good start. And because that part of the system's hooked up, we can actually start unloading the van, which is going to start filling up all of our boxes over here. Good stuff. Although I'm going to go quickly get those void upgrades, because if I don't do it now, I never will, because I'll forget. I have a terrible memory. Speaking of which, we need to name this building. That's something I did remember. So we'll make sure we do that later on in the episode and hopefully get a logo on the front of the building. That'll be nice. But let's not get distracted. Let's get those void upgrades and then we can start working on the next area of storage. So to make these upgrades, I need more obsidian. We just need a bunch of them. And there we go. Void upgrades have been applied. System is safe. But before we go any further, I am just going to wait for the next truck to come in and make sure that everything offloads correctly. And then we'll work out what section we're going to do next. Oh, here we go. Here comes the truck. And there goes the stuff. And it's going in the system. That's a good sign. And it's also loading things up. This is wonderful. Storage has begun. And when it comes to storing other items in here, I've got an idea of what I want to do for the cobble and stone. And it's definitely not exactly the same as this, but it is very similar. And I think I want to do it on this back wall here because there's quite a lot of different stone types and grass and other blocks like that. We've even got things like limestone and scoria. There's the nether blocks. There's deep slate, blackstone, granite, andesite. The list goes on. There's lots of blocks like that. So I think having a section along this back wall for all of those types of blocks and potentially even in the middle as well if we need the space, then we can put up more shelving units like this to store all the variants of things like slabs and stairs and so on. And layout-wise, I That could work quite nicely. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to go on some kind of epic block gathering mission to make sure I've got all the blocks I need so that I can actually sort of put them where they need to be and then sort out a storage drawer for them, give them filters, and so on. And I guess to make that happen, I should probably start with a list. So I've made a list of 23 items that I want to store in this manner, and there are of course a lot more blocks than that, but the other ones, things like coarse dirt and rooted dirt and just things we're not going to have quite as much of, I'll store them in boxes nearby as opposed to in their own massive pile. So I now need to go get myself at least a stack of about 23 different blocks. Let's go see what we can find. In fact, I can start here. I've got some in my bag. Not many though, we've got a long way to go. Well, that was easier than expected. I now have everything we need. Let's go make more piles of stuff. Let's learn from all the effort we had to put in last time, and this time let's stick in a whole bunch of trim at the back here. Then we'll cover that up with the piles of stuff, and that'll make it much easier to link up afterwards. Alrighty, I've got some basic piles in. This should work nicely. And I've also jammed a couple of shelves in around the back here, which are going to hold all like the stairs and slabs and walls and all the little bits that you get from these things. But I think we're going to need probably some more shelves, so I might try and cram some in over there as well. But first, let's sort out these piles. They're still looking a bit too uniform. We need to get some smaller blocks on those. And then, of course, we need to hook up all the drawers. In fact, maybe it'll be clever to do the drawers first. Oh, this is going to take forever. I've got to frame like 23 different drawers. So first off, let's figure where the drawers are going to go and where we need to connect things up. So trim there and a drawer. Same for this one and so on. It would help if I put the right thing in there. There we go. Right, I'm going to spend ages getting these worked out, get them all disguised, and then we'll put the tiny bite blocks on. And then hopefully when I bring you back, this area is going to be looking a whole lot better and quite similar to that area, just less shiny. Can confirm it's definitely not shiny, but it does look awesome. I love how this has come together. And all these boxes, they really do fit in well. I am absolutely loving the new framing table, which kind of makes me want to head back to the log flume and actually change the drawers we've got there sitting on the logs, because we've kind of put them on the logs, but they don't look like logs. But anyway, I've also sorted out the floor down here. I've got some shelves on the back here as well, which we've got all stacked up, and I've moved the drawer controller here, which should be fairly central to everything in the building, so hopefully we can get it all hooked into the same system. And to be honest, I wasn't sure at first if this was going to work, but the more full this warehouse gets, better I think it's actually going to look. Next up, we do need somewhere to store wood. Although we're not going to be producing it over here, we're still going to be moving some over here, probably just manually when we need to restock, to be perfectly honest, because we only get wood from over there when we're AFK over there anyway. So yeah, we can always just grab it and then bring it back. But I'm still going to need somewhere to store it, and I think I want to use this section here for that. I'm thinking some big piles of logs, and then maybe some shelves on the back for holding all of the planks and wooden stairs and all those sorts of things. Essentially similar to what we've got here, but big piles of wood instead. But you've seen me do it twice already, so I'm just going to crack on and get this done. And to be honest, I'm probably going to add a couple more shelving units around the back here as well, which I don't know what they're going to be used for yet. I don't know what we're going to use this space for, so I'll probably just dump down some barrels or something. But as we start organizing the storage, we'll actually work out where things are going to go. Beyond the basics, of course, which we definitely want to get sorted out now. So I believe I have a lot of the different woods on me already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Missing cherry. So I'm going to go get some cherry wood, and then we're going to make all of the rest of this warehouse look awesome. Tell you what, the more we add in here, the better it looks. This place is looking amazing. I've even added some little signs, look, so we can see what's in each area. But that's our shiny section, which of course you know. We've now got this lovely wood section as well, so we've got all of our woods on display. I decided not to put the nether woods in here because, to be honest, we don't use them that much. We're not currently farming them, so we'll just give them a box around the corner. But I think with the rest of them, this looks pretty good. I've then also added in some more shelves over here, so we've just got more storage all stacked up amongst all of this area. And around the back here, we'll be storing lots of wooden things, and I've just added a few items as well. So we've got lots of sort of random things going just to make it look a bit more cluttered. Same thing with these canisters, really. They're completely empty. They will remain empty, but they look really cool. Now, I don't actually know what I'm going to be storing on these shelves yet. That's yet to be organized. I know some of them, for example, are going to be wooden items, but other bits, I don't really know yet. And same with most of these areas. I've left this area blank because I think I want to store all the food and stuff here, which means I'm going to need to make food first, so I can then make the food crates and make it all look good. And then over this side, I want want to put all of the saplings because it's right next to the wood. It just kind of makes sense. I'm going to have the flowers over in this section here, hence why we've got lots of pots and flower beds laying around. We'll fill them up soon. And I don't know what I want to put over here, so it's just a big old pile of boxes. And I've also scattered around a few of these urns that we've gathered from underground because they just look cool, and once again, they just add to the clutter. But for a couple of days' work, I'd say that's not looking too bad. We've just got a whole lot of organising to do. Sadly, I didn't get as far as I was hoping to today. I was hoping to get this section out here done as well, because this is the only bit I do kind of have a good picture in my mind of what it's going to look like and what we're going to make it out of. But that's going to have to wait for another episode, because I have other things I need to do, such as naming this building. Whoa, don't get run over, Beardy. So the first thing I need to do is remove all of these copycat boards because they were just sort of covering up the struts on the back. These bits here where the sign's being held up, it looked weird without a cover. And we've had loads of awesome name suggestions for this building. We've had loads of terrible ones as well, but that's to be expected. I'm talking to you, Storybook Storage Face fans. But after reading all of your wonderful comments, I have chosen which one we're going to use. And that is by Henry Rogers 7386, who came up with the name Titan. And I've since designed a logo. So we're going to drop that in. Look at that, nice and simple. Putting all of my graphic design skills into that one, clearly. And I do love the fact with the box, I've put the arrows upside down just to show they're not that efficient. You know, it is mine after all. But if we just jam that in there, well, it's massive. But how does it look? I mean, it looks cool. It probably looked better in the daytime. Let's have a quick nap. Oh yes, look at that. Titan shipping and storage. Amazing. And there was even more on the comment where it said international suppliers of building materials. Tomorrow's sky... Ow! I've got to stop standing in this yard. Tomorrow's skylines today is what I was trying to say, which I think is amazing. I love this place. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. We'll be back to do more on this building soon, but in the next episode, I think we're finally going to build that wizard tower. I'm itching to go back to the theme park and build a ride, and I've got a really good idea for it. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. I'm back.
Did you miss me?
It's been about 6 weeks since I last posted a video, but I have a very good excuse as I was approximately 12,000 miles away from my PC on a huge adventure in New Zealand. First off, I attended a wedding, then I borrowed a camper van and toured the South Island with my wife. We explored epic landscapes, went sea kayaking, visited the world's largest glowworm colony, went rafting in caves and rivers. We caught a helicopter ride up a glacier to explore an icy landscape and climb through ever-changing ice caves. We took a tiny plane over the Southern Alps to catch a cruise down a fjord, and we went up the side of a mountain in a four-wheel drive to have a picnic surrounded by the incredibly picturesque and blue waters of Lake Wanaka. Not only that, we also saw the clearest night skies we've ever seen and just generally took a month off to explore this incredible country. But now I'm back, I'm refreshed, and I've got some epic plans for this world. So recently we've been building up our industrial area, automating lots of the ores and things. We've even shoved in a giant storage system over here, which at the moment is sorting some stuff, but we've got a lot of organization to do. And that's not something I'm going to be doing today. That is certainly not the job I want to do after 6 weeks away from Minecraft. What we are going to do, though, is head back over to the theme park. So we're going to take this train all the way back, and then we're going to work out the next steps. So while I was away traveling, I was giving it some thoughts, and I think it's definitely about time we put a brand new ride in this theme park. And there is one thing we mentioned quite a while ago that I never actually got round to doing. And that involves us going right through the theme park entrance here and out the other side, because we're going to go over to the fantasy area of the park. So over here next to our log flume, I think what I want to do is choose a location up on the hill here somewhere, and this is where we're going to build the new ride. And if you've been following the series since the start, you may remember quite early on, in fact, when we were building this bit over here, I did mention making a wizard tower to hide our phantom farm in, and potentially turning it into a drop tower. And I think that's exactly what we're going to do today. I mean, I don't know how far we're going to get, but we're certainly going to make a start. And I think what I want to do is put this tower over the back here somewhere, so that when you're walking into the fantasy area over this side, you can kind of see it poking out among the trees. I think that'll look quite good. But before we can get to actually designing the wizard tower and figuring out how all of that's going to work and how we're actually going to make that part into the ride, I need to actually figure out the ride system. And if I'm doing a drop tower, I have been giving this some thought of different ways we could do it, such as going in minecarts and then pulling out the floor from below so that the player then drops down. But I think I want to have a little bit more control over the sequence of it. And with that in mind, I think what we're going to do is play around with a sequence gear shift, some gantry shafts, and see what we can come up with. So first up, let's pick a location. So we're going to have a bridge going across here, and I kind of want the tower to be visible maybe just over this way here behind the trees. So if we were to build it around here somewhere maybe. And I think what I'll do is just stick in a great big tower of industrial iron blocks here so we can see where it's going to be. And that will help us work out how tall it needs to be and so on as well. It's been ages since we've been over in this side of the park. It's really nice to see it again, if I'm honest. So if we were to have the wizard tower there as you're walking down this path. Yeah, poking through the trees, I think that's going to look quite nice. All right, so location-wise, I think that's going to work. But before we start messing around with a mechanism and trying to work out how this is going to fit together, I think I need to clear a bit of space. So, let's do some shopping. Cleared a bit of space so we can try and work something out, and I've also gathered lots of bits that I think we may or may not need. I don't really know yet, to be honest. So the first thing I'm going to do is get in a gantry shaft, and we kind of want to make sure that that's going up, not down, so let's just do that. We'll make that as tall as we need to later. And what I want to try and do is use a sequence gear shift to make it basically go up slowly and then drop quickly and then maybe bounce and go up and down a little bit more, potentially. So we'll start by going 20 meters up and then kind of sit at the top for a little bit, I guess. Maybe for 3 seconds. Then we're going to move this 15 meters down at double speed. Back up 10 meters at double speed. And then, is that all we can we only do 6? Can I not do any more? Aha, okay. That's going to make things interesting, but let's just see if we can get this to work first. So I just need this to come all the way back down to the bottom, which should be 15 meters. So in theory, that should go up, sit and wait, and then it should go down, up, down. But it would help if I was to put a gantry carriage on there so we can actually see what it's doing. And we're also going to need some form of power. So let's quickly do this. Set that to 128 so that when it goes double speed, it will go 256. That should work out nicely. And now we'll just stick a water wheel in, and I'm hoping that's going to be enough power. So let's press this. And okay, we're going in the wrong direction. So what I actually need to do is flip all of these directions. Now let's give that another go. So it should go up 20 meters. Stop for 3 seconds. Fly down, bounce back up, and then come all the way down to the bottom. Okay, cool. So that works, but it's a very short ride because we're limited on the sequences. So I wonder, can we adjust this so we can get more than one sequence shifter thing in? That gonna work? Let me try something out here. So if I stick a vertical gear shift in there and then put in just 2 chain drives, I guess we'll use that for the test. And then if I have 2 different things here, I think what I'm gonna need to do is maybe adjust this slightly so I can put the gear shifts pointing upwards. And then 2 more of those in, so that should transfer the power through. So now the question is, can I power these in sequence? So let's just set this one up. Right, so I'll set these up with 2 different sequences, and then I'll put these on a time delay, so this one should fire 10 seconds after this one, which hopefully gives this one enough time to perform all of its actions, and we should be able to get a longer sequence. Let's see what happens. Well, I think I've got it going the wrong way again, so not a good start. But it is doing that, and don't think I left that sequence long enough. So first up, let's just change the direction on this. Right, let's try that again. So first off, it goes up, pauses, comes down, bounces, and it goes back up again. So it is now on the second sequence, pauses, comes all the way down. Okay, so we can extend the sequence. This is good. Okay, so my little test sequencer here seems to work. Obviously, all the timings and everything down here will change when this goes all the way to the top and then comes all the way back down again, because it's going to be a much bigger pole. But as a proof of concept, it looks like this is going to work just fine. So now I guess my next question is, how are we going to hide this? I do want to build a wizard tower of some kind around it. I think that's going to work. And then we're going to need some kind of a queue system as well over on this side. And then we need to make sure we've got somewhere to place the phantom farm. So we've certainly got our work cut out for us. And something else I want to consider is not having this whole mechanism right here. So I think I'm just going to get rid of this for now. And we're going to bring this all the way down to the floor, because I'm toying with the idea of maybe having it go underground as well. So it looks a certain height when you get on it and go to the top, but it actually goes down a lot further than you expect. I think that could be quite cool. So let's just get rid of this giant tower. We don't need this anymore. And to give myself a bit of freedom when building, I'm going to put in a new ground floor level. So that's going to be here. We're going to raise up all the terrain around it. which means I'm going to need a lot more grass because that's all I had. A new ground level has been set. Now I need to work out the actual shape of this tower. And for that, I need to go gather a whole bunch of resources. I think I know what materials I'm going to use. I just don't know how it's going to turn out yet. Let's go see what we can find. First up, I gathered a whole bunch of diorite from storage, then rode the log flume for a bit to run the tree farm to restock my spruce, oak, and dark oak supplies. I raided storage and made some blue, purple, and magenta terracotta, and gathered various other purple blocks. I grabbed a bunch of glass and some white concrete, then went AFK at the mob farm for a bit just to restock my bone supplies. And we're looking pretty good. I think the last thing I want to do is just check my copycat stuffs. Am I going to need more bits and bobs? Looks like I will. So we'll make a few bits of those, and then we should be good to start this build. Now, first up, let's get the floor level in for the loading platform. Maybe have that 6 blocks up. In fact, we're going to go 7 up, I think. And then we're going to build the ride loading platform here. So ideally, what we want is probably 3 seats on each side, which means it's going to need to be this sort of shape. So if we put some seats in like that, that'll be the platform that goes up and down. So we're going to need plenty of space around the outside for loading. Maybe something about that size could work. And if we wrap a wall around that, I reckon that's going to be a pretty good size for the base. We're going to start off with a bit of framework using some dark oak. Well, it's a start, but we've got a whole lot further to go. Let's frame up a little bit more. There we go. That looks a bit better. I think it's time I start getting some walls in, though, so I can work out how this is actually going to look. For that, we're going to start with diorites. But I don't want to be using just vanilla diorite, so let's go make a few variants. I should really make those backpack upgrades that allow me to swap the workbenches in my backpack, but yeah, I just haven't got around to it yet. We're going to have an admin day at some point. I've got lots of little things I need to do, but that's not going to be today. Right. This one. There we go. Lots of sanded diorite. We're going to get some of these diorite bricks as well, I think. Location-wise, though, I think that tower's going to work out well. It's already looking cool. This is just the beginning. But let's get some walls in. Well, that's some basic progress. Now we have a weird white tower type thing. We will, of course, detail it, get texture on, and make it all look nicey-nicey. I'm thinking we're going to put a balcony in on this sort of lower part here. I think that could look quite nice along that. But for now, I think I want to keep going up. I want to figure out how tall this tower is going to be, because then we can actually figure out the ride mechanism and all the timings and all that sort of stuff. So for now, we're going to keep going upwards. Ow. Now, for this next layer, we're going to switch to bone. There we go. That's the bone layer on. I think that's looking pretty good. I've gone with a bit more of a different shape here, and I've made sure that, of course, the chairlift can still fit up the inside. So there's still plenty of space for the ride to come up the middle. And I'm not sure if that's going to be tall enough for the top yet. Let's have a look from over here. We're just floating around in free cam. So if we were walking in here... yeah, I think putting a top up there, that looked quite nice, actually, framed by the trees. I think that's the height we're going to leave it at. However, I do think I want to put a balcony around here. It's looking a little bit weird. So I wonder, can I land on here? Yep. I think we're going to grab some spruce planks for this. If we do it maybe 2 wide, then we'll keep things simple and just use oak trapdoors for a handrail. That's better. I think that helps break it up a little bit, but it's looking a little bit thin down here, so I think I might thicken it up a bit. I don't think it needs much. Maybe just some blocks, then some slabs, then maybe some walls on the side as well. Yeah, that looks much better. So next up, I think I'm going to get this room at the top sorted, because then that's going to help me figure out the roof, which means I can then put some roofs on these bits and make that all look nice. And it'll add a splash of colour as well, which is well needed. It's just a big white tube at the moment. Now let's start off by making it just a little bit wider, and then maybe wider still. Tell you what, let's make a nice little trim. If we stick some spruce trapdoors in, and then we'll build the room on top of this. We now have the start of a room on top, but I think I need to figure out the roof before I go any further. And for that, we're going to be using blue terracotta and probably a whole bunch of copycat stairs. We're going to need more than that. Should be enough to get us started, though. Now, how's this going to work? If we do stairs across that bit, then blocks, and then more stairs, and blocks again. Top, we'll just do something maybe a little bit different. So shape-wise, I think that could work. I think something I want to do is get a trim in here first. We use spruce at the bottom of the building, so I think it makes sense to use spruce here as well. And what we can also do is just put a trim on the edge of this purple bit here. Let's do something a little bit fancier at the top here. Maybe just a little loop like that. Right, how does that look? All right, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I mean, it could do with a bit of texture, but shape-wise, I think that's good. I think that's going to look fantasy enough. Now I've just got to do the other 3 sides. Short while later, and I've completed the roof. Well, at least most of it. It's still actually got a hole in the top here, but that's absolutely fine. We'll figure out what we're going to do with that later. But now what I want to do is sort out these roofs here. And we've done the top roof in the blue terracotta, which is obviously quite purpley. But what I'm going to do for this one, I think, is just use the purple. Nope, magenta. I mean magenta. Something else I think I want to do here is put in some more walls, just to soften this edge a little bit more. And I think we'll just use spruce again to make this look nice. There we go. I think something like that should do the trick nicely. Let's just sort out the rest of these windows. All the roofs are on, and I've also added in some of the windows while I was up there. I think that really helps. I've gone with blue glass because I think it just really sets off the white. And now this building's got a bit of colour, it's certainly looking a bit better. However, these bits here look a little bit too sharp, these sort of pokey out bits with the wall. So I'm going to try and soften them, and we're going to try and do that with some white stained glass. And I'm hoping that if I just do this, does that work? Yeah, I think it really does. If you look at that side and then compare it to this one with the glass. Yeah, I really like that. Actually worked better than I hoped. So I'm just going to get the rest of this glass in. And then I think after that, I do need to texture this thing. I need to make it look a little bit better. I want to get some leaves and things on it. I also need to work out where the actual entrance is to get onto this floor, which I guess is probably going to be in one of the sides, and then we'll have the exit out the other side. So yes, I guess the next couple of hours is going to be me just making this all look a little bit nicer, and then we can start figuring out the mechanism on the inside and probably even dig out a little bit underground. I want to make this a nice tall drop tower, and I guess the other thing to check is how's it looking from over here? Yeah, that's going to be an amazing view as you come across the bridge. Excellent. Right, let's get to work. Oh yes, look at that. That's looking awesome. I've added a bit of texture to the build just to break it up a little bit. We've got some darker patches beneath the walkway there and at the bottom. And then I've just also added in a few bricks here and there just to make it look a little bit broken up. And with the bone here, I've used various bone blocks as well as some white concrete. And I think that actually works quite nicely, especially under the top here. I think that works really well. And I've also mixed in a bit of texture on the roofs, both there and on these sort of pinky, purpley, magenta ones as well. And so far, I'd say that's not looking too bad. But what we do need to work out is how to actually get into the thing. And I think it makes sense to have entrances on either side, or an entrance and an exit, I should say. So if we were to have an entrance on this side, and then we're going to need to build some kind of a queue line, and then we'll put an exit over here. And we've got plenty of space on the inside here to put in our drop tower. However, I do think I want to go down a little bit as well. So I'm going to get in here, I guess, and dig a nice big hole. In fact, I think to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to rig up a drill system. We've dug enough holes, we should have loads of drills in here. Yep, look at that, 401. Jeez, it looks like I've got more than enough to cover this floor. Excellent. So let's just add a power supply. Gonna need a rope pulley as well as a few other create bits and bobs. So let's speed up this first. And then we'll put on a rope pulley. I'm gonna need a bunch of chests as well just to store up all the stuff we're about to cut down. We're not gonna need anywhere near this many chests, but I'd rather have too many than not enough. And now in theory, if I just flip this round. Yep, look at that. Wonderful. Can I go faster? I can. Although maybe that was a bit too fast. Oh, geez, what am I doing? Just pull that back up to the top again. Why didn't these ones go? Right, let's try that again, shall we? Okay, it seems to be digging. This is good. I don't know how deep I want it, so I might just take this opportunity to get lots of resources anyway. There we go, that's one big hole, so we've got lots more room for the drop tower now. And with that in mind, I think that's what I'm going to sort out next. The actual ride part of this ride. The first part of that, let's find the middle down here, which I guess is going to be about there. We need to make sure we've got plenty of space down here for the actual mechanism, and then I'm going to stick a floor in. And this floor isn't going to be permanent, it's just showing me where the bottom of the shaft is. So this is as low as the seats are going to come down. The floor is in. Now let's get in some gantry shaft, and let's see how tall this is going to be. All right, so I've got the pole all the way in, and from top to bottom, it's about 75 meters. I'd say that's quite a good drop tower. So this bottom bit here is about 30 meters, so I should be able to get that to go to the right place. I need to remove that block though, that's going to cause a problem. But what we're going to do now is get the control system in, which is going to be based on what we worked out earlier. just on a larger scale so we can have more sequences, maybe 4. So I'm just going to spend a bit of time trying to find the right things that I need, but also once I've got the things I need, such as these, I'm going to get all of this set up, and once I've got it all working, I'll show you what it's doing, how it works, and hopefully we'll even be able to take a quick ride on this thing. All right, I think I've got a ride sequence worked out. I've got 4 in here at the moment. I'm only actually using 3 of them, but this one's here just in case I want to make any adjustments, but timing-wise, I think I've got it all sorted out. So if I press this button and quickly jump into free cam, we can see it immediately drops down through the floor. Not what you expect with a drop tower, so that'll be a surprise for the guests when they first get on. And then it slowly goes all the way back up to the top. So this will take you through the whole tower, the underground bit as well as the above ground. And once it gets to the top, it'll stay here for a few seconds to look at what's going on up here, which is currently nothing. Then it does a little fake drop, and then it does a bouncy drop and comes back to the top again. Then after a short break, it goes all the way back down to the bottom again. Stays there for a couple of seconds, bounces up a tiny bit, and then shoots back all the way to the very, very top. Just for a split second, and then it immediately drops back down and should hopefully, yep, look at that, settle back where it started. So the riders have quite a sequence there, and sadly I can't make it speed up and slow down and actually sort of mimic kinetics, really. I mean, this is Minecraft, but for what we're working with, I think that's going to work quite nicely. Although to really test it out, we need to actually ride it. So I've just set up a redstone link here so I can activate it from the top. So let's see how we go. And yep, the immediate drop, unexpected. I actually forgot then myself. So yep, that's good. Definitely going to be a surprise, even if you know it's coming, apparently. Then we have the slow journey back to the top. So this will give us a chance to actually look at everything that's going on the inside of the tower. And I do have some plans for that, which hopefully is going to work. Then we'll have a nice sequence at the top here as well. Then we have our fake drop and then the big drop, and it's definitely faster on the way down, and the bounce back up, that's good as well. Then we do another drop, and this one should go all the way to the basement. And then once again, we'll have a bit of time down here to survey the scene, and then fake bounce up, and then this should go all the way back to the top. And then we'll go all the way back down again. So yeah, I think this is going to work quite well. It's a shame we can't get it to go even faster on the way down. But, well, this is the limits that we're working with within Create. We might be able to do some kind of optical illusions, though, to make it seem like it's going faster in places. In particular, going into the basement, I've got a bit of an idea that might work to make it seem like it's going a lot faster than it actually is. Ow, completely missed the ladder there. But with the amount of space we've got, I think we should be able to make it look quite good. But that's enough talk about what we're going to be doing. Let's talk about what we do need to do right now, and that is sort out the rest of this tower. So, we need to get an exit in, which is going to come out of this side here. And I'm thinking just a big sort of sweeping staircase that comes down and joins some land that doesn't exist over here yet might be the way to go forward. And I need to give some thought to what I want to do for the queue line entrance as well, because I want it to be quite heavily themed. So I'm thinking maybe sticking a building on the side here that the visitors go through before they get into the tower, just to kind of set the scene and set the story a little bit for what we're going to have going on the inside, which could work quite nicely. But I've just realized I've gone back to talking about what we are going to do again and not what we're actually doing. So let's sort out some kind of a walkway here. We'll start off with some stairs. Let's just get these in the side of the wall here. Then we'll have a turn right about here. Oh, hello. I see ya. Maybe I should have a quick nap. Then we'll just continue those stairs all the way down. And I think it makes sense for me just to block these in with some more of the diorite. Then we'll top that with some of this oak fence. No, maybe not that one. This one? Yeah, that looks better. And we'll just mix in a little bit of the normal diorite down the bottom here as well. Make it look a little bit like the tower. All right, I think that'll do the trick nicely. And from out the front, that looks good as well. Now, I don't think I fancy tackling the entrance just now in today's episode. I'm still very jet-lagged from my trip after all. But I do need to sort out the terrain around here. So, now we know how far the build's coming over on this side. I can at least make a start on that. And maybe even put in the path that gets it connected up to the main part of the park. Let's just empty all this back into my bag. Grab some grass and dirt. And get to landscaping. And we'll start just by expanding this out a little bit further. Then I'm going to use some stone to build up the sides as well. Well, I'm definitely going to need to go get more. I don't have much on me at all. But I reckon if I build around the edges like that, we could end up with quite a nice sort of cliff edge here, I guess. And then we'll just carve some stairs into it to get down to the main path. At least that's my current plan. We'll just have to see how that works out. I'll bring you back in once we've got something a bit more to look at. Well, I think it worked quite well, and we've got plenty more to look at. So this is the main path path that goes around the back of the log flume and will eventually lead up to all the other things we're doing over this side. But we've now got a little side path that goes off and goes up to our tower here. So I've managed to actually just keep the same style of path going all the way up. I think that's worked quite nicely. And then once you get up here, this is going to go off to the queue line. There'll be like a big entrance sign here. And we'll have to put something up that shows that this is the exit. I mean, I was considering using the sort of one-way signs we've got, but I don't think they're really going to fit with the theming. So instead of doing that, we'll probably just write some signs. But if I jump into free cam and we get a better look at this, you can see how these sort of cliffside has come along. Eventually, we're probably also going to have the path running along the front of this so it can go off to other areas of the park. But over here, I've not bothered finishing it off yet because I don't know how much space we're going to need to do the queue line. Probably more than I've left at the moment, especially considering the scale of the tower. I think if we were to put just a small building here, it's going to look very weird. But so far, I'm very pleased with how this has all been coming along. Got the tower in, we've got the ride mechanism working, and we've even done a little bit of landscaping and connected it to the main path. Not bad considering I have absolutely no idea what day or time it is. But sadly, that is where I'm going to have to wrap up this video because I did want to try and get one out for you a few days after getting back. It's just been too long, and despite the jet lag, I was excited to build. But it is great to be back. I hope you've enjoyed this episode, and in the next one, we'll get this all themed up and looking wonderful. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye now. Books.
Books!
That's what we need today, lots and lots of books. Because last episode we built this giant wizard tower, and inside we have a drop ride, which we are actually going to be making some changes to, thanks to lots of clever people in the comments who pointed something out to me that's going to make this a lot more interesting. But I do need lots and lots of books so we can start on the interior of this thing, and what with it being a wizard tower, we do of course need to have a library area. So we're going to have to figure out a way to get lots of leather a bit later on. But first, what I want to do is sort out the queue line, which is basically going to involve me sticking another building on the side here, and then we'll get that all themed up as well. But once again, we're probably going to need some books. So the first thing I think I'm going to do is just mark out a building that we'll put here. I think something about this size, and then we'll have a bridge connecting it over here, and maybe even a balcony type bit or some stairs sticking out the front. That could work. But now let's get some support beams in, and we're going to use these crated oak planks. I think these look pretty good, or dark oak I should say. And then for the bit that goes around the top, I think we're going to use these dark oak planks. Then we can make the bridge look cool. Yeah, I think they're going to work quite well. Then if we just arch off the bottom of this bridge a little bit, we use some copycat panels and slabs. Yeah, that'll look nice, but I think I should get rid of all this. Gonna look a little bit weird having that sticking out under the bridge. Okay, let's get the rest of this framing in. That's the ground floor frame in, and what I'm going to do now is do the upper floor, and I think we're going to make this a little bit further forward. So if we have a large part there and then a smaller room off to the side, we can have a bit of a balcony, and then that means we can put some kind of stairs or a smaller balcony down the bottom here. Then maybe we could actually use oak for the stairs themselves. Guess that would mean oak floor there as well, and we're still going to need to get up to the top here. How about just a few more stairs like that? And then if we were to put in, say, a door here, have that loop round, and then another door here, that could be our queue line. So we could have it so it actually goes into the building down the bottom, loops around in the basement area, and then goes around this way, up to the top, through the balcony, and then kind of snakes through this building somehow. And then across the bridge and on the ride. I think that feels like a reasonable length queue line. I mean, not particularly realistic. It would need to be at least 5 times this length. But for our theme park with no guests, I think this will be just fine. So I guess now what I need to do is just get the rest of this building built up. So let's crack on the music and get this done. I like that. I think that came out really well. And when you look at it compared to the tower as well, that looks pretty good. I thought it might have been a bit small at first when I started building, but yep, that looks pretty good. So the idea is the park guests would come up here, and then if they wanted to go on the ride, they'd go this way. We will have some kind of an entrance sign, probably here. And then the queue line just sort of goes round through the basement area, goes up to the top here, and then through this room here. From there, we can then peek through. We can see the ride. That should all work nicely. But palette-wise, I kept it the same as the tower we have over here, and the roof here is the same as the roof on the tower, just to make sure it's all nicely tied together. Even the windows are the same color, but I really do like how they pop. I've also added a few leaves and things around the base, especially around the base of the tower here as well. I think that works really well. Just kind of looks like some creeping vines. And with the glow lichen as well, that does help to break it up. Overall, though, I have to say I'm very pleased with how this is going so far. We just need to sort out some interiors. And I think I've got a rough idea of what I kind of want to do in each area of the build. And as mentioned earlier, it's going to take a whole lot of books. So first things first, let's see how many I've got, because I think I did actually collect loads of bookshelves from the local stronghold, so I might have a bunch, but probably not enough. I'm hoping there's going to be a whole load of them stored over here somewhere. 20? 20? I could have sworn I had more than 20, but I guess not. I must have used all the ones that I already had. Well, that's annoying. Or maybe I just imagined that I raided the stronghold. Should we go check? If we can get a whole load of bookshelves from the stronghold, that's going to save us a bunch of time. We're still going to probably, as I say, need to get more, but it's definitely going to be a good start for us. And what with the only other leather recipe being rabbit hides, I think it's safe to say we're going to have to get some cows. So I think the stronghold should be over here somewhere. Is the boat still? Yep, there we go. The boat is on the surface. That is my marker. We go down here. This is the stronghold. Now, let's see if we can find a library. Aha! A library and a loot box. Nothing interesting in. This is what we wanted, though. I'll tell you what, while I'm here, I'm going to grab some cobwebs as well. These are going to come in handy. Ooh, and a smithing template. Lovely. Well, I managed to get 233 bookshelves from this library. I'm just going to hope that there's another one, because we're definitely going to need a lot more books than that. And there is indeed a second library. Excellent. Well, I managed to get 466 bookshelves in the end, and I don't think there's any more libraries. I'm just trying to find my way out now. I've no idea where that is. So I have a reasonable amount of bookshelves, and I've got about a stack of books as well, but I'm definitely going to want more than this. So what I'm thinking is maybe we should go see if we can find another stronghold, maybe? I mean, I could build farms to get them, but I just feel like this is going to be a little bit quicker. But I do want to make sure I don't end up at the same one again, though. So I think what we might do is fly off in this direction a reasonable amount, and then start our search there. And hopefully we can find another one, find another library or two, and then that'll give us what we need. It's time for an adventure. A probably quite boring adventure. Let's see if we can make this exciting. 860 bookshelves. That makes me feel much better about the situation. Although we've also got those fancy newer bookshelves, so let's make a bunch of those as well, the ones that we can actually stack books in. All right, lots of bookshelves acquired. Now, there's a bunch of other things I want to grab for this, though. Starting with a variety of barrels and chests and things like that. And I want a bunch of plants, and some of these weird-looking ones will be best, I think. I also want some of these frames, probably some of those, some flower pots, some chains. Bunch of lanterns is probably a good idea. And something else I want is some of these plushes that I think are going to work quite well. For example, the spiders. So we should be able to make some of those. The phantom plushes, we're going to need some phantom membrane. That's okay. And I'm assuming there's a bat somewhere as well. Is that the bat? No, that's a black rabbit. Aha, there you go. There's the bat plush. Brown wool, toys gem, and cobbled deep slate. Okay, so basically they all need a toy gem, and most of them, I should have the stuff here. I need to be able to make some. Question is, how do I make toy gem? Emeralds and lime dye. Okay, well, I've got some lime dye, but I have 0 emeralds. However, we do have some villagers. Let's quickly go grab a few. And let's sell this guy a bunch of string and some sticks. All right, now we should be able to make a bunch of gems. 108. Okay, right, turns out you get quite a lot just for one recipe. Wow. Okay, we're gonna have all the plushes. So first up, I want to make some spider plushes, which means I need spider eyes, which I'll be honest, I thought I had a whole bunch here, but apparently not. I'm hoping I've got some over at the mob farm. That'll be a yes, 55, that'll do. The last thing I need for this is some black wool, and we've got plenty of that. No, that's black concrete. We've got 7 black wool. I think we're going to need brown as well anyway, but we've got plenty of white and we've got some black dye, so we can make more anyway. Okay, let's make spider plush. See what it looks like. Oh my god, it's so cute. Can I stick him to the walls? No, I guess is the answer to that. Yeah, it's a shame there's no way to rotate him, but he still looks very cool. Let's make a few of those. And it looks like if I grab a piece of deep slate, if I do that and that... No, does it need to be cobbled deep slate? It does, but look at this. We can get cave spiders as well. I assume they're just going to be green versions of those. Oh, they're smaller as well. Okay, that's cool. I approve. Now, let's make a bunch of bats as well. Bet they're going to look cool. Yeah, nice. I also want to make some of the blaze plushes as well, because I think they're going to look quite good. We should have blaze rods. Yep, loads of blaze rods. Jeez. How do these ones look? Oh, yes. I think they're my favourite so far. And the other ones I want are phantom plushes. But for that, I'm going to need to stay up for a few nights and do some phantom farming, because I'm pretty sure we don't have any membrane left. I mean, we don't even have a slot for it, so that should tell you everything you need to know. So we're looking pretty good on the bits and stuff that I need, especially when I add the bookshelves in. Do need to turn some of these back into books, though. So if I quickly make me one of them, then stand here doing this, I should get loads of books. Right, I've just got a few other bits to grab, and then I'll meet you over by the wizard tower. Right, I've got a couple of bags full of goodies. Hopefully this is going to be enough to do what we need to do. And I think we're going to start with this bottom room here. So this will be where the queue line starts, I guess. Not sure what to do with this space. Maybe I could just jam some barrels in there, potentially. A few other random bits and bobs just scattered about. There we go, that'll do. Just a random collection of clutter. Now, onto the main area. And I think I want to start just by getting a few tables and maybe some shelves in. Maybe to mix up these tables a bit, we can stick in a botanist table. I think that looks quite nice. Then maybe a table at the back there. Now let's just get this place looking nice and cluttered. And I do want to have this as a bit of an area where he kind of cultivates some of the bits that he'll use for potions. So we're going to have some flower pots and things around here as well, I think. We'll get some of those weird nether-looking plants inside them. So we'll make sure we're getting some pots and flower boxes and things scattered around. There we go. I'd say that's looking fairly cluttered. So we've got lots of sort of plants and plant-growing things over here. We've got some sort of garden statues that haven't been placed out. We've got toolboxes and candle holders, sacks, barrels, boxes, a bit of everything really. I've even found these hand cranks, which are quite cool because I think they look a little bit like hooks. With the addition of a few candles in here, we've got lighting. I think that's looking pretty good. I think the ceiling could do with a bit of love, but we're about to go upstairs and sort out that anyway. So I guess when we change out the floor, it's going to alter the ceiling up there. This is the next area I want to try and tackle. But if I want to sort out that floor, I'm going to need some more oak and a carpenter's table. So first up, let's get some of these bonded planks because I just like the look of them. I'm going to get some of the nailed oak planks and some polished. Now let's mess up this floor a bit, and I think that should just about do it. The floor's looking a bit grotty up here now. That should make our ceiling down here look a lot better as well. Yeah, much better. Excellent. So next up is going to be this area and this room here, and this is going to be the first part of our library, basically. So we're going to turn this into a small library room, and we also need to make sure that we're funneling people around, because we do want this to be part of the queue line after all. So if we were to have, say, bookshelves on the back wall there, we're probably going to have, like, just a little scene here that people can look at as they walk past. Then we're going to need more bookshelves, I guess. Maybe something like that. We're going to start this nice and basic and just get the generic bookshelves in, and then we can mix things up a little bit. I think that'll work. So people come in this way, they'll have a nice scene to look at, then they move around this way, and then go that way to continue with the queue. Kind of want to do something about this roof, though, I think. Which means I'm going to need even more wood. Grab a bit of dark oak, get a bit of spruce. I think for this one, what we'll do is we'll get some beams in, and then between the beams, we'll put spruce. There we go. Now we have a nice solid roof. Now I need to mix up these bookshelves a bit. So we're going to be mixing in some of these ones. We're going to set some back a bit like that, so that we can put in some lecterns with books. I've got a few bookshelf variants as well. We're going to slot in these occasionally. I'm not completely sold on these though, so I don't want to have too many, just the occasional one to break it up. But it's starting to take shape, but what we do need to do is get some books in these bookshelves. And I believe with these books, I can also stack them up. Sure, there's a way to stack them. I mean, I can do it horizontally on shelves like this. Or actually, maybe to stack them vertically, they actually need to be enchanted books. So I guess I should probably just enchant a bunch of books. I mean, we've got the levels to do it, so we may as well. I'm trying not to sleep as well, because we do still need those phantoms. So let me just grab a quick bit of lapis. And let's just get a bunch of rubbish books. Right, we've got a bunch of cheaply enchanted books. And yeah, there we go. That's what I was after. Little stacks of books. We could even use the stacked books here just to sort of block off this area. Right, I think that works quite well, but there is something else I want to do as well, and that is to make this place a little bit weird. By which I mean, we're going to add some floating books. We're going to have some books that are kind of almost taking themselves off of the shelf. So if I just put these up like this, for example, and then remove all of this, floating books. Nothing freaky about that. So the floating books are cool, but I think it needs a bit more. That is why I have a few candles. I thought some floating candles might be nice as well. But I think we're almost there with this. I just want to get in a few cobwebs. And a short while later, I think we're done with the first part of the queue line. So as we go into this area here, this is looking a lot more spooky. I like it. So we could maybe do with a few more books in this bit here. And I need to stop walking on those floor cobwebs. It might be good to get a straw statue of someone in here as well. But this loops all the way around. We've got the freaky books and the candles floating, which I think look really cool. And they also act as a nice source of light for this area as well, without it being too overpowering. But I'm very pleased with that. I think for a queue line, that's nice. Though there is something I've forgotten. And that is spiders. Question is, where am I going to be able to put these where they'll work? You know, I could put one there on the shelf. I also want a couple of these blaze guys going around because I want them to kind of almost be like the librarians, the bookkeepers that are floating around and fixing this place up. There we go, just a few plushies scattered about. Nothing too intense. But anyway, with the queue line done, that now means we need to start focusing on the actual main ride area. So we've got lots of decorating to do in here, of course. This was tiny by comparison. But before we do that, I've got a few changes I want to make to our ride mechanism. So this is how we've got things set up at the moment. We have a bunch of chain drives, and then we have these sequence gear shifts that fire in order. And then that's what makes it go up and down and do all its little motions that it does. However, it is a little bit slow on the way down. At least I'd like it to be faster if possible. But I've already got this set to 128, which is half speed. So when it goes up and down, it's going half speed. But if we actually look in the sequence gear shifts, we can see we are doubling the input speed. So that means it's going the full 256 rotation that it can. However, I've been informed about a little thing in Create that means I might be able to make that faster. Personally, I'm not sure it's actually going to work, so I'm fairly sure 256 is the limit regardless. But what I want to have a look at is these, the adjustable chain gear shifts. So I guess I should probably make some of them up. I think I've got what I need. And yep, there we go. It's as simple as that. Now, instead of messing with the mechanism we've currently got, I think I might be better off just doing a little test first. But I am going to need some normal chain drives, and I don't have any iron to make any right now, so let's go get some of that. Right, that's better. So, the way that these gear shifts, the adjustable chain gear shifts work is if I put that in there and then another one on the other side, I just need a redstone torch. And then in theory, if I put this underneath, it should make this one go faster. Doesn't look like it's going faster, does it? Maybe I need to do this a bit more directly and take the power from there and then put that there. Oh yeah, there you go. So you see that is now going twice as fast as that. So apparently, if I now turn that up, then this one should... It breaks. Right, okay, so it's not going to work then, is it? That's just going to break every time? Yeah. So that means I can't go faster than the 256, which, well, I guess is pretty much what I thought anyway, but it was definitely worth a try. Because I've never actually used these things before, and they are quite cool. Good way to speed something up without having to faff around with these or other bits and bobs. But anyway, sadly, that means we can't actually make the ride any faster, so I can't make the main improvement I wanted to make. That makes me really sad. I did also have other suggestions on how we can do this drop ride. So, for example, using a lift mechanism and then having like different sensors all the way down that make the lift stop and go up and down and so on. But the problem is the speed is still going to be exactly the same. It won't go any faster than 256, and it's still not going to be slowing down and speeding up and so on. It's just going to going to be start, stop. Basically, it's going to be exactly the same, except I'd have to hide all this power stuff at the top of the ride, which I don't have the space for. So we are going to be sticking with the gantry shaft. However, there is another improvement I can make to this, and this is more of an aesthetic thing, but a very valid point many of you brought up, and that is the fact that currently, as soon as this platform drops, it's going to cut off people's legs, because there's no gap here. So I do want to try and adjust that if I can. And to do that, the first thing I need to do is actually raise the chairlift up by a block. If I just change this last sequence to only drop to 43 and then fire it all off, it should do its thing. Yep, it's gone up. Now it's coming down. Wait a minute, shouldn't it have come down first? Oh, I know what I've done. Dang it. We'll just wait for it to reset itself. And I think I might have done it. Now, the question is, how can I create leg space without giving away the fact that there's a massive hole down here when people board the ride? So my initial thought was to potentially just add some stairs around here like this, and then have the stairs move along with the ride. But if I'm honest, I think that looks pretty terrible. Another option would be to try and actually move the floor out of the way just as the ride starts. The issue with that is, where would I put the floor, and how would I move it without messing around with everything else over here? Oh, actually... Ooh, I've got an idea that might work. Let's just get this back into its proper position. So I want to try something with some mechanical bearings here. So if, for example, we had those 3 blocks there, and then 2 more like that, I was then to glue that to that, and that to that. Stick a mechanical bearing on there. Don't need that one. And for now, I'll just grab a valve. This will do for testing. I'll also then rotate this 90 degrees. Oh, other way. Still doesn't get it out of the way. What about if I rotate it 180 degrees? Okay, that works. I could build some kind of system that basically folds away the floor at the start of the ride and then fires everything down there. Maybe that would work. But I guess there's only one way to find out. So let's give myself a nice temporary floor to be working on, because we're going to be down here a while. So to keep things a bit easier for me, while we build this, I'm just going to swap out this part of the floor with these polished oak planks. And then the bit that's going to actually spin it round, we're going to use some girders and a mechanical bearing on that. What I need to do is put one of these on every side. Let's get all of these bits glued together. And now we just need to hook them all up to some power. But for now, if we just do that, and we're going to need to make some space for them. So let's go down a little bit. And then do that. Okay, so everything should now be set up. We're going to set these to only place near initial angle. So the only other thing to do is actually get power to this thing. But let's do a little test first, just so we can see exactly how this is going to work. So if I put that on there, we know we need to turn it by 180. So if I do that... Oh, jeez. Things broke. Why did things break? Overstressed. Okay, no, that's fair. Let's see if we can do it with just 1/2. Can. Oh, look at that. Oh, it worked perfectly first time. I didn't even have to faff with the gears. And then if we go back. Amazing. Cool. Right, now we just need to sort out this side. And let's just check this one, see if this side works. Almost. This one here needs to be inverted. Okay, it's doing it now. Wait a minute. No, it was actually fine anyway. It was just me being silly. Okay, cool. We've got our floors that can now be removed. Now the hard part, I guess, the trigger mechanism. So for that, what I'm going to do is bring this down a little bit more just to give myself some space to work with. I'm going to need clutches, and I'm going to need a bit of a weird setup here so that I can make sure it can travel in both directions when needed. Come on now, get the shaft on. There we go. I'm going to raise this up a bit. In fact, just like that should work, because in theory, any power coming up here should go through 2 gearboxes, and this will go through 1 gearbox, and that means we can decide what direction we want it to go in. So if I replace these with a couple of clutches, then we'll use a couple of chain drives just to actually feed it power, and... Is 1 water wheel going to be enough? Tell you what, we've got plenty. Let's put in a couple just in case. So let's just give that some space. And some water. We don't have any water. We've just got lava. I mean, lava works, right? It does! Brilliant. And as you can see, that is indeed enough power. Look at them go. Oh, geez, the timing for this is going to be hard, isn't it? Although, actually, can't I put in a sequence gear shift to make it only go 90 degrees? So with that in mind, I can probably actually replace the clutches with sequence gear shifts. Does that turn 180? This one turn 180 in the opposite direction. So now I should be able to hook that up without messing it up. Excellent. Now I need a couple of buttons. So that one. Right, okay. Got a bit of a silly here. Right, let's try that again. So now it should go 90 degrees and open. Or 180 degrees, I should say. And this one should make it go 180 degrees in the... No, it didn't. Let's keep that going the same way then. Okay, so now when I press that, they should all just fold back in. Yeah, look at that. Love it. So this works. I just need to now link this into the system at the bottom so that when the ride starts, it knows to pull away the floor before it drops. And then we need to bring the floor back when the ride finishes. Looks like this might actually work. And if I sound surprised, it's because I am. And I think we're going to need to do this with redstone links. And then we just need to mess with the mechanism down here a little bit. This one here. So if we remove that, give ourselves a little bit more workspace here. Get a couple of pulse extenders. So we're going to want the one that way and one that way. So this whole sequence is 66, 69... Okay, about 70 seconds. I think the most I can set this to is... okay, I can do minutes or I can do seconds. Brilliant. Right, okay, so let's go for 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then this will fire the one that closes. I'm going to set this to 8 seconds because that should give time for the things to open once we've triggered it. And then I need a bit of redstone dust, which I don't have with me. So I've got to fly all the way back just to get some redstone. But I'm hoping that once we've done this, it's actually going to work. Might have to adjust the timings a bit, but the theory is sound. Let's just hope it works in practice as well. So let's just adjust this slightly. Set that to 8 seconds. And then if we put 2 redstone things on here, that one there is going to be the one that receives the trigger to start the ride. And this one here is going to send the signal to actually open up the floor. And I think this signal was gantry. Let's give it a go. All right, so this is the big test. It was gantry. Excellent. So if we press that, yeah, the floor goes away. Excellent. And then the ride's gonna drop? Or not? What did I mess up? Oh, I haven't actually connected that to... Yep, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So good news, we opened the floor. Bad news, I'm a bit of an idiot and I need to move this back a block. Mainly because a redstone link on the side of a block like this is not going to power a comparator, but it is going to power redstone. Right, okay, now it should work. So this gets triggered, it sets that off, which then after 8 seconds will set this off. And then 70 seconds later, that will set this off, which should close the floor again. As I say, might need to adjust the timings a little bit, but it should work. I do, however, need to quickly reset the floor. So if I just stick a button on there and then do that. There we go. Beautiful. Right, let's see if it works this time. So, floor... No! Now, why is that? I'll wait for it to all finish and see if the floor shuts up at the end correctly, at least. Nope, that one didn't work either. Right, okay. Now, let's see if we can see what went on here. Let's replace that with that. Ah. It's because I'm using pulse extenders, not pulse repeaters. What an idiot. So, let's put in the pulse repeaters, not the extenders. Get those timings set up again. So what was that? 8 seconds. This one was 10 seconds. This one was a minute. But I am confident that this is now going to work. So let's do that. 3rd time's the charm. Come on, let's do it properly. Go. So fold away the floor. Excellent. And then drop. Ha! Timing's pretty good as well. And then do your sequence and we'll see what happens at the end. Right, I think this is the final drop. That's locked in. Is my floor gonna shut? I think I've probably set the timers way too long on this. The floor not gonna shut? Apparently it's not gonna shut. Okay. What's your problem? Maybe I need to actually put the redstone link here so it can receive properly. Yep, there we go. Or send properly, I should say. If I give this a nudge here, I should just be able to shut the floor quickly. Nope. Oh, is maybe just my signal wrong? It's more likely at this stage, doesn't it? The whole gear shift has popped off. Okay. Interesting. So that's probably from when I had the pulse extenders here and it tried to basically double power it. So hopefully that should now shut it. Okay, now 4th test. 4th test should be fine. Wait a minute, why is it only done 90 degrees? Because it's only set to 90 degrees. That'll be why. Let's turn that another 90 degrees. and actually said it correctly. Jeez, lots of trial and error. Okay, now I think we're all set up. We're good to go. And I have adjusted the timing slightly as well on the floor closing because I realized I added too many things together. And hopefully this is going to work. So we know this start bit works. Floor goes away. Excellent. You get to keep your legs now. And this should be the one. Then floor fold up. All right, I reckon maybe start the floor folding up a couple of seconds earlier. So let's just change this down to maybe 52 seconds. And I reckon we're set. I just need to make it look good now because But I just need to make it look good now because, well, I don't really want these oak panels here, do I? Let's be honest. And I think it might make more sense for these 3 blocks here to be slabs instead of solid blocks because then there's kind of space for the floor to fold down, if that makes sense. But I do absolutely love that. Wasn't the upgrade I was hoping to do today, but it definitely helps. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today, so all that make you look nice is going to have to be done next episode, which is going to involve decorating this building here, sorting out the roof and the phantom farm. We're going to be doing some cool stuff with Create in the top part as well. And not only that, we've got all this underground bit to do as well, which I have seen your comments. I've seen some very good ideas from a lot of you, including things such as a sort of dwarven area that you can walk through from the outside, an animatronic dragon, and lots of other ideas as well. But I still haven't actually made a decision yet on what I want to do down here. So with that in mind, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Please do leave a comment below on what you think we should do with this bottom section of it. For reference, the tower is going to have a big library on the bottom section, then it's going to have some general sort of potion making areas and other wizardy type rooms as you move up the building. But yeah, down here, absolutely no idea. Apart from a little thing I need to do at the top here to make it look like you're going faster than you are, I've got a bit of an idea for an optical illusion that should help things out, seeing as how we can't actually speed it up with Create. But I definitely have a newfound respect for the mechanical bearing because that really has solved our floor problem. Everyone gets to keep their legs. Wonderful news.